Good morning, good morning. Testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. Testing, testing, testing. Live commentary from 11 o'clock. Testing, testing, testing. One, two, three, testing, testing, 1 2 3. Good morning to you all, wherever you are around the world. Joining us here at the National Cricket and Rugby Ground in Tiskre, on the outskirts of Tallinn. On what you can see from the screen, I'm not sure if it shows you, has turned out to be an unbelievably really nice day, which is a surprise, as the last couple of days have had storms of biblical proportions. So the Baltic Cup has been cancelled, unfortunately. That was a tournament for teams of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania and Iceland. But we are still managing on one of the grounds to get some live action to you today, and that is the host nation Estonia playing friendlies against Iceland. So really good to have managed to get something out of today, considering the weather that we've had. And as you can see, great work by the groundsman to get the pitch at all available. It is quite soft, would be fair to say. If it was a race course, the course would be good to soft, but it's playable, it's good, looking forward to it. Should be a good interesting encounter this morning, and Iceland will be batting first, so looking forward to seeing what happens. I'm joined co-commentary here by Terry O'Connor. Morning, Terry.
Good morning, Kev. How you doing?
Oh, I'm living the dream now. We've got some cricket on, Terry. When you look at the weather yesterday, it didn't look like there was any chance of rain. If you had a swimming competition, we probably could have got that on quite comfortably on ground too. But,
you still could. You can still do a 100-metre lap on field 2. We've basically got a canal. One boundary to the other, run and comes next to the pitch at one end, and you can swim through that completely happily. But that's ground 2. It's unplayable. At 8:30 this morning, when I inspected ground 1, if we had had to start playing at 9, we wouldn't have been playing.
Yeah.
But you can see the sun. We've got a nice breeze, and that's drying it up. It's going to be the slowest I think we've ever seen this field at Tiskre.
It's probably the greenest though, with all the rain.
Yeah, it looks good in that regard. So the decision was made yesterday morning to cancel the Baltic Cup because ground 2 will not be playable for days. We would not be able to get anything. So because Iceland were already here, they'd flown in on Thursday. We'd only be able to possibly try to get 2 games. We decided to do that. But we're underway, and it's Habib Khan bowling.
Nice shape. Swinging in. Shamley and Derek are opening the batting for Iceland. Yeah. So first ball, first ball.
I'm not familiar with Shamley, but I am familiar with Derek. I've seen Derek play quite a few times.
Okay, good.
Iceland and one of their club sides visited the Czech Republic when I was there many times. So it's about 3/4 of the squad I've seen play before. And Derek is a good bat, powerful hitter.
Good. We'll come on to that as the game progresses. Share the knowledge of who's what. Oh, Habib now is up to the stump, bowls, it's outside the off stump. The second shot was probably better than the first, but goes through to the keeper, Stuart Hook, and taken comfortably. So
yeah, it was nice. It was quite a nice carry, but I do think Stu's a little closer than he normally would be.
Okay, yeah.
Habib's not going to be able to run as quickly. The run up at this end where Habib is bowling is the one that was the most concern, the one that could have actually stopped us. So I don't think he's going to be able to get to full speed.
Just as a reminder, we do have a chat section here. I'll come back to that. So in comes Habib. Bowls, good line, good length, straight. Played back by Shamley, but no run. So halfway through the first over, still to get off the board. It's a 20-over game for those who are unaware. So a T20 effectively. And I think the key in T20s is to keep your wickets intact in the first 5-6 overs of the power play effectively, and go on from there. So It's a lot of balls, really. But as I say, the chat is open. Please interact with us on that. It makes life much easier. Ask any questions. In comes Habib. He bowls now. Again, a good line and length. Can only be played back, straight to the fielder, back in, and no run. We have a couple of chats. So Hector says, go Iceland. Good luck, Iceland. Hope, Hector, you are going to enjoy the day's sessions here. Thank you very much. And Trav says, Mike, Terry. I think Terry's now up live.
Yeah.
So, Travis, please let us know if you can now hear him. I'm not quite sure what the...
I can hear me, mate.
Yeah, I can hear you. But, so in is Habib. Again, that's wide. That will be given a wide. Stu had to dive, tipped it round the corner. So the first run on the board will be courtesy of extras. This brings Derek, the aforementioned Derek, on to strike. Big hitting, hard hitting Derek. So okay, so just resetting the field.
Travis says no. And when you stop talking, oh, there it goes. I can see my level okay.
Well, all the system looks like you're live. Habib is in. He's on the leg side. Nicely flicked. They've got one. They're going to push for the two. Two comfortable runs in the end. And the return throw is in. So 2 more to the total. First runs off the bat.
Is that any better? Yes, that is better, I believe. Okay. Yeah, I think you had channel 2 up instead of channel 3.
So should be there now, Travis. Please let us know. So the first run's off the bat. Habib is now in, bowls. And again, it's straight, but it's straight to the fielder. So no run. That brings the first over to its conclusion. And 4 runs, 2 to Derek. Chamley still to get off the strike. Habib there, none for 4 off his first over. Trav says 5 times 5.
Thanks, Trav.
Well, that's 25. What's the point?
5 by 5.
Okay.
Trucker's call for it. That's 5 by 5.
Oh, a trucker's call. Okay. I never had you down as a trucker, Terry.
No, I just remember watching trucker movies as a kid in the early 80s.
Okay. So
Smokey and the Bear.
Okay. 5 by 5 and big rubber duck. Coming on in with a jam sandwich or something like that. A jam sandwich was a police car in the UK because it's white and it used to have a red stripe down it. Anyway, we digress. I do apologise.
Indeed.
Travis says loud and clear. Good. Okay, so back to the cricket. So Ram will be opening from the...
Stockholm end?
Stockholm end, yep. So we have names for the ends here for those who are joining us. The far end, as you can see, is the Stockholm end, and the other end, this end, the top end here, effectively, is the Kiev end. So they're the 2 ends that will be referred to. So Ram, a medium pace bowler, if he gets it right, can get some wheels, can push it through, but I think he's had a couple of injuries this year, so it'd be good to see how he goes. As he's coming in to bowl his first over, he's up to the stump. Bowls again, it's wide. It's not surprising to see the start of a spell. With,
it was good shape.
Good shape,
it went
moved away. Yeah.
If he gets a little closer to the off stump, it's going to be a really nice ball. Ram's been putting in a lot of work of his bowling, doing a lot of training on his own. He was doing a one-to-one training session with Richard during the week, working on his length, and he's been working on his front foot in particular.
He's in, bowls, again, it's wide. The shape is good, again, still the shape. Will it swing much this morning, Terry, do you think? Do you think there'll be a lot of movement early doors?
Yeah, these Duke balls can move.
The wind is blowing the way that he would prefer, one would think also, looking at the shirts, taking it away from the batsman. So just got to adjust his line. The length is not the end of the world there, but he's in now up to the stumps, bowled, and that's flapped away. That's going to go over the infield. And generally, I would say that would go for 4, but yeah, it's gone. It's gone. But obviously, the outfield is very damp, so you don't always get the value for your shots. But that's the first boundary of the innings. It goes to Shamley, moves the score to 10. Sorry, moves the score to 10 off the first legal ball of the over.
I think Iceland will be quite happy with that. It's going to take a little bit of time to get used to the conditions. Never played here.
I was going to say, has Iceland ever appeared here at Tiskre?
No, they trained for a couple of hours off the field yesterday, but they couldn't even use the nets. The nets were too wet.
Okay. So Ram in, that's a better line. Good length and dot ball. Yeah. Half of appeal, but too high.
Squared Shumley up there.
It did. So yeah, I'm really pleased with this weather. Sorry to keep going on about it, but after the weather we've had, this is amazing, really.
The worst thing about the weather for the last 2 weeks was it just couldn't commit to one thing or the other.
Yeah.
And we had to cancel a lot of training sessions because it had rained during the day, and then people are like, but it's 6 o'clock and it's not raining now. It's like,
but the damage was done.
Yeah.
So Ram is up to the stumps, bowls. Again, it's wide. It's flapped out outside the off stump, but there's a fielder out there. They're going to push for 2 and a bit of a misfield, so they'll make it comfortably, but the return throw is in. Took a bit of a bobble there before Stuart hooked the keeper, but 2 more to the total. Takes them on to 12. So just searching for a bit of consistency, Ram, at the minute on his line and length. But as Terry says, he's been working really hard this year to improve his bowling, and if he can just get some of that consistency in, then he'll be quite a potent bowler. So that's a good line, good length. His appeal for LBW, and he's not given. But again, there's the proof of the shape. That it was the shape there, the swing away, that did for Chamley. But it looked potentially from here, and just let me reiterate, we're not in line, we're not straight, so it's very difficult. But it looked close, but it looked leg-side-ish close. So a good decision, one would think, from the umpire. So Chamley survives.
Yeah, Ram, you see, much more effective now. He's got his line sorted out. As he comes in once more. Outside, Chumley just gets the toe of the bat to it and picks out the fielder inside the ring there. It looks like one of them is Soods. At this distance, I cannot tell them apart.
No. I can categorically 100% say it is a player from the Estonian team.
Well, I now know that it wasn't Bill Almasud because I just realised he stood in front of me.
Okay, so no, definitely. So, oh dear. Well, that's amazing.
Chops on, bounces over the stumps.
So that was a moon ball effort by the looks of the slower ball that deceived Chamley there, and he ended up playing an inside edge and pulling it just past the stump. So a good end to the over, finishing with 3 dot balls. So well done, Ram. Got his line, got his length, just a bit of adjustment. 12 for the loss of no wicket off the first 2 overs. Would constitute an equal start, I would think, at this moment in time. Estonia will be looking for some early wickets, but Iceland will be looking to consolidate, as I say, in this power play moment. So and it does take some adjusting here at Tiskre. It's quite an open field. There's not much, as you can see, around that protects if the weather is or the wind is quite strong. So sometimes it can just take you 3 or 4 balls to just to get used to the conditions, which seemed to be the case there for Ram. So Habib to continue here from the Kiev end.
He's going to come around the wicket. Interesting to see what he's aiming to achieve out of that, especially as we've seen Chumley preferring to play on the offside with the cut shot. So I guess he's going to try to come into the left-handed Derek here.
Angle it in, one would think, and fire it down the leg side, which was always going to be the concern. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
If I'm to be perfectly honest, Terry, and you're a far better placed, knowledgeable person than I, but we see it on TV, the professional bowlers changing the angle, but they know where they're putting it 99% of the time.
Well,
at this level, what is the benefit?
The thing is, I would go back to what you were saying. The reason why you see professional bowlers who will, a right-hand bowler will come round the wicket to a left-hand batter here, as Habib is doing, chips this one just off the toes.
Straight to the fielder and no run.
Is because they practice doing that week in, week out in the nets, so that when they do it, they've already got it sorted. And if you're not practicing it, you shouldn't be doing it in a game. But
what is the benefit then? Am I right if Broad does it to Warner, or is it quite a lot?
And to be really fair, Broad to Warner is the exception. Like, one of Stuart Broad's
that's a better line and a better length.
Standout abilities is the way that he can bowl to a left-hand batter around and get wickets, whether it's LBW or it's bowled, whether it's caught. He creates wickets, and it's not just to Warner, although he has got Warner a lot.
Well, that's why I picked it, just because
when you're a right-hand bowler who's bowling outswing to a right-hander, and then the left-hander comes on and you go around the wicket, you're going to just bowl leg side wide. You've got to fundamentally change what you're doing, and if you haven't fundamentally practiced that change, you're just going to give up wides. So I think you're far better off staying and just trying. You make one adjustment. You're either making an adjustment to your line so that you're now pitching it.
So again, that's on. See, that angle is it's hit the leg. It's the to and throw. Are they going to? No, they've come back. No run in the end. But that's hit at the right level of the pad. But it's always going to be going down leg side, unless he starts it much wider.
Yeah, that's sort of it. But you can get just as much of a benefit by still staying over the wicket, and you're then only adjusting one thing.
Yeah.
Like to me, the most important thing is if you have to make an adjustment, only one thing. The moment you've changed two or three things, you're handing the advantage to the other team.
Yeah. Although it's 4 legal balls in, and that was on the money. Yorker length looked like it had a little bit of a shape to it as well. We've just had a gust of wind that's opened the doors.
I might leave it open because the sauna conditions are already starting to get a bit much.
It is a bit warm.
I'm regretting the jeans.
In our exactly. In our commentary hut here, we seem to be right in the sun, direct sun.
If you suddenly hear Kev go, "Oh, please don't," that's because I'm stripping off.
Well, I'll say that now then. Oh, please don't before you do it. And there's a sign of the wetness. The Stu Hook there took off from the wicketkeeper position and slipped, and obviously just for clarity, it's an artificial wicket, so no spikes obviously are allowed, but the moulded studs are acceptable, but just shows you the conditions there are very difficult. So good morning to you all. Good morning to Emon. Should there be close camera? Is that a request or is that an ask? So
the original plan was to have 2 cameras for this field for the Baltic Cup, but with the weather that we've had, that was canned. It's too much extra stuff that's at risk. It's another wide down the leg side. Got some good bounce out of that ball. So there's still good life in the pitch despite the amount of wet weather we have had. It's too much extra.
So Habib is up to the stumps, bowls. That's a straight drive. That's through the gap. It shouldn't go for 4. The fielder swoops round. Now has it in his hand. Yeah, will launch it.
That was Bill Almond there doing the fielding.
Keeps
you
it
could
to
see
2.
completely how much slower the field is, because 4 weeks ago that would have been 4.
Yeah.
Would have just raced straight to the boundary.
Definitely held up there on the damp ground. So the end of the 3rd over, 16 for none. Derek has moved on to 4 and Chamley is on to 6. So Hector said, thanks for covering this game so we can follow from South Africa. Your picture is perfect and commentary good to have with it. Thank you very much indeed, Hector. Please feel free to comment if you have any knowledge on any of the Iceland players, and I'm assuming Iceland, because you were the first to comment, go Iceland. So any help or knowledge will be greatly appreciated, and thanks for joining us from South Africa, where you've probably not got the same amount of rain that we've had over the last week or so, and in particular the last couple of days. Kit Harris here, tuning in from England. Sound and vision perfect. Let's do this, Iceland. Seems plenty of support for Iceland there this morning. Anyway, Ram is in. Good line, good length. It's played back by Derek. No further run to the total. So good to have you all.
Indeed.
I do apologise if my pronunciation is not great, but I'm going to go for Ryan Dreyer. Derek is currently the top batsman in Iceland this season. Charlie in his opening... what's that say there? What's that? Sorry, Charlie in is his opening partner at club level. Power hitter with a mixed season. Okay. So this could be interesting. If he comes off, it could be very entertaining to watch. Or he could not quite hit the heights that he's obviously got the capability to do. But let's see. It's still only early part of the game. 3.2 overs gone, and Ram is continuing from the Stockholm end. He's now up. He likes the slower, loopy moon ball. It's given us a no ball. It's given us a no ball. Okay. Not quite sure why. I can't confirm for the reason, but it was given as a no ball. Maybe it passed too high and dropped past the stumps. That's the only thing I could think. And therefore no ball. So no ball obviously indicates a free hit. So if you're just new, then a no ball is a free hit. So cannot be out, whatever happens here. So it's a bit of a free hit. He's pulled it. It could just plug that and not go to the boundary. And yep, it's just stopped inside the boundary, and they come through for the runs there. But more to the total.
Kev's on.
It's a wasp patrol. There we go. No more. So this is down on the leg side.
Let's just look at a replay. It does appear that the square leg umpire gave the no ball for height.
Yeah.
I actually think dead ball should have been called as soon as the ball was released, because the mid-on fielder was moving sideways at the point the bowler was running in and bowled. But yeah, it was for height.
So Ram again just struggling a little bit here. That's gone down the leg side. They've got two more wides, I think they were given in the end. That's a bit better. That's looped up in the air, but it's over the infield, and that will run away for 4 runs to Chamley. So Chamley moves on to 12, and the score on to 26 for the loss of no wicket. And what is also nice to see here, you can't see on the one camera that we have, as Terry explained, we do have multiple cameras and one that moves with the ball, so you generally get more of a 360 view than you can see today. But in between our pitch 1 and pitch 2 is the National Rugby field, and today it looks like NATO are having a game, and they all look as fit as a butcher's dog. Ram is in. Plays that's a much better line and length. Played out there by Chamley, straight to the fielder, so no more to the total. And as I say, just to finish that, the NATO are obviously playing a game of rugby against the Estonian team, and I can see them to our right and can only dream of being...
I believe it's a tournament of 3 or 4 teams.
It's a multiple team tournament.
Yeah.
So Ram is in now. That's a much better line and length. That's looped up in the air. That could be the first wicket, and it's taken. Catch is taken. Is that Habib who's taken the catch?
Zishan?
Is it Zishan? Okay. So the first wicket is down. Chamley has gone. We'll wait for confirmation, but it looks like caught Zishan bowled Ram, and 26 for 1 at the end of the 4th over. So comments are coming in. Very good. So Eamon says at Rian, is Chamley good player? Question mark. Cato Harris, Derek career stats 3,913 runs at 40 with a strike rate of 127, 326 50s. Well, them stats stack up nicely. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, I was right. It was Zishan who took the catch there of Ram's bowling to dismiss Chamley Fernando for his 12 runs, 2 fours from 17 balls.
So the new man, Dushan, do you know anything about this guy, Terry, from your European exploits?
I do believe Dushan was Bandara. The Bandara part is the part I remember.
Okay, that's the bit that gave it away.
His surname is a bit more recognisable to me than Dushan. It's been a few years since Iceland were in the Czech Republic when I was there. Well before COVID.
Okay.
But they did come a few times, but there is quite a few of them who recognise me. I've umpired them, I've scored them, I've commentated them before in the tournaments they came. And there's they play with a good attitude, a good spirit. So we have a bowling change here with Dave Robson coming on from the Kiev, and a big appeal for LBW. Umpire says no.
I would think for height more than anything. Looking at that, but it's a good first ball. So left armour again. So something different. But Dave Robson, a left armour. But, as you say, change of bowling here at the Kiev end.
Lefty versus lefty clash.
Work of the devil, these left-handers. Robson is in. Bowls had a bit more respect this time. Played back. So Rian says Chamley is a good player once he gets going. Well, unfortunately, he only got going back into the shed, and that was the wicket that was lost. Cato Harris says Chamley is the fastest scoring batter in Iceland. Well, that's good news for Estonia then. But that's flicked off the hip. Diving stop behind point there keeps that to 1 more run to the total.
And the one of the reasons why Estonia may have made the change to Dave Robson is the fact that with Dushan and Derek, it's now a pair of lefties. And so having a left bowler to bowl at them, I think, is a very good move. It's going to be far less frequent for Dave Robson to be straying down a leg stump as he beats the
outside edge. So keep this information coming. This is beautiful. Lemon says thanks, Rian, for your information. Yes, and thanks from Terry and I also.
Well, Kit Harris, who is supplying a lot of the stats there, he used to be very heavily involved with Iceland cricket, and he was also going to be coming here to commentate for us. So Dave Robson goes down
they've gone for
there.
a quick single.
Bit of a slip on the side of the pitch, one of the areas we were concerned about, and he's also landed on his right leg, which is the one he injured in Sweden.
Yeah, he took a very nasty blow, full ball onto the shin, split the skin and caused quite a large...
But he got back up and he's coming back in.
No run. So Kit Harris was he's done everybody a disfavour because you've got me instead, so that I do apologise with.
No, well, if the Baltic Cup was going ahead and Kit was here, you would have been commentating here and he would have been commentating on the second field where Iceland would have been playing.
Okay.
So right now would have been Estonia versus Latvia.
Yes.
With you on comms, and Kit would have been commentating Iceland versus Lithuania.
Okay, good over there good first over from Dave Robson. Only went for 2, so 1 more over left in the power play. Currently 28 for the loss of 1 wicket. Potentially a change of bowling also from the Stockholm end.
It is indeed.
So Harshit, good question, Harshit. Harshit says, what could be a par score today?
Well, yeah, that
Just
is
a really good question with the outfield.
Because we've never played on conditions like this. Now, I've only been in Estonia for 12 months, but Stu Hook, standing out in the middle with me this morning, is going, I've never seen it look like this. So when Stu's never played in conditions like this, no one's ever played in conditions like this.
I think if it was a normal day, I think you would be looking at the 170 to 180 par score.
Anything above 150, you'd back yourself to defend on a normal day.
Yeah.
Today, I think you've got to take 25, 30 runs out.
Yeah, so maybe the 150 mark could be a good score.
150, I think, would be very, very good. And once you're getting above 120, you might feel that you can defend it. It is going to come down a lot to extras. Any misfields, you're in trouble as Shuvo comes on to bowl from the Stockholm end.
So first sight of a little bit of spin or slower bowling from the Stockholm end. So I think Harshit, between 120 and 150 you're in the game, I think would be a fair call. So that's pushed out to the leg side, fielded by Dave on the loop back round to Syed, the bowler, and 1 more to the total. Takes the score on to 29 for 1. 4 balls left of the power play. In, good lines and good lengths from Saeed, pushed back by Derek. Again, all along the floor, it's beat the infielder. They've come through for 1, but the sweeper's round, picked it up, so there should be no more runs there, and there isn't. So 2 balls left in the power play. In, that's fired down the leg side, well done by Stewart, but it will be a wide. So 1 more extra to the total.
Yeah. Shuvo, as we call Syed Eftekar, said a reasonably good, this one's too high, been called no ball.
Yeah, and it's...
looked like it just came out a little loose of the hand.
Yeah. And these are the extras you talk about, all these that add up. But I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look at the scorecard what the extras are already, but they can make a huge difference to winning and losing the game, the amount of extras. A free hit, by the way.
Yeah. And I might just, for maybe for convenience for most people.
So that could be the first 6 of the innings. I can't quite see. It is. It's gone all the way. So Derek has doubled his score in 1 shot. And launched the free hit, and there you go, the extra, the wide. So not only the no ball, not only the 1, so that 1 ball's cost 7 runs there. So
indeed,
can be quite costly.
Syed was brought into the national team setup this year, offering a little bit different type of bowling. He picked up 6 wickets in the T20 league for his team, the Strikers. That's 6 wickets from 6 matches.
Just again, it's more of a line and length thing and a consistency with that line and length. That's better.
Yeah, it's a good comeback.
So a very good comeback. So the end of the power play, 6 overs gone. Iceland have moved on to 39 for the loss of 1 wicket. Equal power play, Terry, would you say?
I would, yeah. I think if you get 2 wickets, that's in the power play. That's the bowling teams. The runs would have to be absolutely out of the park, because you lose two wickets in the power play. That's really set you behind the 8 ball. I think with these conditions, 39 runs, 6.5 is the run rate. Yeah, very happy with that. We might see it get a little quicker later in the day, as long as the sun and the breeze stay around. But for this time of the day, 39 runs from the power play, yeah, honours even.
Yeah. So, Rian says, Dusan is the top Icelandic player. Quiet season given his previous achievements. And Kato Harris says his stats are 3,519 runs at a 43, with a strike rate of 139, 500s and 23 50s. So again,
very good.
Not a bad player by any stretch. Robson, continuing.
That's wide. He's just skirted. He's turned around and given a "what are you talking about" to the umpire, and the umpire. So he should be making a little mark in his book of Mr. Robson, you're going to be on report.
He's a very feisty player, is Dave. He loves to win. He's very competitive.
Your job's to bowl, my job's to call the wides when you do it.
So that was a dead ball. I don't think the batsman was ready. Called a dead ball.
This is the thing. When a bowler starts worrying about what the umpire's doing rather than worrying about the bowling, he's talking way too much to the umpire. He needs to just focus on bowling.
So back to the action. Dave bowls, good line, good length. Just played back by Dusan. No run, straight to the fielder. So yeah, good figures there for Dusan. Looks a dangerous player. So projected score currently at 130. So that's around about what we were saying is potentially a good score. But it's difficult really to tell. But that's pulled over to the leg side. Again, it won't run to the boundary due to the wetness of the outfield. Yeah. And they good running, come back for 2 more to the total.
Yeah, good throw there from Ram Krishnan. We saw it. It just pulling up so quickly there compared to what we're used to.
Virtually stopped, didn't it? Just as it hit the ground. But that would have just ordinarily just sailed away. But anyway, Robson is in again. Flicked on the leg side. That could go this time. No. It's wow.
Yeah. Okay. You're too used to the concrete that we've had for most of the season.
Yeah, and it's looked like concrete because of the lack of weather. But
it was very brown.
Very brown indeed. But
Dave
straight on to
getting a little irritated with Dusan taking a bit too much time in between balls.
And again, it's on the legs, but he's missed out this time. So dot ball will be recorded in the scorebook. So GB, it says GB. I don't know your name, but hey, Kev, hi Terry. Glad to see a game today despite the cancellation. Come on, Esti. Nice, that's the first Estonian supporter to pin their colours to the mast. Very good, GB.
Bit of a wayward throw there from the Estonian skipper Arslan, but it was well backed up. But again, we saw that it might still get outside of the inner ring, but it doesn't get too far.
Yeah.
It just slows down so quickly.
So the only answer to that, Terry, is smash it over the boundary. Don't put it on this nicey along the floor. Good ball outside. Very nice ball there from
Dave Robson.
To some shape. Good line, good length. Brings to the end the 7th over, 45 for 1. Dave went for 6 in that over, but still good figures.
The umpire, Ravi Kiran's having a chat with Dave Robson, and then the other umpire, which is Tim Cross, is having another chat. So from what I can see of the body language, they've informed Dave Robson he's on report for dissent. And he's only got himself to blame for that. The match officials today out in the field there, we've got Tim Cross and Ravi Kiran. The third umpire is Owen Feely. And the gentlemen over doing the scoring are Turan Reddy and Kush Brambat.
And again, without these guys, we all can't play the game that we love. So, very important part of the day's proceedings is the umpires, the scorers, etc., etc. So, big thank you to those guys for giving up their time also to make this happen. And again, from the screen I can see, it doesn't show just how beautiful the sky is. It's as blue can be with a few white clouds. So perfect conditions at the moment in time. So again, a change of bowling from the Stockholm end. So it's Pranay
coming on.
That's short. It's outside off, but it's been pulled away. There's a guy out there They didn't take a run. I
Yeah.
don't think they saw the boundary rider. So I think he thought they'd gone over the infield and would run away. So
Pranay's had an excellent domestic season.
leading the wicket taker, isn't it?
13 wickets from 9 innings. 1 maiden. Economy of 6.86.
That's far too short though, and this time he has got it, but the boundary rider is there. Stopped it from going. They'll come back for 2. Good fielding. Keeps that down to 2 runs, but Pranay needs to pitch that up a little further. He's not got rapid pace, and he's just it's saying sit up and hit me at that length. But hey, he's only 2 balls in, so again finding his line and length. Although they have been practicing for an hour this morning. That's better, Pranay. Well bowled. Well bowled.
Yeah. I've seen him bowl a lot quicker in the domestic league this year, but again, with the condition of the run-ups, not going to see any bowler able to generate as much pace as they were when he was completely brown and completely rock hard.
So Pranay is in. Again, a good line and a good length. Correct shot played. So Harshit says Iceland, this is the strategy then. Iceland will be looking to keep the run rate up in the middle overs. Dushan has been playing that way so far. So look, you can't score runs when you're back in the hutch, so take your time, have a look, put the bad ball away, and if you're still here you've got a chance. But that's a full toss, but that should just be the one. Fielder is in, returns.
Looked like the Yorker that didn't quite come off.
Yeah.
But as long as it's a below waist full toss.
Can be quite deceiving. Can often get wickets with their bad ball because they're not expecting it necessarily. That's gone miles high. Has it gone long enough? There's a fielder setting himself.
He's taken it.
That is an absolute quality catch.
Yeah, he stayed inside the rope. He had a good little check of his foot. It was very well judged.
That is an absolute, unfortunately with only the one camera today you couldn't get that, but that is a catch of the highest quality. That would be well respected on any cricket field in any part of the world. That went sky high. He was right on the boundary edge. He positioned himself very well and took it cleanly. And bit of an out the blue wicket there, but it's taken. And as Finland lose their second wicket, 8 overs down, 49 for 2.
Brilliant catch by Ali Masood there on the boundary. He's been doing a bit of work out there this over, and as we said, it was a really, really well judged catch. Got under it, and even after he took it, he still had work to do to ensure that he didn't step back over the rope when the momentum was pushing him back. So the dangerous Dushan departs. And Pranay, with 1 for 4, has come on and as third change bowler and done a job for his skipper, not the breakthrough. And we're going to see another change in bowling. So Estonia are mixing it up quite a lot. There is a lot of bowling depth in this side, and the new batter for Iceland will be Nikol Nekram.
So GB says Robbo's temperament is exacerbating global warming and missing with his line and length. Very good. I like the big words. I have to think really hard when I'm looking at them. Made me think what that word was, but yeah, he still have 2 overs in the bag, so maximum 4 overs allowed per bowler. Yeah. Whether he will be, we'll see. I would have thought there'll be a need for him with that left arm. Yeah. Something different further down the line, so keeping them in the bag. But as Terry says, change of bowling. Yeah, Saeed swapping ends.
Now coming to the Kiev end.
Nice and full, good line, good length. They will come through for 1, fielded inside the circle by Dave Robson.
bit of footwork there. It was one of those which an inch the wrong way, and he could have turned his ankle.
And knowing Dave's luck with injuries, that's a huge possibility.
Yeah, and he could have then said he did a Glenn McGrath.
Glenn McGrath, yeah. What an exhilarating Ashes series that was, by the way, Terry. Anyway, Saeed bowls. Again, good line, good length. Rian says, Nikhil normally opens for his club. A good season for him with a couple of 50s.
Just guided through the vacant slips cordon, and they get through for one. Saeed bowling some nice balls there to the right-hander. Now he's got to adjust to the lefty. Derek is staying around here for his team, being quietly going about his business. Oh, this one's straight down. It's not a bad ball. It is very much the one where you're trying to tempt the batter out, and Stu Hook had taken it and had broken the stumps, hoping the batter had stepped out of his crease, but Derek had not moved.
Good line again, good length. They could push for 2 here.
No.
But,
Arslan was on it quickly. He hasn't thrown it in, though. He's holding on to it, waiting to see if they will try to test his arm.
So Cato says, Nikhil career stats, 637 runs at an average of 27, strike rate of 102, and he has 4 50s. He's the least expensive batter in the 11.
So does that mean he cost them the least?
I'm not quite sure. Maybe he doesn't eat as much food as the rest, or he doesn't drink, or I'm not quite sure.
He insists on camping in a public park and not staying
Don't
in a
need hotel or anything. No,
Don't get me your car, guys. I'll walk to the ground.
I'm quite interested, Cato Harris, for an explanation of he's the least expensive batter in the 11. So Saeed again. Oh, misfilled off his own bowling.
He is a batter. He doesn't bowl, so he doesn't go for any runs at all.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, in fact, Cato, don't put the answer... Oh, he's put the answer...
Well, I'm not going to read it.
No, don't read it. Keep coming up with your conclusions, Terry. It's much more fun. But Cato says, at least experienced, not expensive. But I did like the fact that we could have a session on the fact that it was least expensive.
You spoiled how fun My next one I was going to is he doesn't cost his partner anything at all. When they go out for dinner... His partner pays for everything.
Oh, maybe.
Partner pays for the rent, all the utilities.
Wow, but that would be tight,
not
that's
expensive.
The other way around. Yeah, that's completely.
It was
the
good.
Other
He
way
stopped it. We ran out.
yeah. I think that's good timing in the end there, Cato. Hey, look, it looks like drinks are being taken in the 9th over. There'll be a little pause in commentary, and we'll rejoin after the drinks break. Just to check. So Marshall says, haha, that was a great exchange. Cato says your interpretations are much better though. Yeah, I wish I hadn't have looked at the answer there, Cato, but we could have had that all day going. But thank you very much, and look, 2 minutes break, recharge your glasses, get your food ready for the exciting second half of the Iceland innings. Back in a minute. So, welcome back. It's Pranay to continue from the Stockholm end in. Hits Derek on the pad. Looks like it was potentially going down leg side with that angle. But a leg bye is given, so one more to the total. 56 for 2. So halfway through this, nearly halfway through. Why 9 overs, Terry? Are we playing 18?
No, the drinks break is taken on time, not on the number of overs.
Ah, does that mean Estonia are behind time then?
No,
No, not really.
a little, but it will be the area.
It's a straight drive. There's a catch chance here.
He's taken that.
And it's taken. Diving catch.
From here, I think that's Iceland. The captain with a very good take there. And the Estonian head coach, Richard Cox, hasn't even seen the catch, has no idea.
But neither have I.
He's trying to be very silly and argue it out. Now he's turned around. He still hasn't noticed. He's still got no idea.
But I didn't see because he was stood in front of my window.
Poor old Arslan's just taken a great diving catch and his coach hasn't even seen it.
I tell you. We're looking forward to the report on that after the game. Anyway, all joking aside, great catch. And removed what looked like could potentially be the...
So nickel depart.
It's okay though, because he won't cost anything now he's gone back. He won't have a drink or anything. He's okay. So Pranay picks up his second wicket in his second over. So again, probably showing why he's the leading wicket taker in the T20 Premier League here in Estonia.
Equal.
One of the leading wicket takers.
Equal. With Shrikant, who also picked up 13 wickets in the T20 League. And I very much have to stress that because Shrikant did it in less games.
So
that brings out Sebastian.
It does.
Sebastian Dreyer. And I'm absolutely positive I've never seen him before.
Okay, I'm looking forward to Cato's stats on this individual. He looks solid player. I think he could hit it.
Yeah.
Could hit it hard.
He certainly looks like a man who has enjoyed a few Puffenburgers in his time in Reykjavik.
Hey, he looks... it's like looking in a mirror. I'm happy to see this, the fuller figure. So Pranay, 2 overs bowled of his second over, takes the wicket. And as we say, in comes the new man to face his first ball. But must have lost his run up there as he came in. So dead ball called. GM says... GM says, morning Onslow. Now, we'll come back to that in a minute. So Pranay is in. Bowls a good line, fuller length. But Sebastian gets off the mark, first ball. One more to the total, 57 for 3. So, for any of you out there that are wondering who Onslow is, I'll leave that running for a little longer. If anybody would like to, except for GM, who's posted it, by the way, who potentially that could be. We have Terry and Kev here in the score box, so...
I'll give you a hint. It's not me.
No. Pranay is in. Again, Fuller misfielded off his own bowling, but it's dived, saved, and one more to the total.
Yeah, good diving stop there from Ram Krishnan.
So Onslow is a character in a TV programme, and be interesting to see if any English viewers out there know who Onslow may be. And my first coffee of the morning has just arrived. Thank you very much indeed, madam. Although when I listen to the Test Match special, they get cakes and puddings and all sorts. Ah, hang on, Terry. And I've got bananas. How disappointing. Pranay is in. Oh, chopped that inside edge. Chopped it in between. Thank you very much.
What the hell are they?
They're like Mini sausages.
Mini uncooked sausages.
No, they're cooked.
Okay.
They're cooked. You just eat them as they are. You must try one in a minute, Terry.
I
would try and pronounce it, but I don't know quite what it is in Estonian. This something. So Pranay is in again. Tucks him up a little bit. Looks.
Ullisiga. There you go.
Mini ullisiga. Now we're talking. So she disappointed
here
me.
comes the pickies.
Disappointed me at first with the bananas, but just to let you know,
the Danish.
we now have some Danish pastries. We now have some cookies. This is more like it. Thank you very much indeed.
I was about to say, well, the reason why Chess Match Special get all that is they've got a full-time tea lady.
Yeah. So have we now, Terry. If you need anything, just let her know.
Well, you got a coffee.
Yes, it's a good point. It's a good point. Maybe it's to do with the fact that it was my wife, Terry, that brought all this. But you should have brought Terry.
I'll give you that. I do have a thermos.
He knew what you were like, so he's brought his own, clearly. Sorry, so now all the food delivery has arrived. That's me happy for the day. I will be sat here for the day. This is the first match of 2. Second match, is it 3:15, Terry?
3:30.
3:30. So the second match will start at 3:30. I would have said yesterday, weather permitting, but as I say and keep repeating, at the moment there is absolutely every chance the second match will take place. And looking at this weather, actually, it could be more of a high scoring if it can dry out a little bit with the wind and the sun.
Yeah,
so, Saeed to continue, sorry Terry, from the Kiev end with the first ball of the 11th over. Iceland have moved on to 58 for 3. The toss, by the way, I think was won by Iceland, and they opted to bat first. So, don't know if that again is a strategy or a conditions or they prefer to put runs on the board and build a scoreboard pressure. I'm not quite sure. But,
I would not have batted first if I'd won the toss.
Why?
The simple reason is I think it's going to get drier and
so
faster.
Easier to bat on.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
But is it harder to bowl with a wet ball?
Yeah, I mean you've got that, but I think it's going to be easier to get runs later in the day, and that's I think the most important thing.
So Saeed now
you can work on the ball, you can't. Work on the grass.
On the ground conditions, that's true. It'd be interesting to see in the second game what happens on the toss winner then. So he's played that out, that's looped up. Should just be the one. It is, fielded by Ben Jones here out in the deep. Moves Sebastian on to 2. The score on to 64-3, halfway through the 11th over. This is really interesting. So, wow, lots of chats. I've got to go back. Sebastian is the youngest player in the team. That's played. That's fielded by Dave Robson in the covers, so no more to the total. So he's the youngest player in the team. A mixed season, but last couple of games has been good. I'm looking forward to him, and congratulations to Sebastian on making his debut for Iceland.
But it's Derek who's on strike
and
now.
He's played that in the gap, and that is a beautiful shot for 4. Split the field. Dry, wet, or whatever. That was a absolutely well-timed shot that rocketed to the boundary. So 4 more to the total. 4 more to Derek.
Derek showing his power hitting there. You could say that he kind of played a little bit of a second fiddle role in the earlier partnerships, but he's the man who has been there for what is now about to be all 11 overs of this Iceland innings, and I think we might see Derek starting to step up and take the lead.
And he's gone again, and the same result, and that will be 4 more. Split the fielders, played that move to the leg, played that through the offside, and
it crossed the boundary about half a metre from where the other one did.
That was 2 beautiful shots there for Derek.
And what was looking like an Estonian over after 4 balls of only 2 singles coming from it, very quickly turns to being Iceland's with 10 runs thanks to those 2 boundaries off Dangerous Derek.
Dangerous Derek. So, Cato also says Sebastian Dreyer, career stats. He's got 824 runs at an average of 24 with a strike rate of 110, so positive strike rate, and scored 350. And it's all muscle, my friends. I'm absolutely sure it is. He looks a very solid
that was one of the reasons why I went with puffin burgers, because puffins are quite lean as far as I'm aware. I mean, I've never eaten one.
I was going to say, I don't really know. Don't puffin make books?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, they're also a bird, aren't they?
Yes. That's what the emblem of puffin books is.
And it's what I do when I've bowled an over. I'm puffin. I'm big style puffin these days. But and how old is he, Rian? Rian says, Rian is Sebastian's dad. Very nice. Well, congratulations, proud father. And he's 20. Sebastian is 20. So looking forward to a successful innings. He's tickled that down off his hip, but no run taken.
Pranay continuing from the Stockholm end with his 2 overs, 2 for 6. Absolutely the standout bowler so far for Estonia, both with wickets and economy.
Again, tipped off his hip, and there is one this time. A direct throw.
Nice throw.
But,
the umpire says he was back in, though.
Great bit of fielding. Beautiful bit of fielding. And but they get in. So I think there was a leg by.
No, I thought he got
off the bat. He got the bat. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Nicely tucked off his hip.
It was about that far.
Okay,
good. We're on camera, aren't we? Of course, we're about that far.
Yeah,
so
but they can see what you're doing there with your hands. Yeah.
It was it was almost a foot away from his body.
And he tickled it round.
Sure, he just got a bit of glove to it.
Perfect. And just to finish on the Sebastian, this is international debut, age 20. So, very good. Cato, well done, my friend. Cato says, keeping up appearances. Keeping up appearances was the programme that Onslow, the character, was in. As Pranay is now in, bowls just outside, but it's fielded, no run taken. And for those who don't know, Onslow wore a string vest, was a bit of a slob, unshaven, and I don't know why, seemed to pick up that nickname when I was back in the UK.
I'm just glad you're not wearing the string vest now.
Yeah, exactly. Owed it home. That's a great shot. That's 4 runs all the way, if not 6. Has it gone all the way? Is it plugged? It's plugged.
It's not 6. It's landed well inside. No, the third umpire is signalling that it is a 4.
There we go. So 4 more to Derek. Moves the score to 73 for 3. Derek's on to 32. Sebastian is on 3 with 2 balls left of the 12th over. Yeah. So, Cato, give yourself a sticker, a well done star for keeping up appearances. Correct. Emon, at Rion, is Sebastian Iceland born? Cato says no, he's South African. Again, pulled out to the legs. They're going to push hard the first one. They're not going to come, and I think that's a wise decision. The ball was in the fielder's hands, and the fielding's been really good from Estonia so far.
It has indeed. Big improvement. There's been lots of work being done on it. I think the squad that went to the World Cup qualifiers last year, they did feel when they came back away from it that they let themselves down a bit in the field. And so the standard's been lifted with lots of work on it. I think a lot of them felt like if they hadn't dropped a couple of catches, they would have beaten Switzerland. And so it's seen every chance that's gone up has been taken with the 3 catches here so far in this innings, with Zishan, Ali and Arslan all taking catches. And both Ali and Arslan had to do a lot of work to take theirs.
Yeah, they weren't just simple easy catches either. So that's good. So and
the 12th man, Ben Jones, is on the field. So going to see if I can spot who's been taken off. I'm looking for Dave Robson, and I'm not seeing a Dave Robson.
Yeah, he's there.
He is there. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, behind your
blocked, so it's
blind
not
spot.
him. Arslan's there. Rama's there. We've now got Saeed, who's come on.
So, born in South Africa and moved to Iceland only 3 years ago in 2020. Emon says, thanks, Rian, and Kevin and Terry here in commentary box say thank you also. Always helpful to have these bits of information.
Straight to the man at point. He's just slightly backward of point. Pranay is still on. I'm really struggling to find out who it is he's off. It's Habib's over there.
That's gone down the leg side. So a wide is given, well taken by Stewart behind the stumps. One more to the total, extra. So Saeed is in. Again, all along the ground. They'll push for one, but the fielder is good choice again, I think.
Yeah. Ben Jones, the 12th man there. He's fast on his feet and he's got a good throw.
Just a little change in the field, which is good to see. I like captains who tinker and move and look at the batsman and where the bowlers bowl in it and adjust accordingly. You don't just stay with the same field. So Saeed is in. Sebastian cuts that. That's going to roll. I don't think it'll get. No, it won't. It'll pull up short. They come back for two. They'll be crazy to take the third, but they're not. So good shot there. Good cut shot from Sebastian. Looked like he timed it well, and I think, as I say, on a normal day that would have rocketed to the boundary. So, but two more to the total. Saeed is up to the stumps, bowls again. Saeed plays, sent back in, bit of a misfield, but again good backing up. So well done, good to see.
Actually, I think it might be Habib who's off. Oh no, or yeah.
Saeed is in. That's wide. That's not wide. And unfortunately, that's a little bit why Dave gets frustrated, because Dave's wasn't as wide as that and it was given a wide. But anyway, move on. The umpire's made the decision. End of story. Saeed is in. Again, bowls. Sebastian plays it up. They'll definitely come through for a single, and that will be the end of the runs scored in this particular over. So the score moves on to 79 for 3. Sebastian moves on to 6. Derek on 34, anchoring in the innings, and 7 overs remaining. So current rate is 6 and a projected score of 120. So if they can keep this rate and accelerate towards the latter end of the innings, then they could post a really good score. So good battle so far. So Marshall, Fury, if any captain out there wants any advice, when you win the toss, bat. If you are in doubt, think about it, then bat. And if you have a very big doubt, consult a colleague and then bat. So I think Marshall is a fan of batting first.
Yeah, well, Ben Stokes didn't do that a few times in the Ashes series.
So Sebastian's played that. He's going to come through for one. The fielder has got it, so there should be no more, and there isn't. It's Pranay continuing from the Stockholm end. One more to the total. So 2 for 13 currently for Pranay into his last over. Bowled quite well.
Yeah, well, he was 2 for 6 after 2. In the
That's
air.
gone in the air. That's looped up. That will go over the fielder. They're gonna they'll change of plan. He's cool. Indecision there from the batsman.
Habib doing the fielding there.
Oh, it's glorious out there. Glorious.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the glorious 12th? What's the date today?
It's the
5th. Ah, okay. A week too early. Glorious 12th is the start of the... Is it partridge shooting season in the UK? It's called the glorious 12th. Yeah, I know some rubbish, Terry. I do apologise. Anyway, back to the game. A dot ball there. So Kato says, yes, Puffin is very lean and utterly disgusting. Don't. Just don't. It is the wording.
I'll take that then.
So again, in. Sebastian tried to loop that around.
Didn't quite get hold of it.
No.
It was one of those that's very, very dangerous. And
looked like he stopped his shot a little bit. Maybe he was in two minds. I don't know. Which is.
And the fielder from Square Leg who came in to do it is a man making his debut for Estonia, Stefan Gooch. Outside off, it's loose, and that one's taken. Zishan takes the catch.
Again, a good catch taken. It didn't get very high, really, off the ground at all, but taken. So Sebastian departs for 7 from 14 balls. It's the 4th wicket now lost for Iceland. And Sebastian debut comes to an end from a batting perspective.
Yeah. So, as we've seen, massive improvement in the catching for the Estonian national team. Every chance is being taken, and this is putting them in a good position in this match, stopping any real partnership forming. Each time a pair starts to get going, one of them departs. Still can't get rid of Derek, and that also brings out to the crease Lee Nelson. He is a player I've seen quite a few times when he came out to the Czech Republic when I was there. He's a wicket-keeper batter, and he is a professional clown.
Well, I was just about to ask you, is this guy a comedian? Because there's a famous comedian called Lee Nelson.
This is not that Lee Nelson. This Lee Nelson is originally from Australia.
Okay, mate.
Been in Iceland for a long time.
What a ripper.
He is a professional clown in Iceland. And so I've been told, and I have to admit, this was told by him after many a beverage in Prague, that he is the most famous clown in Iceland, and he even gets... he was the first clown in Iceland.
Wow, well, let's hope he doesn't bat like one.
If Kit Harris wants to correct any of that, and if it was just the juice talking... via Lee.
Okay, well, again, interesting. I like these little side stories, Terry, that are coming out of this commentary, and this is partly why you're out there, guys, on the comment. So anyway, end of the 14th over, 81 for 4. Lee obviously just faced his first ball, and Derek has moved on to 35 from 37. So Marshall says that he was mostly just quoting the old W.G. Grace, rather than saying always bat, more applicable to test matches.
Yeah. I knew what... the whole thing he was doing as soon as he said it. Iceland will be very happy to see the back of Pranay. His 4 overs are done. 3 wickets for 14. Fantastic economy rate there, 3.5. Well done to Pranay. Great job with the ball.
So Big Al has joined us. Hello from a very, in capitals, wet UK. So does that mean, my friend, please let me know, are you having the weather we've had towards the end of this last week? Robson is back from the Kiev end on the pads, but it's tickled away. They'll definitely get 1. They should really be coming back for 2, and we'll look for 3. It's probably the furthest part on angles in the boundary.
For it.
And that's a really good, well-run 3. So 3 to Derek off the first ball of Dave Robson's over. He won't be happy with that, Terry.
No, well, he's going to have to not stray...
down leg side towards leg side, exactly. Yeah. He should only be unhappy with himself on that occasion. But the field has changed.
The right-hander Lee on face.
So mid-on, it's coming back.
So it's
I'm not sure about
Australian
this.
to Australian.
So Robson in.
Outside of off, he'll like that one. That's exactly the sort of areas he wants to put it in. It's good length, difficult.
Indecision
for
shot,
the batter.
Really, yeah.
Yeah, that's the ball that puts the batter into your mind.
Yeah, exactly. Again
Strays
on the leg.
a little.
Yeah.
But Lee Nelson's not able to capitalise on it. He just feathered it towards the fielder.
Oh, raw C. Oh, I'll come to that comment in a minute.
Straight. He's beaten the infield this time.
Played out by Nelson. Puts a score on the board for Lee. 1 run there. Moves on to 85 for 4. 2 balls left of the 15th over. You would think Derek is key really here to posting a decent score now with 5 to go at the end of this over. And he's pulled that one. It will definitely be 2.
No, it won't. No, it won't.
Oh, he's there. Come in. Sorry, I couldn't. He's in my blind spot. Sorry.
Nah, I saw Stefan Gooch flying in for that. My angle gives me the view there, the advantage over Kev, and I knew immediately if they tried to go for two there, they were gone. Steph's got a very good arm. Batter's not ready again. It wouldn't shock me if Lee Nelson did that deliberately.
Yeah,
I've seen how easy this guy is to frustrate.
Well, I would have done, let me tell you.
He's got peeling for that one. He's not going to get
down leg
that.
side, surely.
He's not going to get that.
But,
no way. If Dave was sitting here in commentary, he'd be going, what are you appealing for that for?
Exactly. That was not even close. If it had been on wheels, and you could move, then you've probably got a chance, but that was never going to hit the stump. So the end of the 15th over. 3/4 of the way through, 87 for 4. The projected score's just dropped a little to 116, and the current run rate now just below 6. But last 5 overs with wickets in hand, you would think they've got a bit of a platform to be aggressive. So I'll go back to the Raw C comment. Raw C says, hello from the Ashes winning country, Australia. But quite rightly, in response, Cato Harris says, Ashes retaining country. Darling, a draw is not a win. I love you, Cato. That is I like that response, my friend. Retaining country.
Yes,
a draw is not a win. Greg says... Oh, no, sorry. Big Al says, grouse season. Thank you for the glorious 12th. It's the opening of the grouse season.
Again, shooting a small bird that can hardly move.
Yeah, but don't they make whiskey? You get grouse whiskey. Isn't that made from them birds?
It's not made from them.
So it's got... There's one. There should definitely be 2. Will they push for a third? They shouldn't, because the fielder now has it. And in. So
the whiskey might be the famous grouse, but
exactly.
It is famous for not having any grouse in it.
It's a bit like Bernard Manning's turkey burgers, and they never had any turkey in either. But Greg says, sorry, I missed the teams at the start. Is Parko playing?
Parko's not playing this game. Parko will be playing in the second game. Ram is back bowling from the Stockholm end. A good ball. Lee Nelson is not able to pierce the infield. Lee hasn't really got firing yet. But I do think his job for the first couple of overs is out there is push a single, get Derek on strike, and let Derek handle the boundaries for now.
Ooh. Big swing, no ding, swing and a miss outside the off stump. I looked again, just a bit of shape there from Ram. It looked just to tickle away a little bit.
A little bit there.
Which is still there after into the 16th over, so that's good to see.
Yeah, and you'll see some soldiers walking through the background there in front of the cars. Don't worry, we're not being invaded. They are NATO troops.
As we say, there's a rugby tournament. The rugby tournament on the national rugby field. That's a wide. That's gone a little too far. Started wide and carried on.
And we'll be back to domestic cricket here in Estonia next week. Starting on next Friday, we've got the men's T10 league, and on the Saturday, the men's 40 over league. And the NATO battle group will have a team in our men's T10 competition.
Perfect. And just for complete reference, it's the French here from NATO in the rugby. So, and they are more than welcome.
The cricket team is much more of the British.
It is
a British-led NATO base, but obviously there's lots of different countries who transfer in and out with their periods of
service.
Wide
again.
From Ram, but
Come
you
on,
can see the shape.
Yeah, it's got to get them a little bit straighter. The problem you've got, if he gets that too straight, that's whipped off your legs, and it's a fine line. But
also, the thing is that with those good dot balls that he's had, you've now had 5 deliveries where Lee couldn't get bat on ball, and so that's going to start frustrating him. These wides aren't things where he's like, oh, good. Or he has got through the infield this time.
There's definitely 2. Will they push for 3? It's in my blind spot, Terry.
Ben Jones is on it there. He should not be risking his arm,
and they
correctly do not.
Yeah, good decision. So 2 more to the total.
Good. It was really good to see that it had just gotten past Benny Jones in his turned and he's legged it. Iceland also running around from long on.
It's quite strange, really, how fast Ben is, because he's only about 4'6". His legs aren't very long. But he seems to cover the ground so well. That's a better line. Oh. And they're going to come through for a quick single, and they get there. But that was a much better line. Come off the top edge in the end.
That was very similar to the dismissal of Sebastian.
Yes.
He just got it a couple of metres to Zishan's left, and that was why he was safe.
That is very true. So the end of the 16th over, 94 for 4. Derek's moved on to 39 now off, 39 balls. Lee's on 6 from 11. So Rian says, Lee is a fast scorer. Usually says that if he survives the first 6 balls, he's good to go. Still no confirmation that he's a clown, but let's see. Kato says Lee's clown name is Wally. He started the Icelandic National Circus. Everything Lee tells you about himself sounds like it can be true, but is. Oh, sounds like it can't be true, but is.
Yeah.
Very good.
No, I knew he really was a clown because
okay.
other guys from Iceland had confirmed it when they were all in Prague.
Okay.
The thing I wasn't sure about was if he was the first and how famous he is there.
Okay.
But I do get the impression from some of the other guys that all of that is quite true.
Well, he started the Icelandic National Circus, so you would think he's up there. So, Habib back on at the Kiev end.
Oh, this is beating the fielder.
Lee, 1, 2. I think they'll push. No. Just the two. Good recovery from the fielder there.
Ram there doing the fielding.
Look at this weather, Terry. It's absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And unlike our screen, we can see. If you've got a proper quality screen, you'll be able to see just how blue that sky is. Anyway, Big Al says, okay, so I asked a very wet UK, and at the beginning, if you remember, I used the words biblical proportions, and that's the weather we've had, and it looks like that's what the UK are now having. So to quote yourself, biblical proportions.
He's beaten the bat outside the off stump. These top balls, very good for Estonia.
Yeah, definitely at this stage you don't.
For Iceland.
So, Lee from Kato, Lee's stats, he's got 1,800 runs at 22s, strike rate of 111 and 8 50s.
Dances down the pitch. Yeah, you can see the intent from Lee, and that's what I recall of seeing him play in Prague. Someone said in the chat, he's usually a quick scorer. I think he's being frustrated a bit here with some good bowling.
So, Darshan, if you're still there, can you please just clarify what you mean? Your question says, who will, guys? Who will what?
Probably means who will win, guys.
Yeah, but don't presume. Who will...
Who will win is the team who scores the most runs.
Interested to know what that could be. Who will? Who will, guys? Who will what? Who will be the first to the bar? Who will be the last to the bar? That's more interesting.
Well, my money's always on Stu Hook to be the first to the bar.
First and last. Because he'll still be there as well.
So, Lee Nelson's still getting frustrated here. He did get a 2 off the first ball, but it's been 3 dots in a row. Habib comes in again from the Kiev end, full of ball.
Well, he's pulled that from outside off stump to the cow corner.
Just getting the 1. So Derek has been there for almost 1 ball shy of 17 overs, and he's only faced 39 deliveries. I do kind of feel that if Derek had a little bit more face,
to strike,
then Iceland would be in a stronger position.
And maybe that should be the tactic now, just try and keep Derek on strike.
Off strike for Estonia.
For Estonia, sorry, for an Iceland perspective.
Iceland,
keep him on strike, because there's 2 here, surely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if you sacrifice yourself, you've got to keep the man in.
He's gone, and he has gone. He wasn't looking to sacrifice himself, but he did get Derek back on strike, and Lee Nelson departs with a run out, and that is Stefan Gooch's first contribution to a wicket for Estonia. I believe that was his throw, and Habib
did the work at the stumps.
Took the ball and broke the stumps.
So the 5th wicket falls. on the last ball of the 17th over. So 18 balls left. You've really now got to think Derek is going to face...
well, actually, the problem with him getting back for 2 then was he lost the strike because it was the last ball.
If it was the last ball, he probably should have just taken the one in the end to bring himself back on strike. Slightly maybe misjudged or didn't realise.
Must have realised which ball it was. But you also get to a point where you've just got to take every run.
But they've only got one run
the
there.
throw was from Iceland. I know Iceland and Stefan were
in the vicinity.
Both in the vicinity.
I hear what you're saying. You've got to take every run, but what they've done there is they've only got one run anyway.
Yeah,
and the guy's not on strike.
They've got the new batter on strike. Yeah.
So
in the end, it's lose-lose for Iceland.
So just for confirmation, Lee was the first clown and very famous in Iceland. Greg says the outfield there is looking nice and lush. Greg, it's amazing how beautiful it is looking today, and that's I say a lot into contribution because of all the rain we've had. That I understand you are now getting. So you won't be playing this afternoon, Greg. So 3:30 this afternoon, Estonian time. Ram bowls. That's
good stop by Zishan.
Sebastian was a little unlucky because that's 3 that's gone there now. Sebastian did manage to find the Zishan, and the other 2 have gone just one to the right and one to the left. But
I would say that the outfield is so lush it could open up a soap shop.
Have you been working on that all weekend?
No, I thought of it as soon as he said it.
Oh, Terry,
but I was also waiting.
I was
waiting for you to stop talking so I could do it. I was like, come on, Ken, don't drag me away from the last comment. I've got a good one.
That's quality. I like that. That is perfect. That is perfect ad-libbing. Give yourself a pat on the back there. Did he give a wide for that? That looked like it was a wide. Yes, he did. So Ram from the Stockholm end has struggled a little bit in his overs so far for consistency. Some wides, no balls. And that's fired down the legs. That's picked up. That will go all the way for a maximum. Absolutely.
Wow.
So that's a great shot off your legs there by Derek, and just clarifies why we're saying he potentially needs to be on strike for the remaining 16 or so balls that are left.
Now, you remember earlier on, Dushan Bandara, I said, I wasn't completely sure if I saw him. Now we've got Lakmal Bandara. I definitely saw. I'm not sure if I've seen both Bandaras. I probably did. Kit can confirm if both been to Prague. But it's Lakmal Bandara. That is what you are way more familiar.
Okay, and that's gone again. That will be 4 more. Well picked up by Derek. Yep. Moved on to his 50. So well battered, Derek.
Indeed. I christened him Dangerous Derek before, and
he's proving to be right
to now.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely the key to a good score, you would think, from here. Not easy coming in with 2.5 overs left for a new batsman to get up to speed straight away. So Derek's just got to play this normally now, see what he can do, and then be on strike.
But Lakmal did exactly what he needed to do.
1 off 1.
With his first ball he faced.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got the one. Got Derek on strike, and Derek's been able to absolutely take advantage of that with a 6 and a 4, as here comes Ram again.
Who's gone round the wicket this time, and he's
tried to guide it, forgot that Habib was standing there in the gully position, and it just landed in front of him. You maybe could argue that Habib could have had a go for the catch, but he was creating a dot ball by securing the stop.
So 2 balls left. What will Derek do? Take a 1 this time? Or yeah, absolutely. Good cricket. Good cricket. And doesn't really matter from here what Lakmal does now, other than don't get an odd number of runs.
Yeah, he does. They've already gotten 13 from the over.
He could just try and launch this now. If it comes off, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But keep Derek on strike, surely.
Yeah. No, that's the far more important thing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, if he goes for a boundary, he might probably only get the 1. And he's skied it. Stu Hook's under it. And Stu Hook takes it.
But why have they run?
Moved a bit away from him.
Why have they run?
Well, it doesn't matter. Derek will have to return to the non-strikers end, the new to the other end.
Is the rule the new batsman always take strike?
Yes, the incoming batter now from any dismissal will always go to the end where the batter who got out was.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's the easiest way
to explain it.
Yeah,
okay.
Don't worry about.
Yeah.
The incoming batter goes to where the outgoing batter was.
Okay. So, Greg, the outfield is looking nice and lush now, as you say. It is, mate, and you've seen it over this season where it's been browner than a brown thing. So it's beautiful today, mate. Absolutely beautiful. Marshall says it's already 6 p.m. in West Australia, so I managed to beat him to the bar. So he's beat Stuart Hook to the bar. But it depends when you went. It's 12:30 here. It's probably been already. But what I was going to say to Greg was, as you have reign of biblical proportions, you won't be playing your game this afternoon. You can therefore tune in at 3:30 to watch the return match here in the friendly between Estonia and Iceland.
New batter for Iceland is Jagadesh.
So just very quickly, Lakmal's career stats were 1,420 runs at an average of 18 250s, a strike rate of 105.
Habib in beats the batter outside the off stump with a really good ball. Habib, as usual, doing a great job for his team with the ball. He is always a dangerous attacking bowler. He hasn't picked up any wickets here, but he's only gone for the 12 runs so far. He's bowled. He's delivered 14 dot balls. He's got the wicket.
There's the wicket.
The middle stump goes cartwheeling out of the
and
base.
That's the big
there.
wicket. Big wicket
the
of Derek.
Stumps lighting up, and there's a very big wicket. As soon as I said Habib hasn't picked up a wicket yet, he says, oh, "Shut your mouth, sir!
How very dare you?
Got one right here.
How very dare you?" And there we go. And just to finish off on the Lakmal, Rian was saying he's a good all-rounder. Brother of Dushan, and it's been a good season for him this year, and the captain of the team. So, very good. And on to the new guy, the old guy now, but the new guy, Jagadesh. He's a big hitter, which is good to see. Always goes for the shots. And that's what you need at this stage of the game, and even more so now. Derek has departed.
Jagadesh will now be joined by Senthil. And Estonia, I think now, with 1 point overs remaining, would really love to try to pick up the last 3 wickets here and bowl Iceland out. That just gives you a real psychological edge going into the second innings to do that. Whereas Iceland, it's just every run you can get from now here. Get that total as big as possible. Put some scoreboard pressure on the opposition. As Habib comes in.
Ooh.
Ties him up for that dot ball, which is gold dust to Estonia and very painful to Iceland.
So the projected score is still at 120, which, going back to the early question, we would think is just below par, really. 150-ish, we were thinking would be a good score. So let's see what happens in these last few balls. That's nice shape. It's pushed out. They've gone for 1. They'll come back for 2. Good fielding, but a good throw and good running. Good running from the 2 Icelandic batsmen. Takes the score on to 1-1-3-4-7.
Yeah, as far as Iceland, you've got to try to be getting 130 here. Estonia is a very strong batting lineup. You've got guys like Dave Robson who open or bat at 3 for their club, who are going to be down at 8 or 9. That's how strong the batting is.
But teams on paper don't win games, do they? It's
you've got to
perform out there, and it's not as always easy as a club game. Obviously, it's that next level up, it's a little bit higher. But yeah, I agree with you on paper. From a batting perspective, they virtually bat all the way down. which is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's always someone else who's like, okay, well, he didn't do the job. Now you get out there and do it. You've got the opportunity to step up. Here comes Habib again to Jagadesh in the air.
That could fall safe. Yeah, it's right between the two. One running backwards, one running forwards, but between both fielders. But 2 more to the total. So, the end of the penultimate over. 1-1-6 for 7.
Habib finishing up with figures of 1 for 17 for 4. Fantastic contribution to the side by him. All of the bowlers have done very well so far. Ram picked up 2 for 38 from his 4. Dave Robson is going to bowl the last. He's the one of the 5 bowlers who still had an over left. Syed, none for 32 from his 4. But the standout so far has been Pranay, 3 for 14 from 4 overs. And I think the really big thing from all of these bowlers is how many dot balls. Pranay with 14, Ram with 13, Dave so far bowled 10, and Habib 16 dot balls from 4 overs. And that is just a fantastic effort of being able to keep the batting side in their corner. And
under pressure, you're constantly under pressure, because one of the things when you're batting is just keeping that scoreboard ticking over, keep it going, 1's here, 2's here, then a boundary. So if you're stopping that, it's a huge pressure building for the batsman. So well done to Estonia on that front. But you know, it could be the same the other way around, and we'll be saying well done to Iceland if that's the case. And those dot balls are vitally important.
Senthil's taking his time to the guard.
Rayan was saying Senthil normally pushes the ball around, but probably not the call required. I don't know, but it's funny that it always happens to Dave. I think it's the army walking behind the bowler's the arm.
You're
going to tell him, mate.
You go tell those soldiers.
So he's in now, does bowl.
Steps across.
Going to push for 2 here. Got to push for 2, and there is 2, surely, all day long, and there is. Not to me, by the way. I would never have got. I'd have ambled 1 there. In fact, I'd have pushed 1.
I was about to say, I think you would have been under pressure to get your 1 there.
But so good running.
That's what these two have got to just do that every single ball.
Got to push. Put pressure on the fielder. Overthrows, misfields. Got to put the pressure on. Oh, there's definitely 1. Which there is. Did that come off the bat also?
Yeah, that was off bat.
I suppose if it was off leg, that would have been out, because that would have been LBW. He moved right across his stump. So
I think he actually moved so far across his stump.
He's probably outside.
He was outside off stump.
It might have been easier to play it on the offside then.
I think if he had attempted a cover drive, it would have been far better.
So Robson in, and like that's gone. But there is a fielder there. That should just be the 1. It will be fielded. A return throw over the stumps. Well done.
But I think Iceland, you've got 3 wickets in hand. You've got to go for the suicidals. Put pressure on the fielders. Make them make mistakes. You still get to keep the 1. He's stepping across
I'm not sure what
again.
that shot is. Why are you doing that?
No,
it's much easier to play it on the offside.
He's trying to guide it, and there is the man on the 45 right there for it, and he's shown throughout the innings that he's stopping the balls that are coming that way.
That's all risk. All risk. There's no benefit to that whatsoever.
If he doesn't get the ball 4 metres wide of Habib, he gets nothing.
They could push for 2. You've got to push for 2. You've got to go. You've got to go, and they do. And that's comfortable in the end. So 2 more to the total. But please stop playing that high-risk shot. It's getting you nothing.
No. He's taking a ball outside of off stump that he should be looking to drive it straight back over the bowler. Yeah. Or a little bit to the offside. There is a lovely gap there. Go for that straight boundary.
So the last ball, he's played it. There'll definitely be 1. They're coming back for the second. Lazy fielding. He
The
never
throw
attacked
was
that.
not good, and they're going for a third. Oh, he's hit the bails on this throw, but the umpire says no, he was back.
Phew. That is shocking fielding
And
to end.
Dave Robson is still staring daggers out to the fielder.
Yeah, and I would have been there, Terry. I'm sorry, that was lazy.
Most shockingly, Ben Jones.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so the end of the innings. Although Cato is saying, how has this total suddenly jumped to 129?
I'm just going to 10 penalty runs. That's how. Yeah, I saw it suddenly. It was 131, and I was like, hang on, we're saying that's where it needs to get to. Yeah,
time.
So
is that time
10
then?
penalty runs have been awarded, and that will be for the over rate.
Yeah. So we think, unless there's any discussion during the break, Estonia will need 137 to win.
Oh no, they will. The 10 penalty runs have been put in by the scorers at the instruction of the third umpire, who is the timekeeper.
So that will be now the final score then. No discussion about anything in between. Okay, so please rejoin us 15-20 minutes time.
Say that now a target of 137. We're absolutely into the defendable territory. Although also, I said it before, Estonia bats extremely deeply. And you got batters down the end of Pranay who hit boundaries. So very, very, very achievable. But let's see if they can do it.
I think if all goes according to plan, it should be a very exciting second half to this game. As Cato says, yes, 10 penalty time runs, my friend. And Marshall says a decent total, and I think we've just confirmed that we think that is now, a defendable total. So let's see you in 15-20 minutes and look forward to the second innings of this game.
Indeed.
And we'll speak to you soon. So, welcome back. Estonia need 137 runs to win the first of two games here at Tiskre, the National Cricket and Rugby field, just on the outskirts of Tallinn, on what has turned out to be an absolutely gorgeous day. Clear blue skies with some white whiffy clouds, and the sun is very hot. Welcome back, Terry.
Or has the ground now got an alternative name as the Tiskre Soap Emporium?
Has a soap emporium.
Due to how lush the outfield is.
Just how lush, yeah.
Well,
look, Terry, you cracked one joke. You can't keep bringing it out every 5 minutes, mate. Let's think of it. Let's move on.
So,
it was too funny. If I'd have said it, I'd have done the same. But
the total for Iceland is made even better by the fact that Estonia only have 10 batters.
So why is that then?
So you remember that Ben Jones was
Yes.
on the field for a lot of the first innings. So it was Bilal Masood who he was replacing. Bilal is not in a good shape. He's quite unwell.
Okay.
It's not a physical injury from when he was on the field. He's been throwing up, and he looks very, very sick. And we've got a NATO paramedic having a look at him as we speak.
Mm.
So he is not going to be fit to bat, and as the 12th man can't replace him in the batting order, it is now that there are only 10 Estonian batters, so Iceland only need 9 wickets.
Okay, so we have Habishek opening the bowling from the Kiev end for Iceland. That's dabbed down. They're going to push for a quick single. And that's Stefan Gooch off the mark. Mm-hmm. His opening partner, Captain Arslan.
And the regular viewers of Estonian domestic cricket like going, Stefan who? I've never seen a Stefan Gooch playing for any of the Estonian clubs. He does not play for any of the Estonian clubs. He currently lives in Hungary. He's been involved in Hungarian cricket for quite some time. But he has an Estonian passport due to the fact that his grandmother was born here. And she escaped to Australia after World War II.
Ah, okay.
And she met Stefan's grandfather, who was from Hungary. And they both shared German as a language. That was how they were able to marry. And so Stefan is eligible to play for Estonia. As Arslan just pushes another quick single here. And but anyone who's watching who is a regular viewer of ECN,
European Cricket Network?
Yep, thanks. So 4 weeks ago, there was an ECS in Hungary, and Stefan was playing for his club there, and he was the highest scoring batter, smashing boundaries left, right and centre. He is a big, powerful hitter. He's got every single shot in the textbook.
And making his debut.
And he's making his debut for Estonia.
So 2 debutants, one for Iceland and one for Estonia today. Very good. So the end of the first over, only 3 from it. And good opening over from Habishek.
I do believe there's actually more than one debutant for Estonia today.
Oh.
Because I don't believe Pranay has played for the national team before.
Prior to today, okay.
And
as the team manager, you probably know better than I, Terry.
I should. Ben Jones is 12th.
That doesn't count.
No, I know, but he's on the field.
He will make his debut in the second game, though.
Yes, indeed. And then in the second game, we'll have a debut from Rifat Khan as well.
Ah. Debuts all round. Beautiful. Good to show the growth, basically, of
almost
these
as many debutants at a ball.
Debut at a ball. Sorry, at a ball. Yes, sorry.
God, he's like, can I get a quicker partner?
Yes. Sorry, I'm letting you down big style here. If anybody's out there wants to come down and take my place. It's the sunshine, Terry. It's frying me alive, mate. Frying me alive. Anyway, Jagadish is on from...
Short. Ooh.
Missed out there, I think, Arslan.
Yeah, Arslan is
on
not
from the Stockholm end.
Not quite getting hold of that.
So couple of messages during the innings break. Were the rained out pitches also AstroTurf? So the track, the playing pitch is AstroTurf on both pitches, pitch 1 and pitch 2. But it predominantly, obviously, as you can see, oh dear, that was a wild throw, but well taken.
Yeah, the problem with this ground too is not the pitch. It's there is an
not the playing track. Part of the track.
No, part of the field. There is basically a channel that runs from one boundary to the other, and it goes right next to one end of the pitch, and it is about 8 meters wide, and the water table is extremely high there, and when you get rain like we've had for the last 2 weeks, it floods, and it is basically a canal. Estonia is quite famous for its marshes, and so at the moment there's an extra one added to the thousands because those who don't know, this is an extraordinarily flat country. It's flatter than the Netherlands. The highest peak in Estonia is lower than the highest peak in the Netherlands.
Wow.
Yep.
Every day's a learning day with you, Terry.
I used to be a teacher.
Ah, okay. That has something to do with it then. And so yes, Marshall. It's not so much the track that's the problem. It's the dangerous around on the pitch itself,
and
basically on the outfield.
8 meters of the run up of one end is just a bog.
Yeah.
With puddles, surface water, and it's not going to dry up for 3 or 4 days. And as we're expected to have rain again tomorrow and Monday, it might affect our matches next weekend.
Is there a wide there, bowling by Jagadesh down the leg side, given? So we'll have to bowl that one again. Is there Super 8s in the week, supposedly? Yeah.
So the first game that might...
That's dispatched. That will be 4 all the way. So the first boundary of the innings goes to Stefan. And I'll come to your question in a minute, Kato, if you didn't hear Terry's explanation of Stefan.
Yeah, but, very good shot there from Stefan.
So the score moves on to 10 from the first 2 overs. Stefan on 5, Arslan on 3, and 2 extras. So if you didn't see... So Kato says, wait, is that Stefan Gooch? How long has he been living in Estonia? He was the Hungary coach last year. And then he said, I see. Gooch's passport means he can play for Estonia as long as it's 3 years since he last played for Hungary.
Well, actually, in fact, is the last time he played for Hungary was in 2019, and it wasn't in a T20I. So he's clear on 2 fronts. The last time he played for Hungary was in the Czech Republic, and I was umpiring them, at least 2 of the matches he played in.
So Arslan's pulled that off his hip. That will run away. Abhishek is continuing from the Kiev end, a little short and a little leg side-ish, and put away. Score moves on to 14.
I've got a private message I've received from a member of the Estonian women's national team. Mm-hmm. Wow, so many dad jokes. I feel a bit hurt there.
They're yours, because I'm the dad.
I know.
You're not.
Yeah, I'm not a dad, but I do regularly say, you don't have to be a dad to make dad jokes.
No, clearly not, Terry. You're the proof of that.
Yes.
So Abhishek is in. Again, that's a better line, but it's a little bit short, but a better line. But it's just pushed out. Dot ball. Nothing to add to the total. So Kato also says, Latvian Cricket Federation, who's online? I have a proposition for you. Oh, and the Latvian Cricket Federation have said, yes, please tell us more. Will this continue on the chat, or will it be a private conversation? Abhishek is in, bowls, Arslan pulls that again, but there is a man out there boundary riding. So just the 1 to the total. 1 more to Arslan, 15 for none. Brings Stefan on a strike, who are, as you've mentioned, making his debut for the Estonian national team. And I did see him in nets this morning, and very promptly started to ask around who was this guy, because he can clearly bat.
Yeah.
I don't know if he bowls at all.
He does.
But he can clearly bat.
He actually holds the bowling record in all of the ECN competitions.
Oh dear.
That's a wide.
Well, that'll be a no ball. That didn't pitch on the track.
I didn't think it did, but the umpire signalled wide.
Has it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it must have done. My eyes aren't what they used to be, Terry.
Well, I thought it pitched off. The way it bounced...
I'm just being nice.
Yeah, it showed it as it pitched off. But my view was slightly obscured, so it may have just hit the matting.
Must have done, otherwise he'd have given her no ball.
Abhishek comes in again. Little prod. Arslan wants the single. Stefan sends him back.
So, yeah, Stefan holds records for...
Bowling.
For bowling in the ECN.
Yeah, across all of the different formats. He's got the best bowling figures. I think it's like 7 for 6 or something.
Wow. Okay. Just while you're looking, Abhishek is in. He's fired that one down the leg side also. So that
there's
will
a big
be...
appeal, and the umpire says, wide, sir.
What was you appealing for?
I've got no idea. But before I get on to confirming 6 for 2 is Stefan's...
6 for 2?
6 for 2, yeah. And so now, in the Estonian men's national team, we now have 2 ECN record holders. So Stefan has...
driven. Sorry, one taken.
The best figures of all time in all ECN competitions. That's all the ECSs, the ECL, the ECN, ECIs. And Stu Hook has the best batting average across all ECN competitions. An average of 224. And that is from the ECS Tallinn from 2020. And that's as yet the only ECN competition Stu's ever played in. Okay. And there was a point where he also held, I think he also held the best strike rate, but that's been surpassed now. But we would expect Stu Hook to be in the Estonian men's national team when they go to the ECC in October. That team will be picked during the next 7 days after this tournament. So a possibility for him to his average to take a little bit of a knock. But the batter who's got the next best is at 149. So
plenty of room for manoeuvre.
Yeah, he's got some room. You've turned yourself off. Yeah. There you go.
Some would say,
Kevin
that was
muted
bliss.
himself.
That was
wasn't
bliss.
me. It wasn't me just wanting to dominate. Kev was trying to comment there, but he muted himself.
So, Kato says, can you send me an email? They want to write to each other. So, good. Hopefully that progresses into something successful.
Yeah, it would be really good to see countries like Iceland and Latvia cooperating. They're in now what is a small group of European countries who are outside of the ICC structure. And
so that's gone in the air. There's a catching chance, but it's safe. No. Absolutely safe.
They should run back for two. Stefan says no. And the thing is that once universal T20I status came in, basically almost every ICC member country in Europe went, we only want to play T20I, so we're not going to play against Iceland or Latvia or Lithuania.
Okay, yeah. So everybody went up there, but it looks like it's been shelled.
Or Poland, Ukraine, Montenegro, these types of countries. And there was two countries who still said, we will. And now the Czech Republic and Estonia.
Okay.
And so the Czech Republic, when I was there, we used to host, so Switzerland are now an ICC, but they've only been back for not even 2 years now. And this is one of the things of why Iceland had been to Czech Republic so many times. Switzerland had been in when they were out. We'd had Ukraine back in there, going back. I think Lithuania had been there.
So again, down the leg side, another wide to the total.
But it's going to become harder and harder. I'm not being overly critical of the other countries who have just completely stopped, because they've got lots of cricket, and to add stuff that doesn't have T20I status is not really in their interest. And I think it's going to get harder and harder for us in Estonia to be able to keep doing it when there are more and more demands on on
from
our
an
national
ICC
team.
basis.
On ICC and ECN, there's the ECC, the ECI competitions and things. We want to keep doing it. But if there's more opportunities for teams like Iceland and Latvia to play each other without us or anyone else,
Perfect.
an
It's a
associate
perfect
country.
scenario.
Oh, absolutely.
So the end of the fourth over, 24 for none. Arslan on 11, Stefan on 7. There's change. Is it a continuing bowler? No, change of bowler from this end, or otherwise he's took his headband off. Current rate is 6, and the required run rate is 7.6. So there or thereabouts at the minute. Good start. I think Iceland will be looking for some wickets in the power play. There's only 2 more overs left in that, so let's see. It is a change of bowling. It's Dushan. It's cut by Stefan. It's a 1. They're going to come back for the second. It'll fall short of the boundary.
A month ago, it would have got to the boundary with ease.
Again, absolutely it would.
I think really good decision by Iceland to change the bowler here, because the way that the power play has gone, they know that Estonia is going to have to go for boundaries in these last 2 overs of it. And so bringing on a new bowler means they've got to have a little bit of a look before they can play riskier shots.
Again, that's cut that straight to the deep fielder, the man out of the circle. Is it 2 allowed out of the circle in the power play, Terry?
That is correct.
Yeah. So
and
they've just found one of them.
He is outside the circle, but he's not actually on the rope. He's in that sort of no man's land.
Sure, don't start me off on no man's land.
Yeah.
I just do not understand a no man's land fielding position. What is the point of a no man's land fielding position?
All he's doing
It was always going to get 1. If it had gone over him, it would have been 4. So what was the point?
Well, he has actually moved back on the boundary now.
He has now, because somebody's there to talk to.
Yeah, one of the coaches, assistant coach, came around and went, "Oi!"
No man's land is just the biggest waste of time possible. But that's been off the legs of Arslan. They've gone for 1. They should come back for 2. Yes. Arslan can run, so that's pretty good.
Another one where that would have been 4 back in the days of the brown concrete.
Yeah, sunshine and very, very tinder dry outfield. But it looks much better. I know the rain hasn't helped for this tournament, but it's really improved the look of the ground.
Indeed.
And I'm not mentioning the lush comment again, otherwise we'll get Lena will not be happy with another dad joke. But Dushan in again on the hip of Arslan, but this time straight to the fielder, so no run to the total. Estonia needed another 108 from 92 balls, so very manageable at this moment in time. Wickets intact is really key, and I think Iceland will be looking to get 1 or possibly 2 here in this power play to even out the power play mode. Arslan's pulled that. The guy is out, and it's going to fall short, but it should be 1. It is.
A little bit of a misfield, but
it was
not enough to.
But if he'd have been in his no man land, would have been over his head before. Now on the out, he's come in and stopped that, and therefore they've still got the 1 anyway. So, well done, coach, for putting him on the rope.
Indeed.
But surely the guys should know this, and this is not just Icelandic cricketers, by the way. This is anybody who should know the game and know you stood in the middle of nowhere doing nothing. Anyway, in bowls, that's a wide, a very wide. Stefan did have a swing at this, but nothing to show for it. So the last ball of the over will need to be bowled again. And Kato also says Stefan's other record is the nicest guy in European cricket.
Yeah, it's quite true. He also does a lot of umpiring for ECN.
Okay. It just took a 1 off the last ball of the 5th over. I'm trying to recall the Icelandic. They definitely lost 1 wicket. Were they about 38-ish, around the 40 mark, something? I probably can't tell on our stats, but if Estonia can keep wickets intact here...
It was 1 for 26.
26?
4 overs.
Yeah. I know, of 6 overs at the power play. The end of the power play.
The scoreboard says it was the 4th over that the first wicket fell.
Yeah, but what was the score at the end of the 6 overs?
Sorry, at the end of the 6. Yeah, that's the. I'll have to go elsewhere to find that.
Don't worry. But so a change of bowling also now from Stockholm end, and Prabhath is coming to do his thing. Just while you are looking, Medha says, let's go, Steph, with a big love heart.
That is his fiancée.
Oh, welcome, Medha. I hope you're enjoying watching your man do his stuff on the cricket field.
And Meda is a former captain of the German women's national cricket team, and about 10 years ago she played against the Estonian women's national cricket team in the Netherlands.
Nice.
A team that featured players like Lena, who was complaining about my dad jokes.
She's not the only one, by the way, but anyway.
Yeah, and Milvi and Anna-Marie and Pellerin.
Yannick and Jarnica and all that from 10 years ago or whatever. But, okay, good. Oh, well, the Estonian ladies is absolutely flourishing again here, so maybe we can get Meda to play again. Doesn't play anymore. So that's pulled away. There is a boundary rider, but it's gone between his legs. It looks like, I think that's the clown. No joking on his fielding, but looks like Lee Nelson. So
I hadn't noticed that. Lee's not keeping.
Is he a keeper?
Yeah.
Maybe he might do after that bit of fielding. But
so Iceland, at the end of the power play, were 39 for 1.
Okay, so I was not far off with me. 38 for 1, 40 for 1. Yeah, just didn't say the number 39. And that's gone again.
Danced around it.
That will be 4. 1 bounce 4, picked up by Arslan. A little short and down leg side there from Prabhath and got dispatched. So that moves the total on to 41 for the loss of no wicket.
And so that would say they are very, very comfortably that Estonia ahead in regards to where both teams were at the same junction. As Estonia still got 2 balls remaining in the power play.
So let's see what response Prabhath has here. Much better line, length, and gets the dot ball that he was looking to achieve, if not the wicket. So that's a result there for the bowler.
Arslan was just trying to put it between the square leg and mid-wicket for a single, but got it a little bit too square.
Let's see if he's counting. Is there a single here off the last ball of the over? No. Good Yorker length ball by Prabhath brings the power play to an end. So 6 overs gone, 41 for none. Arslan 22 off 20 and Stefan 12 off 16. So and about equal on the required run rate and the current run rate. So Naeem Islam Niloy says, who win? Good question. This is the question.
As I said before, the team who scores the most runs.
Yeah. It's even at the minute. I think, as we've all said, they've posted a competitive score. And after 6 overs, Iceland were 39 for 1 and Estonia 41 for none. So pretty equal battle at this moment in time. Kato says, Medha, Stefan's other biggest fan, in capital letters. Joe Foster, this is for you. Hi, Terry. I thought I was subscribed to comment already. Don't know what that means. Is that cryptic? Because you obviously have commented. Anyway, Stefan's played that out, looped over the gully. They've gone for 1. They're coming back for the second. Fielder returns the throw. 2 more to the total.
Maybe it's the fact that he wasn't subscribed. He tried to comment, couldn't, and then subscribed. Joe's a friend from the Czech Republic. He's a umpire there, and I believe that Joe will be becoming an ICC coach tutor in a few weeks.
So Dushan in, bowls on the legs. Stefan tips it around. 1 more to the total.
There's a cohort of new ICC tutors being held in Prague in late September. And our very own Marit Valna, who is a member of the women's national team, she has been accepted to attend that to become a coach tutor.
Nice.
So we'll be sending her down there.
To where, sorry, did you say?
To Prague.
To Prague, yep. Nice.
So she'll be joining all the other tutors from around Europe. Trainee tutors from around Europe, and I know I understand that Joe is one of the Czech-based ones who will be attending.
Nice, have fun, Joe.
This is in the air.
Stefan has pulled that, but that's pretty safe
Very
from
safe.
my view.
One bounce 4.
And gone for 4. Was that open to all the people to attend then? Because
No,
my wife could
there's-
have applied another week away.
Extremely
Give me some,
strict
please.
criteria you have to meet to be able to be accepted for it.
Okay.
And then there was 4 times as many people who were nominated as for positions that were available.
Well,
This
that's
one's
a
big and
lovely
straight.
shot. That's
6.
That's a superb shot from Stefan. Straight as a die all the way, and that's probably the biggest hit of the day so far, because not only was that a straight 6, but it's also continued to roll after the boundary, and on this damp outfield is a no mean feat. So Cato says, my proposal is to do just what Terry's talking about, to organise in England in 2024 a European plate tournament for the countries who aren't in the ICC.
Nice work.
Dushan in to bowl now. No run. Dot ball to the total. So Kato says Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, Moldova, Poland, Montenegro, Vatican City and Albania.
Cool.
Beautiful. Good. Let's hope that is successful.
Yep.
And promotes this beautiful game as far and as wide as we can. Absolutely. Good work, Cato. Marshall, that says that would be excellent, Cato. Agreed also. And the Latvian Cricket Federation will give you 3 thumbs up. So they're already on board. There you go. What more can you want?
Estonia here after 7 overs, 55 with no loss of wicket. The opening partnership of Arslan, the captain, Stefan, the debutant, going along nicely as Arslan just pushes one there, getting Stefan back on strike, who in the last over hit a 4 and a 6 back-to-back, showing the power hitting that he has a reputation for all over Europe.
I tell you who will be proud, Terry.
Meta?
His mum. His mum. It'd be good if his mum sent a comment, wouldn't it? I bet his mum. If I was his mum, I'd be watching. Right, what's the next comment here? Hello from Perth. Oh, and Stefan's mum, Shauna. How lucky is that? Beautiful.
What a shock. What a surprise.
Very excited to watch the game. Good luck. Yeah, thank you. Hope you enjoy. Looks like a solid cricketer in anybody's book.
I mentioned earlier that Lee Nelson from the Icelandic team is originally from Australia. Well, like Stefan Gooch, he's also from Perth.
Okay.
And so a few years ago, I think it was in Prague at a competition where Hungary and Iceland were both there, or it may have been in another European country, but it wasn't in Hungary.
So that's gone in the air, but sorry, Terry, it looks like it will...
Oh, he's missed it. It's gone straight through his hands, bounces off his chest. And... I think it might have hit him in the face.
I think it has hit him in the face.
Hit him in the face. His hands weren't in the right position.
He's probably gone for a little bit of medical treatment there.
Yeah.
That looked quite...
He's thrown his hat off.
Painful. Let's hope he's okay.
I'd assume chest because he didn't sort of grab at anything first.
No, he didn't react,
He went straight for the ball.
Yeah.
So he put the team first and got the ball back in. He's gone off.
He's come back on.
Yeah, he hasn't really had much
He's changed his hat.
done. Yeah, he's changed his hat. Did it break the hat?
Wow. Well, that'd be interesting to find out there. Broken hat stops play.
No, that is the 12th that's on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I can see now he's getting some treatment. Sorry. Yeah.
So the different hat was just showing this. So Stefan Gooch goes out to bat. Lee Nelson is keeping behind him and like, oh, you're Australian too? Oh, yeah, where are you from? Turns out, not only are they both from Perth, they grew up 4 streets from each other.
Wow. It's a small world, Terry. It's a small world. And that's been dispatched by Arslan. Lee actually is running round. I can't see from my position whether he'll get that.
It's not. No, it's got to the boundary for 4.
I can see the boundary movement. So 4 more to the total.
Oh, what's happening here? I think we've just seen penalty runs. I've just seen Tim Cross signalling. Well, I believe I've seen signalling penalty runs, and he was patting
Just while you're checking
left
out.
breast,
Okay.
it's where if you're holding, it's penalty runs to the bowling team, and if you're patting, it's to the batting team. If you want to remember it, patting is batting,
Okay.
bowling is holding. As in Michael.
Michael Holding, yeah. No, he could play. Let me tell you.
I haven't seen it. I'm checking the scoreboard, not seeing the live score, not seeing any penalty runs added at this stage. Now Tim Cross is calling, having a chat
with the Iceland team. So let them sort this out. We'll look what if we can see what is actually happening here. But effectively, it's the end of the 8th over. 64 for none. Arslan's moved on to 30. Stefan on 26. Prabhath now gone for 18 off his overs. Current run rate is 8, so the required run rate is only 6. So slightly ahead of the game. 73 required off 72 balls. So Kato says because he's getting on a bit, he's now 48. Okay.
He's saying why Lee's not keeping.
Yeah. So Lee he hasn't kept for a couple of years now.
Okay.
Did I miss that comment? Sorry, I did read it. Lee's not been keeping for the last couple of years, and Kato says, yeah, because he's getting on a bit. He's now 48.
It's been 5 or 6 years since I saw him play. It does make me think of back to the Pepsi Cup in Prague, where there was a guy from an American team. He was keeping wicket
to outside the off stump, played and missed that there by Arslan, but that looked a good line and a good length from Lakmal.
It was the year after I retired from playing at the age of 45, and I was commentating on a match, and this American guy was 62 when he was wicket keeping.
Good man.
And I was sat there commentating, going, ooh, I feel very silly. But I had to stop playing because of my back.
Yeah, I know how you feel. So Arslan tried to hit that a little too hard, lost all his shape, but did manage to squirt it out to the square leg boundary for 2 more. So the score moves on to 67. Arslan on 32 now. And Lakmal's gone for 3 in his first 3 balls. Yeah, I know how it feels. Lakmal is in
the air.
And Arslan has pulled that. There's a man underneath it. Will he take this catch?
No, he's misjudged it, but
has he held on to it? That is an awesome.
He's at full stretch behind his back.
That is an amazing catch.
It was brilliant. He had completely misjudged it. It was going over his head, but he still got his hands back, both hands, held onto it, went down, kept it off the ground. Brilliant take.
I wish we'd had the second camera because you have to have seen that to have believed it. We talked about one in the first innings in that very same area.
Exactly. Yeah.
And what a great catch that was. But hey, who am I? That was the better of the 2 catches. That was absolute first class because it looked like he'd slightly misjudged it. But I think he was just going over.
No, he completely misjudged it.
Yeah. Okay. I've probably been too nice.
It shouldn't have been so spectacular.
But it was in the end.
He made it spectacular.
Yeah, one for the camera, which we haven't got set up. But but if we had it, mate, that would have been perfect.
We'll have to break the news to him that all his effort was for naught.
Well, you and I saw it.
Yeah.
What more does he want?
I was leaning out the window.
Yeah. So the first wicket gone, 67 on the board.
And the man for Estonia who took that catch you were referring to in the same area, Ali Masood, has now come out to bat. And I can also confirm there are no penalty runs have been added, but I definitely saw Tim Cross doing
patting for
batting signal. It may just...
Andy was talking to the captain as well, so there must have been something. It's probably not gone on to the score yet, but... So Meda says, hi Shauna. Oh, so that's a mum stroke, mother-in-law and...
future mother-in-law.
Yes, daughter-in-law conversation. I'm glad we can facilitate that around the world, let me tell you. We should start a conversation service as well, so happy to see that more than regularly. So Greg Mann says, at Cato, check the weather forecast before trying to arrange that in England. Yeah, it's a valid point. But I think the only thing with the England weather forecast is you just don't know till you get up what is going to arrive. But anyway, the bowling change has worked. Lakmal took his wicket in his first over here, and he's continuing now to the new man, Ali Masood. But 1 taken, so that brings Stefan back on to strike. 1 ball left of the 9th over. In bowls, Stefan clips that off his legs, but straight to the fielder. So that will bring the over to an end, and 68 for 1. So Joe says back-to-back Maximos. No, I don't think they were back-to-back. But what I will say is that Stefan definitely looks capable of back-to-back Maximos. I think how's that go? Maximo! Or whatever the guy continually shouts in those competitions. Really good. Oh, you see, we're doing a great service because now Shauna is saying hello, Meda, with lots of kisses. So great to be facilitating that.
It was a 4 and a 6, not 2 sixes earlier.
Hang on here, Marshall. Hey, Marshall, hang on. What's he saying here? Check the weather. There's a high chance of whinging and singing. Oh, Marshall, that's a bit harsh. That's in relation to the tournament in England, and Greg stating check the weather. And Joe saying check the weather before trying to arrange that. Oh.
You can't plan for the weather in England. No,
you can't, exactly not. The local club that I used to play for in England have just had an international tournament from Dubai, under 14s, 15s, 16s, and the ground I played at, Retford Cricket Club, was chosen as one of the pitches. And it was a real shame that the weather just decimated it, mainly, and all these kids had come over to play international cricket. But
St Hill starts with a short one.
That's picked up. It's going to roll away, but it won't get anywhere near the boundary.
No, they just come back for 2.
So I'm not sure of the fielding technique there, but he got the ball back to the keeper, and 2 more to the total. Ali Masood moves on to 3. Shauna says, hey, I am watching and I've commented. Yes, I did say, I did comment on you, Shauna, and very welcome you are to watch this live stream and keep your commenting coming, which is vitally important in making these streamings and commentary really successful. So the bowler is in, a good line, but the length was a little too much. Full toss on the legs, tipped away by Ali for 1. Moves him on to 4, and the score on to 71 for 1.
Looked like he tried the slower ball there. Huh?
So Shauna says, Rob, Steph's dad is so nervous and is sending instructions to play straight. Steph, play straight, not across the line. Well, he's doing a good job so far. 27 off 24, currently on strike, and Senthil will be bowling from the Stockholm end. That's gone down the leg side, and a wide is given. So 1 more extra to the total. How many extras were there in the first innings, if you get chance? Estonian cricket version of Benedict.
There's 21. That includes the 10 penalties, though.
So 11 then. Yeah. Well, no, 21.
No,
20.
No. Sorry, take that back. That's not including the 10 penalties.
Okay, so 31 in total, 21 on field and 10 off field.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was 16 wides, 2 no balls, 3 leg byes.
It's not really acceptable. Oh! So I think just out your screen there, diving effort by the fielder that he did get his fingertips to, what I could see.
Yeah, he did.
But, just too much out of his reach, but a really good effort from the Icelandic fielder there. But Stefan still picks up 2 runs. So he's looked to strike but missed out altogether. And Kato, let me just say before I read this comment, I 100% agree that for heaven's sake, please let's not start saying Maximo, the most annoying shout from the most annoying commentator in the history of cricket. And I am 100% behind you on that, Kato.
Vinny's a friend of mine, so I'm not going to go to that.
I'm pleased for you, and he's probably a really nice guy, but keep shouting Maximo is very annoying.
Races away to the boundary, despite the lush outfield. It will be 4. It's a really well-hit shot there from Stefan Gooch. A nice cover drive. And this is what I mean about the reason why I wouldn't have batted first, because that shot...
Wouldn't have gone for a boundary in the first innings.
No.
So Kay Cook says, David Cook's mother is watching. Oh, there's lots of mothers online today. That's really good.
David Cook is with the Iceland...
Yeah, because she says from David Cook's mother, go, 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 Iceland.
David's secretary, I think, of Iceland cricket.
Shot.
Goes to the same area, but didn't quite middle this one, so we'll just pick up the 1 run. Stefan going along nicely here for 34 runs from 28 deliveries.
Yeah, moving along nicely. So 79 for 1 at the halfway stage. Looks like timings are correct because it's the drinks break. Estonia will need on their return 58 from 60 balls with 9 wickets remaining. So at the moment you would think Estonia are in the driving seat, but anything can happen. A couple of wickets and who knows. But hey, join us back in 5 minutes or so and we will continue. Speak to you soon. So welcome back. As I say, 79 for 1 Estonia currently. Need a further 58 from 60 balls. Lakmal will continue here at Tiskre, the National Cricket and Rugby field, just on the outskirts of Tallinn. And Lakmal in, bowls. Stefan plays that off his hip, out to the fielder. 1 more to the total. Coming over, dabbed down by Ali Masood, but straight to the fielder, so dot ball. Medes is a great innings from Estonia so far. Yeah, at the halfway stage, you'd think they'd be go SD. You'd think they'd be happy with that. Anything can still happen. 2 or 3 quick wickets and game back on. But while ever they continue at the current run rate of 7.7 and not losing wickets, then it becomes very tough for Iceland to pull this back. But who knows? As I say, and as we were talking about earlier, Estonia do bat a long way down in this team. But that's been placed over the top of the fielder and will roll away for 4. So just to pick up on Terry's point there, I think it's very visible the difference, the sun, and as I say, it was baking sun. It's been beautiful all morning. That it is starting to dry out, this outfield, and the balls are running much easier than they were in the first innings. So that's really just gone over the fielder and then just carried on rolling over the boundary. So probably point proven there from Terry. But Lackmull is in on the legs. He's appealing for an LBW. Not given. Again, we're not directly in line here, but looked like it was just shading down leg. And the umpire says nothing doing. So current partnership of 17 between these two. That's cut short. There it is, 2 fielders converging. Lee is picked it up, given it on a relay to the other fielder and returned. So good fielding there from Iceland, good dedication and commitment, because it would have been easy just to think that's gone, but it didn't. It pulled up short due to Lee's fielding. And the end of the first over after the break brings it on to 86 for 1. 51 now required from 54 balls. Ali Masood has moved on to 10 off 8 balls. And Stefan going very nicely on 35 off 29 balls. So as I say, there is a second friendly match due to start at 3:30. So 3:30 Estonian time, depending on where you are around the world. Watching today's game and stream, 3:30 Estonian time will be the second of the 2 games here today. And as I look around, it looks set fair for the day, the weather, which is a really good thing. So Stefan plays that out straight. There is a deep a fielder, so that's just the one. Taken. Moves the score on to 87. Senthil is coming in from the Stockholm end. See if we can get the line and length. That's good line, that's good length. Ali Masood tried to hit that into the middle of nowhere, lost all his shape, but will still get 2 for his troubles, and that just shows you, it's not all about trying to hit it too hard. A lot of the distance is gained by timing, and you could see from Ali's shape there that he lost it and obviously didn't connect correctly. But still 2 more to the total, moves him on to 89 for 1. Into the 12th over now. He's in up to the stumps. Oh, and that's probably again going to run away for 4. There is a deep man. Will he cut it off? No, it just trickles over the boundary before he gets there. But at the risk of repeating myself, that is proof that the field is drying out. So I think the good thing on that is in the second game it'll be potentially a higher scoring game, because the balls now are definitely starting to roll much nicer on this lush outfield that is here at Tiskre today. So Senthil is in now, up to the stumps, bowls. Ali just dips that down, but the fielders converge. There will be no run into the 12th over. 93 for 1. So 15 4s and 3 6s in this innings so far. Be interesting to see. What the boundary count was in the first innings, and some very similar shots played, but just not reaching that boundary. So that'd be interesting. But again, a good line and a good length. Ali Masood picks it out, out to the mid off field, who misfields, makes the batsman think there's potentially a 2, but he recovers well, and therefore only 1 more added to the total. Current partnership now 27 off 19 balls. So the final ball of Senthill's over here as he comes in. He's swatted round the wickets again. And Stefan marches down a little but plays that very nice and straight. But deep mid on there. Fields on the boundary. Brings an end to the over with a single to Stefan. 95 for 1. So a further 42 required from 48. I think wickets are definitely now required in this little session from Iceland to pull themselves back into this game. 8 overs left and only 42 required. So the run rate is dropping all the time. It's now down to just over 5 per over. So you would think that that wickets really are going to pull Iceland back into this game. But let's see what happens. So Lakmal will continue here from the Kiev end. He's in, up to the stumps. That's cut, that's going to run away. They've got 1. The fielder picks it up now out of your shot, but they come back for a very comfortable 2. In fact, that comfortable that it looked like Ali walked the second one of those 2. It was away from the danger end, so 30 off 21 balls, 17 to Ali Masood in this partnership, 12 to Stefan. Lakmal is in. Look to play that on the leg side. Nothing doing. A half appeal by the bowler, but the umpire has not given leg by, so that's probably why he stopped his appeal, because it came off the bat. So Lakmal just stands away. Okay, Lakmal in now, up to the stumps. Tips that off his leg. He's pushed for 1, but it will only be the 1. 1 more to the total, so 1 shy of 100 for Estonia in response to the 136 posted by Iceland. So 38 now needed off 45 balls. Lakmal will continue. He's in, bowls, that's all along the floor. It's split the field, so there's definitely 1. They'll come back for 2. Comfortable 2 in the end. So 6 from the first 4 balls of this over. So again, required run rate achieved for this over, and it seems to be coming on a regular occurrence now, and the rate is now down below 5. So wickets, I think, very much the order of the day for Iceland, and then they've just bowled a wide.
Yeah, that dropped catch earlier on really cost them, missing out on the wicket, and then also the fielder getting injured. Short pulled into the gap. It's 2 bounces, 3. That should be 4, and it is. Nice shot from Stefan there.
So Joey's asking, what is the next game later today? So it's a rerun.
Yep.
It's effectively Estonia v Iceland part 2. Mm-hmm. Both teams, I think, have got a number of members of their squad here, so there'll be changes to the teams to allow everybody to experience international cricket. And that starts at 3:30 this afternoon, Joe, of Estonian time.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Cover drive there from Stefan Gooch. Unfortunately, it's not going to reach the boundary. Oh, it just stops inside.
That's unbelievably close to the boundary. Probably just a gnat's whisker away. Yeah. But to another 4 would have been there for Stefan. And we was talking earlier, Terry, would it be interesting to see the number of boundaries scored in this innings against the first innings due to the drying out of the outfield, because there's been some shots all along the floor that have gone to the boundary. So anyway, the end of the 13th over, 108 for 1, 29 now required. I don't think the balls are going to come into it. It's 42 still remaining. Stefan moves on to 48 and Ali's on to 18. Just a little bit of history here, Terry, from Shauna. Stefan's dad, Rob, was selected to play for the Australian over-60s test team in 2017 and 2019 for Tours of England, and he's very proud of his baggy green.
As you would be.
Is that like the grey ashes then? The thing that don't they call it the grey ashes for the over-60s?
I guess so, yeah.
I'm sure they call it the grey ashes. And I'd be very proud, if, as an Englishman, obviously not an Australian, to play in that format as well. But I
played in the Czech ashes.
Did you? There's no such thing as the Czech ashes.
There is.
The ashes is England.
Yes, it was England. It was one team of Aussies who lived in the Czech Republic, one team of Englishmen who lived in the Czech Republic.
Okay, so it was an Ashes series played in Czech, not the Czech Ashes.
No,
okay.
Didn't involve the Czech team.
Okay, just played there, just hosted by Czech.
It was just a thing we did every now and then. It was a bit of a fun, get a barbecue. Go back to your question about comparison of boundaries.
Yes.
So it was 6 4s and 2 6s by Iceland, and already we have the fact that Estonia have hit 10 4s and 1 6.
Yeah. Yeah, it just latterly it's just become very visible out the hours of the sun. Like I said earlier, it was very warm, very dry, very windy, and you can clearly. So I was saying the second game this afternoon should be a run fest.
Yeah, we should. We should definitely have a.
You watch 60 all out plays 61 for 9. But.
Well, I can also tell you that the second game, the two teams have agreed that Estonia will bat first in the second match. Give each team an opportunity to bat first and to chase as well.
Stefan's played that out. There's nobody out there that will run away for 4 more, and that brings Stefan's 50. Well battered, Stefan. Very pleasing on the eye to watch that. Well done, my friend.
Raises his bat, signals to
his teammates
over there underneath the tent. Great debut for Stefan Gooch.
And a good lick as well. 37 balls for his 52. So very pleasing to watch. So 115 for 1 in the 14th over. 22 more runs are required. Prabanth will continue from the Stockholm end. Good recovery, apart from trying to stop it with his foot, but maybe Ali got in his way. So no more runs to the total. 5 4s and 1 6 with a strike rate of 136. So as I say, very pleasing innings there from Stefan, and batted very sensibly. Can't recall a chance either, so really solid innings. Kato, will you two be commentating on the game 2?
Yes.
Oh, good, because he says, I hope so. I just wondered what was coming then, whether he was going to say, I'll turn off. If the Chuckle Brothers are back for game 2, then no. But he says, hope so, very listenable. So thank you very much for your kind words, Kato. And yes, it will be Terry and I
I'll be
commentating.
I'll be referring to my glossary of dad jokes to try to keep the bar as low as possible.
Yeah, just check your book in between games just to see if you can come out with any more. Joe Foster says, well battered, Steph. Manager is proud. So, well done, Steph. Kato Harris, the Icelandic Winter Tournament in... Sorry, I'll come back to that. So,
Ali hasn't quite got hold of that one.
Yeah.
He does get through the mid-wicket fielder and he picks up the 1 run. Blacknell continuing from the Kiev end.
So the Icelandic Winter Tournament indoors is called the Volcanic Ashes. Yep. The trophy is a replica Ashes urn containing ashes from every eruption in Iceland since the ICA was founded. Ah, that is the shot of the day. Absolutely perfection. And that's flown, by the way. That's absolutely flown. And
I didn't think we'd actually see a 4-hit completely along the ground like that get as far as the logs today, but it did.
But it has done. And that was, as I referred to earlier, if you were listening, you know, Ali Masood was trying too hard to hit the ball as hard as he could and was losing all his shape. There's a perfect proof of a perfect shot. He put the foot towards the line, he leant into that, and the timing off the bat was perfect. So, shot of the day by a country mile from Stefan. Moves him on to 56. He's gone again, but it's gone very square this time, and the fielder is out there and we'll relay that back in. One more to the total.
Shots like that always prove the point I like to make, that in shorter formats like T20 or T10, you can still play classical shots for runs, because if you've got the timing and you've got the placement,
so he's hit that straight to a fielder. Yeah, absolutely, straight to a fielder again, and that's one more to the total. But I do like that volcanic ashes. That's a great thing. And the trophy is a replica ashes containing the ashes from every eruption. I like the sound of that. It's called the volcanic ashes. I'll look out for that now. And that, my friend, is also a beautiful shot, picked up off the legs and dispatched for 4. So Stefan not hanging around now. A full array of shots on both sides of the wicket moves him on to 61. And the score on to 126 for 1. So in the 15th over, 11 will be required, still required, from 31 balls. Steph's mum, yay, we are thrilled for you, well done, kiss, 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 kiss. And so you should be, he's batted exceptionally well. And Meda, yes, 50, great batting on debut. I love. So lots of love for Stefan. As I say, I've only briefly met him today, and not only is he a very good cricketer, but as Kato said earlier, he seems a really nice guy.
He is.
And so a welcome, my friend. Greg Mann says... I shouldn't laugh really before I tell you, should I? Because I know what it says. So Greg Mann says, stopping it with your foot is tricky. Right, Kev? So, as you may or may not know, I was in Montenegro a few weeks back in the Mediterranean Cricket League.
I was aware of that. You were hanging out with some of the famous
Yes. Well, I would
players.
like to think that they thought the same about me. You know, they were hanging out with Kev from the Estonian cricket.
Yeah, I'm sure they're sat in their living rooms telling stories about... You wouldn't believe this, but a couple of weeks ago, they were in Montenegro with Kev.
Exactly. I'm sure that was the case. Binger and Maddie are telling mates, like, I was with Onslow. Exactly. As we're friends, then did you remember Onslow? But so listen, it was 30 plus degrees every day, and I'm on the larger side. And by the third day, I was struggling in the heat. I have to be perfectly honest. And I was struggling that much. Tim bowled the ball and the guy hit it off his legs, and I was out boundary riding and square, and I just thought, this is trickling, I'll put my foot there. Because I was too hot, and it bounces over your foot and goes for 4. Mm-hmm. It was the most embarrassing piece of cricket I have ever been involved in. And let me tell you, if you knew me, I've been in many embarrassing things, but that's shocking. And so that's what Greg is referring to. So thank you for reminding me, Greg. I'm still having counselling over that. And I don't think Tim Cross, the bowler, has spoke to me since, to be fair. Thanks. Kato says, well battered, Steph.
Mm-hmm. I liked... that's another nice shot.
That's going to roll away.
Going to go for 4 from Ali.
Yes.
Just held up.
Just. That's 2 now that have
not
been...
getting the value. I have to... so as I was saying before about how Stefan's playing for Estonia as a passport player through his grandmother. And I'd also mentioned that I knew he had that, and I hadn't approached him about playing because he was the high performance director for Hungary. Not really appropriate if you got that position, if you were playing for another country. I'd like to give a thanks and a shout out to Joe Foster, who's been in the chat, as he's the one who told me that Stefan wasn't in that position anymore and to chase him up. And Joe...
so that's gone high.
Deserves some credit.
Going to fall in the middle of the fielders. So it will be 2 more to the total. Moves it on to 130 for 1. So thank you, Joe. That's the point there then.
Yes.
And Dushan is continuing from the Stockholm end. Ali now 27 off 22. Stefan 61 off 43. And 7 more runs are required. And that's dabbed down. That will be 2 at...
Yep, coming back for the 2.
Yeah, it should have always been 2 as it was. So
especially with Ali running to the
yeah, exactly. So Again, the score moves on now to 132 for
This has been a
1.
65-run partnership. These two have worked really, really well together. Ali really likes playing those little guides just either side of the gully. Pushes this one to square leg, but it won't be a run.
So end of the 16th over, 132 for 1. 5 more needed from 24 balls. So I think at the moment, you never know, but at the moment it's looking pretty safe that Estonia will win this first of 2 games here today at the Estonian National Cricket and Rugby Ground at Tiskre, just outside Tallinn. And thanks for everybody for joining in this game so far, and look forward to you to joining us for the second game, which starts 3:30, 3:30 Estonian time. Yep. So the next one, well battered Steph from Kato, but there's a guy here called Vinny Sandu.
That's
Mr. Maximo.
Someone must have told him that you were. You called him the most annoying commentator.
No. Let me rephrase that, because what he says is, lurking from Switzerland, nice job on the commentary, guys, and well done to Steph on his first 50 for Estonia. I agree to all those things, my friend. Very good. I never said he was a bad commentator. I said the most annoying thing is Maximo. That's what I said.
Well, stop doing it then.
Well, I'm just highlighting how annoying it becomes. 2 more, so let me clarify that. I never once, I actually quite like his commenting. It's the Maximo bit that's annoying for me personally, but the world is made up of many different opinions.
I only take issue into the sense that there is no maximum amount of runs you can get from a shot.
Oh, he's probably given his wicket away, and he has. Oh dear, Stefan.
He was getting so close to carrying his bat.
He's lobbed that to mid-off. No.
Mid-on.
Bloody
lefties.
Yeah, exactly. He's threw me out altogether there. So, unfortunately, Stefan departs for a beautifully watched 63 off 44 balls and won't get to carry his bat through in this game.
But he's done the job for his team.
Definitely.
He's had a fantastic debut. Abhishek, the fielder for Iceland, who took the gift, giving his bowler Pradaf a wicket. So
James Stewart. Do you know James Stewart? He says,
Tada Vinny.
Yeah, Tada Vinny. So, hello, Vinny.
63 from 45 for Steph, 7 fours, 1 6, a strike rate of 140. Fantastic job.
Beautiful innings. Very pleasing on the eye also. So and GB says, in answer to your question, Terry, lol, Binger, so
yes.
For those who don't know, that's Brett Lee, will never forget Blackjack with Kev. He's got a point, because I won the Blackjack tournament.
So what it means is that Binger will go on that bloody...
But he'll never forget me, right?
That
good or
bloody
bad?
Pommy who looks like a radioactive tomato beat me at Blackjack.
But he'll be talking about me. That's all I said. All I said was they will be talking about me. It could be good, it could be bad.
Here comes the bowler.
Anyway, sorry, back to the game. And he's looped that up and that's gone. That's 2 in 2.
It's Habib Khan.
Habib has just pointed that straight in. And I told you, you never know what could happen. I still think Estonia are the favourites. But first ball, and he's plinked that.
Habib's come out looking for glory to hit the winning runs off his first ball, and he's not been able to do it. Instead, it's a golden duck.
2 in 2, we're on a hat-trick. And how good would that be? How good would that be, an hat-trick?
The thing as well is that Habib's not playing in the second game. He's got work that he just can't get out of. He was always going out, and that's... Normally, he wouldn't have come in then. I would have suggested that Zishan, who is now coming in, would have come in ahead, but Habib got put into that place because he's not playing the second game due to a work commitment. Well,
due to his playing commitment, due to his playing ability, he won't be in the next game. Only joking. But anyway, it is what it is. He's gone. So what's more exciting now is the chance for Prabhath to get a international, not ICC recognised, but in an international game, a hat-trick.
Yes.
Put that on your CV, my friend.
Indeed.
Come on.
That would be absolutely fantastic for Iceland, that even if they're going to lose this match, to have something like that in the first game gives you something to look forward to, something to work on further for the second match to come back with.
Well, so Rian is saying, well played Estonia, but Iceland has a lot to do to come back into the second game. But it gives them something, doesn't it? Gives them something to go into. They haven't got a drubbing. They're going to get 3-4 wickets. They've hang on in there, you know. So I think
they would have gotten, I'd say, about 15 more runs if the conditions had been exactly the same.
Has he got his hat trick?
No, he has not.
But
Zishan just pushes that one. I love the fact that Iceland got the field in. I would have liked to have seen a slip.
Yeah, I would. I'd have had them all in there.
I would have left him a big gap. Come on, dance down the wicket, try to hit a 6 to get glory.
So, good line again, good length, played off his pads. So it's a good over so far from Prabanth with 1 ball to go.
Yeah, Zishan's just going, my job here is just to block this out, let Ali get the strike for the next over, get him to win the game.
Exactly. Shauna says, oh no, Steph getting out, but well battered, Steph. And she also says, hi, Vinny.
So Prabhath has 2 for 27 from his 4 overs, and that will, at this point, put him as the leading bowler for Iceland. A good effort, economy of 6.75. And 13 dot balls he bowled, so he frustrated the Estonian batters far more than any other of his teammates. The next best with dot balls was 7, and that's from Lakmal, who have figures of 1 for 35 from his 4. So the headband is back.
Yep, so the opening bowler is back, but at a different end. He's now coming from the Stockholm end.
You might have thought that you won't see a headband bowler anymore now that Stuart Broad has retired. But instead, we've got Abhishek from Iceland. It's taken up the mantle.
That'd be interesting. Who has bowlers? Something to think about for the next game. I remember Dennis Lilly had a headband. Stuart Broad obviously had a headband. But you don't see that many, do you?
No. And Lilly didn't even wear it for the entire...
No, towards the end. But neither did Broad. Broad was towards the end.
Yeah. But the end got very long, so he did wear it for a substantial amount of time.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
Headband wearing fast bowlers. Have a think. Look forward to the answers at 3:30 onwards in the second game this afternoon. Abhishek is in, bowls, that's wide.
Ali goes really fishing.
He nearly fell over there going that far for it, but... one more to the total brings the required runs now down to 2. And
players, as a coach, you tell players, if play close to the body, you got to play close to the body. And they go, why, coach? And it's like, well, if you're reaching out, you lose balance.
You're going to fall over. Exactly.
Ali just demonstrated it perfectly.
So Abhishek in, bowls
in the air.
That's gone over the top. That's definitely 1. Will they come back for the second that's required? They will. And Estonia
do it in a canter, and that should be
win by 7 wickets here, game 1 this morning. But I tell you what, that's been a really interesting game. As I say, another 15, 20 runs. That again with the soft outfield, the wet outfield this morning would have been quite achievable if it had been a drier. So I think we're on for a good second game. Stefan obviously player of the match, selected there, so that's good for Stefan. Well done, congratulations for his 63, 7 fours, 1 6, and a strike rate of 140. So Estonia win round 1 by 7 wickets against Iceland, and we will now be going for a little bit of lunch and look forward to 3:30 Estonian time this afternoon, and we will be back for game 2.
Indeed we will. And we may either leave this stream just up and change over the scorecard or create a new one. I'll get Dave Robson, who...
somebody far more technical than I.
As far as I'm aware, is not playing in the second game, and he'll put his technician hat on and look after that side of things.
So what, not keep this... Do you have to go back into YouTube and open a second link then, a second streaming link?
We'll see what Dave wants to do.
Okay.
But either way, it will either be this live link continuing with saying Estonia won by 7 wickets until we swap the scorecards, or we will create a new one.
And just before we go, final comment, James Stewart says, congratulations to Esti, and fantastic to have Iceland here. And I would say, here. We all agree to that, and thank you very much for watching and listening, and we look forward to seeing as many of you as possible at 3:30. Thanks for now.
Goodbye. Welcome back to Tiskre, the home of the Estonian cricket and rugby, where we will shortly be getting underway in the second friendly match between Estonia and Iceland. Meanwhile, happening over on the rugby pitch next to us, there is some rugby sevens going on, both men's and women's, which is part of the reason why you can see the packed car park in the background on our stream. And the news from the toss is that Estonia have won the toss and elected to bat first after the successful run chase this morning in the first game. If you missed that, Estonia won by 7 wickets. With a man of the match performance from debutant Stefan Gooch. A fantastic innings with the bat. So we're expecting to see umpires heading out onto the field about now. Umpires for the second match will be Owen Feely and Kush Brambart. The third umpire will be Ravi Kiran, as I just see a try being scored in the rugby sevens. It's a men's match going on at the moment. So the Iceland players have entered the field, the umpires have entered the field. Now we're just awaiting the opening batters for Estonia. Both teams have made a few changes just to give everyone a go. We'll run through those changes with you in a moment. Conditions are still very good here. A little less sun, just lots of white fluffy clouds, not the ominous grey ones we've had to put up with for most of the last 2 weeks here in Estonia. Breeze has died down a bit. It's very gentle for Tiskre. So Iceland seem to be having a little bit of a debate as to which end they're going to begin with. Now it looks like there's a gesture indicating they're going to start from the Stockholm end. And opening the batting for Estonia will be the captain, Aslan Amjad, and man of the match from the first game, Stefan Gooch. Did a fantastic job for their side opening the batting in the first game. They'll be looking to build on that. They had a good opening partnership. And Estonia will be looking to put on a massive target here. Try to bat Iceland out of the game. At Iceland, they're going to pick up some wickets, break this opening partnership early, and see if they can put some pressure on the Estonian batting team. Joined in commentary once again by Kev Pattenden.
Good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon to you all, wherever you are in the world, listening and watching this live stream.
Did you enjoy your lunch?
I did, actually. I did. It was devil's chicken with some rice and vegetables. It was very tasty.
Yeah.
Just washed down with a very nice pastry at the end there.
Huge
So,
thanks to Kamuda Restaurant, Sri Lankan restaurant here in Tallinn, who provided us with the lunches for all the players, match officials, commentators, support staff. Everyone well fed, well happy, and
mass catering's never easy, but that was very tasty, very nice.
indeed, also done very late minute as we had other arrangements that fell through, shall we say.
Even more credit to them then for that. That was beautiful. So looking forward to part 2 here following this morning's match. It's a good game. I would think Estonia will be looking to put a score on the board here.
Indeed, that is the plan.
How's that not bowled him first ball? A really good ball, first ball. It's gone through. Missed everything. The bat, the stumps, and the keeper.
Yeah, Iceland starting off with a bit of spin in the power play and not nearly getting a huge breakthrough. David Cook, the bowler.
His mum's watching, by the way. Did you know? Yeah.
Yeah. I do recall.
Yeah. Lots of mums watching today.
Iceland making some adjustments now with the left-hander.
Oh, that's
on
come
strike.
off the bat. It's given it off the bat. That's what it was about.
Yeah, it was given off the bat.
Oh.
But so I've just watched the replay back, and that first ball went straight through Arslan's legs.
Yeah. That's why I was surprised.
How he got any bat on it, I don't understand. Yeah, I just wanted to check again exactly of like where did that actually go?
I was surprised it wasn't a wicket with the very first ball of this match, but there we go. It wasn't. 1 to Arslan, off and running. Andres Berget says, good luck, Estonia. So welcome, Andres. Dave Cook to continue. Very probing line he's bowling here, with a nice bit of flight. Which is good to see. So the penultimate ball of the over. Stefan
but
pushes it out.
Safe.
Yeah, 1 more to the total. So there's a few changes being made. Did I hear you say, Terry? Do we know what they are?
They
at
have
all,
indeed. So into the team for Estonia comes Ben Jones, who was on 12th man duties in the previous match. Also into the side comes Kala Vislapu, Richard Parkham, and Rifak Khan. And they have replaced Ali and Bilal Masood, Habib Khan, and Pranay Giwala is now fulfilling the 12th
man duties.
Very
good.
So we'll expect to see Colour opening the bowling.
So Stefan tracks down, pushes it out.
It's just going to pull up in front of the boundary. So amble through for 2.
2 more to the total. End of the first over. Runner ball 6.
So, yeah, I've got Pranay and Habib, 2 of the frontline bowlers, out. Ali and Bilal, who are often batting at 3 and 4, both out. But this means opportunities for others to step up and claim a position in the starting 11. The next matches that the men's national team will feature in are actually T20Is. Most people will be very familiar with the fact that the Estonian men's team will be going to Spain at the start of October for the ECC. They're in Group C. But in actual fact, they'll be playing 2 T20Is against Gibraltar a couple of days earlier.
So, Lakmal in from the Kiev end, a little short. Arslan's picked it up, but there's a guy out there. They should come back for a comfortable 2, which they do.
So, yeah, they've got 2 games against Gibraltar series, which will be on the 29th of September, and then the ECC, which is on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th of October, and it's selection into those places for those 2 events, because the same squad will play in both.
Yeah. So Lackmell in for his second ball, dabbed to the offside, no run, straight to the fielder.
And those 2 T20Is against Gibraltar, the only T20Is that the men's team will play this year.
Fully affiliated ICC.
Oh, he's giving it a wide. They all went up for a nick. They were sure. It looked way more than just the type of appeal you get from a keeper hoping to try to dissuade the umpire from giving a wide.
Well, there's quite a few went up, to be fair.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. It wasn't just one of those keeper attempts at tricking.
Beats him outside the off stump.
Yeah, Lackmell causing problems for Arslan here, either side of the stumps. Will we see the third one on them?
Yeah. Tell you what, if you don't know what you're doing, bowler, the batter's got no chance. Bit of all sorts. Come on then, Bertie Bassett. Where's he going with this one? That is straight. But picked up off the legs. Pushed for a single. Good backing up there.
Yeah, is that young Sebastian?
It is.
Yep.
It is.
He might have 21 on his back, but he's only 20.
He is. He's ready for his next birthday. He's decided to have a shirt ready for his next birthday. So Lackmell just checking. He's now up to the stumps. Bowls. And that's again gone down leg side. That's a wide. Oh, there's a huge run out chance here. Oh.
Stefan seems to be indicating he didn't hear a call from Arslan at all. He's apologising, but he's saying, like, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear anything. As the ball's gone behind Stefan, and he knows that there's a fielder back there, he wouldn't have been just automatically going if he didn't hear a call.
So it's the non-striker's call, isn't it, in that position? But
and I kind of get the impression that Arslan's he's seen there's a run and he's just gone, and it's not till he's got down the other end he's realised...
Run, 1. Yes, whatever. But so that's cool.
Stefan was in 2 minds. He wasn't sure, and sent Arslan back. They're lucky that it didn't result in a wicket.
Yeah, could have quite easily been a run out, but they got away with it.
Yeah, I mean, misunderstandings like that are understandable with a brand new opening partnership.
Yeah.
The guys.
Again, the benefit of games like this, though, Terry, helping them get to know each other, understanding each other.
They only met each other on Thursday.
Okay, good.
Spent a good few hours together and enjoyed each other's company.
So 2 overs gone, 11 is the score. Stefan on 4, Arslan also on 4. And continuing from the Stockholm end is David Cook.
Yeah, so far I think this decision by Iceland to open with spin has really worked well for them. As I say that.
But he's looped it over.
Stefan
Don't think it will go. No, just pulled in inside the boundary.
Yeah.
Didn't quite hit it. Oh, there's run up, there's extras.
Yeah,
there's
they're going
buzzers.
for it.
So first ball of this over, it's gone for 3. And the scoreboard is, as I can see, is 1 behind at the minute, but that's again on the legs.
Correction, pulled away there by Arslan, racing towards the boundary, but it stops.
It won't go.
They're a good few metres in front. Bit of tag team fielding out there by the Icelandics. Lee tossing it up, maybe to Prabov.
2 more to the total.
Yeah. So, as you know, David Cook has come into this side for Iceland, and I think Mohammed Navash Khan has also come in. I don't think he played the first game.
Good lengths, but nothing doing there.
And the two who are sitting out are Jagadesh and Abhishek. So Abhishek had the
headband.
The headband.
Yeah.
Yes, bringing us back to our question
Yeah,
about
exactly.
headband
Oh,
bowlers.
he's picked that up. I think that could quite easily
That's 6, I
gone
think.
all the way.
Yep.
Is he still on the floor? Has he hurt
Yeah.
himself? No, he's
Well,
up.
he just
He's up.
hit it with so much oomph. He knocked himself
Off
onto
own
his butt.
feet. Yeah. So the question was, in the previous game, we were trying to work out how many international bowlers that we know of bowled with a headband, because Abhishek did bowl with a headband, and we got Stuart Broad and we got Dennis Lilly, but we couldn't think of any others. So the question was, does anybody know? And that's got the same treatment, I'm afraid, but we'll be 4 this time. A bit squarer, so played it a bit later, but a little bit short from David Cook there, and on those last 2 balls, which allowed Arslan the time to swivel and dispatch them for a 6 and a 4 consecutive balls.
The spin is not working for Iceland anymore. I think
you put the mockers on it, because before the second over he'd done well, but now he's gone for 13 off the first 3 balls.
I think it's a little bit more that the batters have gotten used to what these guys are doing with the ball.
So that could fall short. So the end of the 3rd over, 26 for none.
I do think it is the type of thing of throwing the one over, and the batters, David Cook gives it a lot of flight, and so for the first over, the batters are being quite wary. Got to see what's this going to do off the carpet, and this type of carpet, you can get turned from it. It is now starting to get a few years old, so maybe not quite as much of what it did. So you might be a little bit circumspect. You might be a little bit more respectful, but
I think given the guy didn't bowl in the first innings, you've got to have a look, haven't you? I mean, what self-respecting batsman is...
but after an over and a half of it...
Yeah, you've got an idea. So short and wide, fired down the leg side. They've come for 1. They're not going to push for 2, but a wide is given. So, bowlers with headbands. James Stewart says, Sir Richard Hadley, question mark?
Yeah, see, I was thinking that, but every time I pictured it, I was like, am I just thinking of Dennis Lilly? Because a big appeal, but that was down leg. They were very much similar in the shaggy hair, mustache, Hadley and Lilly.
Okay.
I'm not saying they looked exactly the same. They just had a similar look for certain periods. But I really do feel like I do remember Hadley with his headband
so
on.
Lakmal again, fired it again down the leg side. So another wide. So it's been wide, leg by wide. First 3 balls of Lakmal's second over.
Yeah, I've got a picture of Richard Hadley in the old New Zealand brown one-day kit in the Benson and Hedges series in Australia.
Bowled him!
So Stefan Gooch departs for 7.
So a very pleasing 60-plus in the first game, but they've got him early in the second game. And Lakmal has made the breakthrough. Stefan has gone for
7.
And Iceland will be happy with that, to see the back of Stefan to 30 for 1 into the 4th over.
Indeed they will. Big wicket there for Iceland. They'll be very, very happy about that. And coming to the crease for Estonia shall be Zishan Ali. Very, very explosive batter, big hitter. We didn't see much from Zishan in the first game. He just blocked out 3 balls to give Ali Masood the strike to win the game. But Zishan is a boundary machine.
Let's see if he can replicate that then here. So, Kriketova?
Kricketová Akademia Česká republika.
That's the very fella, says, or association, says, afternoon
as he's better
all.
known, Chris.
Chris, afternoon all. Flippers on, question mark. I thought the competition was cancelled, or is this just bilateral stroke friendly?
Yeah, just friendlies. The ground 2 is waterlogged. Ground 1 is okay. We had an inspection this morning, and all good to play. As we've had sunshine and nice breeze all day, ground 1 has dried out, and it's now in a very good state.
A better state.
Yeah. So because we only had the one ground, we couldn't continue with the Baltic Cup. And Latvia and Lithuania weren't here yet, so we just decided to play 2 friendly matches today against Iceland. There won't be any matches tomorrow. It's just the 2 games today.
So Lakmal in, bowls.
Oh, big
hip.
appeal.
It's too high, one would think, from here, but as I say, please, just to reiterate, we're not directly in line, so really it's irrelevant what we think, as the umpire decision will be final.
Yeah, it's not like he's bowling with any pace, so maybe it could come down, but the umpire said
we can't see where the bat stood or all the lines and lengths, so
very attacking field here from Iceland. Maybe they don't realise that Zishan can hit boundaries. Maybe they think that he's just a blocker, as they saw him block 3 balls. They've got a close point. They've got a gully. They've got a square leg and a mid-wicket, all moving into catching positions. The inner ring is very crowded at this juncture. But I think a couple of boundaries from Zishan and they'll all spread.
But I think putting the pressure on early doors, first 2 or 3 balls, I think I don't have a problem with that. If Lakmal can bowl in the right places, and he seems to have done that, finishing the over with a dot ball. So I think he started with a wide, a leg by a wide, and then wicket, ... So brings an end to the 4th over, 30 for 1. Zishan yet to get off the mark off his 3 balls, and Arslan is on 16 off 11. So you've answered the friendly one. So James Stewart says, "Oh, Gucci, why?" Maybe he just wanted to give somebody else a bat. Who knows? You will have to ask him. Only he will know why.
The answer is that he just didn't pick up
the flight, maybe?
The flight of the ball, the line, the length, and got undone. So we have a change of bowling from the Stockholm end. Dushan Badal is coming on.
Leg side, so would be
Bandara.
a wide.
Apologies, Bandara.
First ball. Often the case here at Tiskre, seeing a extra given on the first ball of a spell. Not sure if it's just getting used to the facilities or a loosener, but there shouldn't be such a thing as a loosener. That's a better line and length, but it's
well driven.
Played. It's gone behind point.
It's going to pull up 3 metres inside the boundary.
They're coming back for 3. Zishan is a bit of a whippet.
Oh, he is.
So 3 there to Arslan, moves the score on to 34.
Yeah, Zishan very quick between the wickets. Dushan, of course, in the first game, he bowled 3 overs, none for 28. As he comes in once more. This is pushed to the point fielder.
Good pickup.
They've still got these 2 tight rings either side of the pitch for Zishan. Gully point, cover, mid-off, then mid-on, mid-wicket, and there's now a man backward of square.
So Chris is asking, for those of us who turned in late, what happened in game 1?
Estonia won by 7 wickets.
Yeah, so Joe says Estonia won by 8, but it was 7 wickets. Chris says the scores, and then he says hi to Joe. So the scores were 136. Played 137 for 3 with Stefan Gooch getting a very pleasurable on the I-60 runs. Very pleasurable to watch.
63 runs from 45 deliveries in the first game. So in total today he scored 70 for Estonia and his first appearances for the country.
Dushan continuing. Good line, good length. Zishan just having a look. Sensible play at this moment in time. We've talked about it before, but keeping wickets in hand in the power play is vitally important. I think statistics will tell you that if you lose 2 or 3 wickets or more in the power play, you're very unlikely to go on and win the game. So keeping wickets in hand is vitally important. They're going to push for 1, but they don't. They changed their mind. There was a misfield. They probably could have in the end, but you can't rely on a misfield to take a run. So wise choice. So the end of the 5th over, 34 for 1. And a good over from Dushan.
Talked about how explosive a batter Zishan can be, but so far he's not demonstrating that. Yeah, he's looking like he's got a poster of Jeffrey Boycott up on his wall.
Hey, sir, no wrong with our Jeffrey. Is there now in my day on uncovered pictures?
Yeah.
Sir Jeffrey, I think, isn't it? In Yorkshire, it definitely is Sir Jeffrey, or in his mind, it's definitely Sir Jeffrey.
I'm sure it is. But the man was more like a protester. It was more like he was having a sit-in on a pitch rather than trying to score runs.
But you got first ball there. Sorry, from Lackmell on this over was wide. Again, so this time he's in. Outside the off stump. I think Arslan angled his bat a little bit there, but if there'd have been a slip, that would have been straight in. But so it isn't. There wasn't. So it's a run. And yes, in the modern day, maybe Sir Geoffrey was a little slow, but...
a little slow?
but surely... Oh, you probably will.
I've seen snails faster.
So Lackmell is in. Zishan is down the wicket. He's had a look now, and that will run away for 4.
Yep, he's finally living up to what I was saying about him, and to really give you a picture of what he does in the men's T20 league, which was completed a few weeks ago, from 8 innings, 233 runs, a high of 64, 4 not outs, average of 58.25, strike rate 133.14. 24s, 3 sixes.
That's a beautiful shot.
That's
That's
so
4.
straight.
That's 4 more. Don't chase that, Mr. Fielder. All you've got to do is worry about getting that back from the logs. But beautiful straight drive from Zishan. So, look, we were mocking the 0 from 9, but now that's 8 from
He got 11, his eye in.
Yeah, exactly. Good cricket, Zishan.
I warned you all. I told you.
But he could easily get out the next ball, but for anybody, batting, you don't have to come and knock it from ball 1 over the boundary. And now he's placed that one, and that's going to not be 4. That will pull up. He's looking for 3, and he's going to get 3. That's good running from Zishan. So not only can he hit boundaries, but he's also very quick between the wickets. So now already on 11 off 12. So, but I was going to say about Sir Geoffrey that yes, he may be a little slow, but good cricketer. If you look at his stats,
you couldn't even
horses for courses, Terry, in the form of cricket.
That's a nice shot from Arslan, but there is a fielder out there, so they're just going to pick up the one. You couldn't even use the term pedestrian to describe Jeffrey Boycott's scoring pace. It would be more like broken down mobility scooter.
But I like it. I've never heard that analogy before, but I like it. But his stats stack up. 100 hundreds.
Yeah, he could play the shots.
Now that's
over the fielder.
It's just going to fall over the fielder.
Yeah.
There's one. I don't think Arslan will come back for another. No, sends him back. That's wise choice.
Zishan only had the toe of the bat on that, but it was over the infield, so he was okay. I'll tell you what, if he had milled it, it would have gone.
So the end of the power play. 6 overs is the power play in T20 cricket. 49 for 1, Arslan 21 off 14, and Zishan now moving nicely 12 off 13. Projected score currently of 163.
It's funny how cultures and perspectives change just in, say, 50 years. That you now have English cricket fans complaining that Australian batters going at a strike rate of 50 is too slow.
Now, but the current, like you say, it's changed,
that's
doesn't
what I'm
it?
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's funny how things change.
Yes.
In 50 years.
I agree, definitely. And I think that's how the game has moved on. You know, as you know, I went to watch some of that Ashes cricket over in the UK recently, and it's just a different, it's re-energised Test cricket, you know, in that format. Yeah. And I'm not saying they didn't make mistakes as cricketers playing that, but it's much more pleasurable to watch. But we go back to the boy. With nobody.
He's gone.
He hasn't. He has.
Yeah.
He's given him.
Yeah.
So the only unhappy person out there looks like Zishan, but he would be as the batsman. But everybody around the bat went up. And so the big hit in Zishan has gone just when he was getting into his stride. Not sure he's convinced, but as I say, you never are convinced as a batter. I don't know if this is an Irish streaker coming on to shot.
No,
but, it's the opening bowler with the Abhishek. Yeah. Still getting his headband in the imagery. Good man.
He knows the fans want to see the headband.
The fans want to see the headband, and sponsors have said you must get it on screen. So here he is. But yeah, so Zishan has gone, which is a big wicket for Iceland. Iceland doing well here in this opening part of this second game here. 49 for 2, which does bring into the very pleasurable on the eye Ben Jones.
Yeah, Ben Jones, who in the Estonian Men's T20 League plays for the Tallinn Hippos. This season, 5 innings, 175 runs, high score of 60, average of 58.33, strike rate 122.38.
Yeah, I think it was.
Now, he's not a man I'm expecting to see sixes from. He only hit 1 6 this season, but 14 fours he hit.
Yeah, he's very pleasing on the eye. Plays very technically correct, and as you know, the 40 over. League start a week today, and I think he's looking forward to that. He's not an out-and-out T20 basher, but he's a very good, technically correct cricketer. So look forward to seeing what he can bring here.
So
but
Dushan comes in again. Oh, he's copped that in the helmet. Yeah, he's a little bit of a shake of the head. Possibly at the top edge into the helmet. Yeah, the umpire's just having a word, checking he's okay.
What do you think he's saying? Use your bat, man.
And he just came up and said, "What's your name?"
And he said, "Jeffrey Boycott."
He said, "What do you mean, Owen? You don't know? You don't recognise me?"
Yeah, you don't know who I am. Yeah, you know who I am. No, it's protocol. So Richard is saying, Chris, is saying, Terry, how do you think the Icelanders compare to the teams that used to visit for the Pepsi Cup?
Yeah, so as I was saying in the first game, I saw them quite a few times.
Shot, that's over the top.
Yeah.
That will potentially roll away.
It's going to pull up. It's
Oh,
pulled up just inside. A month ago, that was 4 runs, but Ben and Arslan have run 3. It's a good job. That's the type of thing that Ben Jones does. In the earlier this season, he made a real concerted effort in the T20 League to be not trying to change his game, but just try to up his strike rate. And the high number of 4s that he hits and getting a strike rate of 122 is what has got him selected into the national team. He's a guy who, if he's out there with a set batsman like Arslan, who's now on 21 from 14, he will see the gap and I'll just push one off this. I'll get the one, make sure I'll get
clever cricket. Clever
on strike. Umpires are just having a chat with Arslan. 12th.
He's got to have a helmet.
Yeah, he's not got his helmet on for the pace bowler.
So Pepsi Cup.
I'll get back to the Pepsi Cup. If anyone is wondering, Arslan is required to wear a helmet because there's a pace bowler on. We are using the ICC T20I playing conditions for these matches, and ever since the 1st of June, those conditions require that a batter must wear a helmet to a pace bowler. We also play that with those rules in the domestic competition here. So Arslan should have known but technically the umpires didn't have to force him to put a helmet on until he was on face to do so. So the Pepsi Cup is a T20 competition, international club competition that was started in Prague quite a few years ago. I'm going to want to say maybe 9 years ago. Chris might be able to correct me. Chris was one of the organisers. Started by former president of the Českomoravský kriketový svaz, the Czech Cricket Union, Czech Cricket Association, Karel Ziegler, and had clubs from all over the world participated, from India, the USA, Iceland. Dushan Short, whipped away by Arslan.
Hold that, but there's a guy out boundary riding now, so I think there should just be the two. So yeah, pulled away, boundary rider out there, so just kept it 2-2.
Yeah, clubs from like Bahrain, England, a few other European countries, visiting different years, and there's about 3/4 of this squad here from Iceland who had been to Prague for the Pepsi Cup in the past. The Bandara brothers, Lee Nelson, were all there. Derek.
Okay, yeah, Deadly Derek.
Dangerous
Derek, yeah.
So to answer Chris's question, I would say that this Iceland team is a bit stronger.
Okay, so they've moved on as an association for better growth?
I think they've
recruited
improved.
better?
Yeah,
or?
well, there's a lot more clubs there now.
Okay, good.
So I think back at that point in time there was only 2 clubs. Now I believe it's up to 5.
Good. Progressive growth, that's good.
Yeah.
Sorry,
and young Sebastian, the 20-year-old, is a really good indicator of that.
Sebastian?
Yeah. The young guy.
Yeah, Sebastian.
You saw, he looked like he definitely had a bit about him.
Yeah, definitely.
So there's a good future there for Iceland.
So change of bowling, Prabath on from the Kiev end. Ben just tickles one off his legs.
And I mentioned before, everyone here enjoyed their lunch from the Kalmuda restaurant. And Prabhav, one of the Sri Lankan of origin members of the Iceland squad, immediately asked me for information about the restaurant because the guys want to go and check it out and have some more Sri Lankan food.
Perfect. Very good. So Arslan, potentially a run out, but Fielder got himself in a little bit of a pickle and ended up not picking the ball up. But good running. Again, if you can't hit the boundaries, look to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Arslan moving on to 24 from 17. Ben 4 from 4.
I wouldn't say this Iceland team's massively better, but they're better. They're a bit better in every aspect.
Better organised or better?
They're tighter in the field.
Yeah.
There's a bit more variation within the bowling. It looked like some good depth with the batting. Benny Jones going for the lofted cover drive and missing it.
So dot ball. It's good over so far from Prabhath. Dot 1-1 dot. Let's see what he can do here for the last couple of balls of the over. Again, good line, good length. Ben can do nothing but prod that out. Prabhath now would want to finish this over without a boundary, and will be a very successful over. So here he comes. Last ball is short, but Ben's missed out, but it is a wide. So he will get another chance. 57 for 2, final ball of the 8th over. It's looping. Ooh. Ben's picked that. There's nobody out there. The rider's come in.
And that's 4.
That's gone between the two that were dispatched, that were placed in the deep, but not at that particular position. So, as I say, that wide has become expensive because up until then it was a really good over. But 4, 5, 7 from the over. In the end, takes Ben on to 8 from 7. Arslan still on 24 from 17. And Estonia move on to 61 for 2.
It was a very good effort in the field to try to cut it off. but just falling a little bit short. It was a big diving effort to try to reach to it.
So, hello, good afternoon again, Kato Harris. Good that you are back. Mr. Stato, for me, well done, thank you. He's saying the other sign of growth is that Iceland have changed from a recruiter team to a selector team. For the Pepsi Cup, the squad was only 14 who could play to go. Now the ICA plays and selects the squad. So that's a huge improvement.
Yep.
Huge improvement. And Chris says, awesome. And I would agree, it is awesome. That's a better model for growth.
It's always the real indicator. Every European cricket country has gone through that.
That's short, that's picked up by Arslan, and that's one bounce for.
Yeah. Nice shot, Arslan.
It's a new bowler, from the stock end, Mohammed, and his first ball was short and has been dispatched for 4.
I remember in the Czech Republic when we made that same transition, and Estonia has just made that transition. It's a huge difference where
the selection thing rather than hey, you're playing because that's all we've got.
Yeah, these are the only people who can go.
Yeah, so you're going. Yeah,
because these are the only people who can get time off work. These are the only people who can afford, because players have to pay
their way basically
to going. Some might be 100%, 70%, 50%, whatever it might be.
Arslan's gone again. It's not going to carry, but it's one bounce to the fielder. It's returned, and one more to Arslan, one more to the total. So it's a much stronger position if you can select players rather than players just be available and that's who goes.
You're literally sitting there and having to say so the men's squad's got a training squad of 20, and for when we go to Gibraltar in Spain, there's only 13 who are able to go. So there's 7 guys where you've got to go, sorry,
you're not coming.
Not this time.
We pick the 13 we think will win this competition or this tournament or this game or whatever the case may be. And out of that 20, you just want to be performing to be one of that 13. That has to make you a stronger nation if that's the format. So Ben chips one out. It will be just the 2. So 2 more to Ben. Moves the score on to 68 for 2. And the 9th over. So Greg says, the Icelandic team stay at a hotel while in Estonia, or do they travel over just for the day?
No, they arrived here very late Thursday night. They're staying at the park in Radisson.
Oh, this could be close. He's
I think he's gone,
I think Arslan thought he would be running to the danger end there, so took that on, and the guy had a good arm, and Ben's gone. Ben Jones has been run out for 10.
And Arslan also looks like he's injured himself in attempting that 3 runs. He's gone down onto the ground. He's clutching at his right thigh. At first, with his body language looked dejected before he'd gotten down onto the ground already, and I was like, "Oh, is he like? Oh God, I've run him out." That was awful. But then he, once he was on the ground and clutching at his leg, it was very obvious that he's not feeling 100%.
First aid man there now.
Yeah, Pranay, the 12th man, has come out and he's
giving him a massage.
He is. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it was that easy. I've got a bit of a shoulder problem. It's just my neck. Can you come and just give me a 2-minute massage?
It only applies to the players.
Okay.
So the new batter will be Stu Hook,
the holder of an ICC record. No, an ICC World Cup qualifying record with
4th highest.
4th highest partner. No, 4th highest partnership for second wicket down or something in Finland last. Did they put on 100 and
I know what you're talking about. I just couldn't remember which wicket it's for.
120 something they put on.
It's a shame that the Estonian women's team games against Finland the other week weren't ICC matches, because the 3rd wicket.
So his first ball was a full toss, which has been dispatched, but there's a fielder set there, and it will just be 1 to the total.
Yeah, the bowler should learn very quickly that if you put it there, hooky will hook it.
So short and wide, you'll be dispatched, and continue putting it there, you'll be dispatched.
If the women's matches against Finland a couple of weeks ago had been ICC, I'm pretty sure the 136 unbeaten third wicket partnership would have been a record. Fantastic effort by Lisa Bowering and Lena Surmas.
It was very pleasing to watch.
I know Lena was watching the first game and she's missing the second as she's flying off somewhere. She's a commercial pilot. Probably off to Riga, that's where she usually off to. But,
so yeah, they got the return fixtures, 26th and 27th of August, is it? The ladies back over to Finland playing.
Yes, and in addition to playing against Finland twice, we'll be playing their first T20I against Norway.
Nice. In here in Tallinn?
No, in Finland.
At the same time?
Yeah. Well,
perfect.
that'll be the first match, is the T20I against Norway Saturday morning, then a game against Finland Saturday afternoon, and a game against Finland Sunday morning.
And then come home. So he's pulled that. That could run now.
No, there's
the
a man
guys,
there.
swoop round. So just the one more to Stewart.
Stu Hook's had a gonna have a it's a slow bowler at the moment. That's why he hasn't got the helmet on.
Okay. And has Arslan changed as well? No, he's got his helmet on. Yeah. Now that's gone high, but I don't think the guy will get round. But I thought that earlier when he took an absolutely blinding catch. So
he actually ran past it.
He did. His legs were too fast for his body there. But 2 more to the total. 2 more to Arslan. Moves the score on. Prabanth is continuing from the Kiev end here. Sorry. And yes, responses, they're staying in Tallinn, as Terry said. Good piece of fielding, good decision not to run. Mm-hmm. Picked it up, swooped cleanly.
Stu's gesturing towards Arslan indicate it looks like he didn't get a call.
And that was the confusion early doors. He didn't get run out, but that was the communicative issues seemed to have been the problem there. So he's reached that, but it's straight again to the fielder. Yeah, there's a man in close in the cover. Mid-wicket there. So Prabhath, again, a good solid over for the first 4 balls, but this happened in his first over. Then he bowled a wide, and the next delivery went for a 4. So that's Arslan played that straight. That will
just going to make. No, it is so close.
That is right in front of our window, and I don't know. You couldn't have got a sweet in between the boundary rope and the ball there. So just the 2 to Arslan. So the end of the 10th over brings the score to 75 for 3. Will they be taking a drinks break?
They will
looks
indeed.
Like they are.
Yeah. Arslan going along very well here, 33 off of his 23 deliveries. Stu Hook's only been there long enough to face 3 balls, 2 from that. Iceland will be very happy with the fact that they've picked up 3 wickets so far in this game, as that was the number of wickets they were only able to get in the first. So, but Estonia will also be quite happy with 75 on the board, and if they're only able to double that, reach 150, and they would certainly feel as though they will be able to defend that. But the field is a little bit quicker than what Iceland had in the first innings of the first match. They were able to get 136 and add 15 to that, which is what I think the slower field in the first game cost them. And that will get you to 151, a winning score. So I do think Estonia needs to get beyond 150 to be able to have any sort of real safety. But they've got Arslan, who's going well out there at the moment. Stu Hook is with him, and Stu Hook has had a pretty good domestic season in the T20. From 6 innings, scored 221 runs, with a highest of 68, 2 not out. Average of 55.25 with a strike rate of 143.51. He hit 4 sixes and 27 fours in all of that. So if he stays out there for any length of time, you would expect him to get to 50. And if the Icelandic bowlers put anything on his body, he is going to smash it towards the boundary. Iceland bowling figures. Dushan is the standout so far from his 2 overs, 1 for 9. And then the other wicket taker being Lucknow Bandara, the captain, with 1 for 23 from his 3 overs. And then it's none from 12, none for 12 for Prabhav from his 2, none for 21 from 2 for David Cook. And Mohammad Nawaz Khan has just bowled the 1 over with 9 runs coming from it. So the players are just about ready. Looks like they're going to be continuing with spin. There's a car with a very dodgy muffler goes revving past us. We've just got the door of the commentary hut open here for a bit of air. And
yeah, that's my fault, the door open. It's gone very muggy in
no, it's
in here.
Fine. Most of the drivers who go past are a little bit more sensible than that idiot. As the bowler's just making a little final adjustment. It will be Mohammad Nawaz Khan continuing from the Stockholm end. He strays down the leg side for a wide. As I said, Stu Hook is going to go after anything down there. He was beaten by a lack of pace that time, I believe. Pushes this one to point. No run. But the thicker outfield may frustrate Stu Hook a little bit. As I said, he likes to play a hook shot. He likes to play a pull shot.
Oh,
He's gone dancing down the wicket and he's been stumped.
He's gone. Flight. I think he was done in the flight there by Mohammed. Nicely looped. Nice ball, and the work done by the keeper. Very quick work.
Indeed.
Big wicket. Another big wicket.
Mohammed throws out the tempter and he got Stu Hook. Hook, line and sinker.
Hook, line and sinker. Very good. So,
yeah,
76 for 4, halfway through. Bit of trouble, Estonia.
Yeah, Shamli, the keeper, who has now got himself a catch and a stumping. He was also part of the run out for Ben Jones. There's only the dismissal of Stefan Gooch he hasn't been part of. He's really involving himself in the game here.
This is a good performance so far by Iceland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
without a doubt.
And whilst Dushan, the quicker of the bowlers, has really stood out. A lot of these slower spin bowls really contributing, and I would actually argue that it's the contrast between the two. Dushan's good pace, and then the batter's having to switch to the slower loopy balls from Mohammed, from David. And you had
good mixture then, and keeping the batsman guessing, which is
exactly.
I think what you said earlier in the first game, wasn't it? You know, don't keep feeding them the same thing because they'll get used to it and dispatch it. If you've got to think every time what's coming here, then it makes it much, much harder.
Absolutely.
So the left-handed Mr. Easygoing Dave Robson.
Yeah, comes out to the crease. He's hits 246 runs in his 7 innings in the T20 domestic league this year.
Did he miss a couple with injury as well? He hasn't played every game, has he?
Yeah, that's why he only had 7 innings, and he just goes big from the start. There's a fielder going back, but it's over his head. It's a 6.
4.
Umpire's signalling 4. How could that have been?
Well, you, my friend, out there in the field that have just proved my point of the no-man land fielding.
Because I assumed he was on the boundary. That's why it
exactly.
has to be 6 when it goes over his head. What is he doing inside the boundary?
I just don't get it. And nobody can convince me any different at the minute. So Dave plays that one, though, all along the floor.
Yeah, I really like what Dave's done there. That's really good T20 batting. 4, followed up by a single. Thanks. You got a boundary. You've got, especially when you've got a batter who's on 33 from 23 at the other end. Push a single, give him a couple to do the same.
Wow, I can't. I'm just trying to. Arslan goes for that one. There is a guy out there, so I think it'll just be the one. Yep. It is fielded in, returned. Looking for buzzers. No, backed up nicely. So the end of the over. Okay, I thought there was one more to come, but clearly not.
Yeah, either the scorers miss on or the umpires have miscalculated because of the first delivery that was a wide.
Yeah, making him bowl his last ball.
They've realised they made a mistake.
I thought that was the case.
That's all right.
So Mohammed to continue to Dave Robson. What will he do? Will he go for the big shot?
I can see that fielder is 2 to 3 yards inside the rope already. He's walking even further. Oh, he's
Dave's
just
out.
chipped that back to the bowler. Oh, God.
So it was a nothing shot.
Exactly.
He didn't do anything there. I don't know if he was in 2 minds or 3 minds, but he's ended up just giving a simple return catch to the bowler.
He's going to wish he did less. Well, either a lot more, or a lot less.
Just dabbed it down.
Straight into the ground. But
I'm afraid that was a nothing shot from Dave. So
a very short cameo from Dave Robson. 5 runs.
82 for 5 with 11 overs completed.
Yeah, the wickets keep tumbling here for Estonia.
Projected score of circa 150, but while the wickets keep tumbling, it just gets harder and harder to post a competitive score. So Rifat Khan now joining the mainstay at the minute, Arslan, who's been there from the ball 1 of this innings. Yeah,
I keep saying that this Estonian team bats deep. Rifat is another guy who, in the domestic season, scored 272 runs this year from 10 innings. His average is only 30, but a strike rate of 182.55. 32 fours and 9 sixes.
Is he predominantly a bowler, or would he be an all-rounder, Rifat?
Rifat's an all-rounder.
Yeah.
But this season he's been smashing boundaries and looking very good doing it. A high score of 53 not out. I would expect him to be basically going exactly the same as what Mr. Robson came out and did.
What, 5 and out? The style
is more of what.
So that's gone down the leg side, given a wide, no or further run taken. Arslan is on strike. So Cato Harris says, Iceland boundary riders have been metres in from the line for years. It's one of the great mysteries of the Icelandic game. It is a mystery to me as well.
It's a mystery of anyone who does it.
Yeah, I just don't get it. So a wide given and a run taken, but I just don't get that.
There are 2 boundary riders off to my right who are. One of them is actually starting from outside the circle. The other one is starting slightly in, and he's definitely going to end up 2 metres in from the boundary, but the point of delivery.
So heads push that down. 1 fielder picks it up, returns it in. So 1 more to the total. Yeah, I mean, is it a coaching thing, Terry? I don't know, because I do see it a lot. I see it a lot in the Premier League here, and is it a knowledgeable thing? I don't get it, but why is it? Why do we see it a lot? Flicked out there by Arslan. Going to come back for a second.
Yeah.
Could be a relay throw again, which it is.
It's not a coaching thing. The coaches are telling him to get on the boundary and stay on the boundary. It's one of those things of fielders who stray from their position, and the guys on the boundary are like, it's almost like the pitch is a magnet drawing them towards
Arslan's picked that up. I think that's going to clear everybody. It is.
Yep.
It's gone for a 6.
Gone a long way.
So Arslan moves. Good job the rugby's finished. The Rugby Sevens tournament's come to an end.
Rugby people who are far closer to that ball than anybody else. Yeah, you just get fielders who just stray and wander, and it's starting to spit. We've got raindrops landing on the windows of our commentary hut.
There might be a small dark cloud above us, but around it looks pretty clear. So even if there is a short delay, it wouldn't be for long. Prabanth continuing. Dot ball. So Jed Pulser. No, sorry. Where have we got to? So Kata, Iceland
nice shot
boundary
from
riders.
Arslan, but he's limping. He's struggling. But he is going to come back for 2.
He is visibly limping now. So pulled something. They're falling like flies here, Terry. International cricket, 2 games in a day, tests you the skill of any man. So Jed Polser says, "Let's go Iceland." He also says Iceland is better than Estonia.
And that's a 6. Well, that will be 50 runs for Arslan Amjad, Estonian captain. Excellent knock. He raises his bat to his teammates over in the dugout.
Mainstay of this innings, I think, and probably needs to remain there, even though he's carrying an injury. Does that mean we'll see more big shots, potentially, and less of the running? But he still can't change his game too much to try and smash everything out the ground.
No.
But
and that over has 20 runs in total. That was absolutely magical for Estonia.
Expensive over. So Iceland is better than Estonia. Lackland says, "Go Estonia." Jed says, "Here we go Iceland, here we go." Clap, clap.
The Icelandic cheer squad has arrived.
Lackland says, "Estonia fans in the stands, if you hear me, clap your hands."
Cut away.
He's
found the gap. All the infield
Will it go?
spreading after it.
No, it's round. Pulled it inside the boundary.
There are a few people watching. Not many with all the rain that we've had. Most was once we announced the Baltic Cup cancelled. Most people not going to risk coming down. There's currently a couple of members of the women's national team over there watching.
Yeah, I've seen 2 or 3 of them down. I think Marit's down, and Natalia just arrived. Surly's obviously sat in the car watching.
Yeah.
She's,
Victoria was here earlier.
is Victoria here?
Game.
Good,
Yeah,
good.
She was here watching the first game with her parents.
Good. It's good to see the support from the whole squads, whether you're male or female. Always good to see. So dabbed down, but no run. Mohammed continuing from the Stockholm end. He was in 2 minds there, I think, Rifak, but potentially played the right shot in the end. So dot ball. 106 for 5, 2 balls left of the 13th over. It's wide, it's driven. There's 1, they might push for 2. No, maybe Arslan's injury stops him there, but misfield as well. But they just get the 1.
He looks to be moving a little better than he was before. Aslan will be very, very happy with his 50. He's not had the best of seasons domestically, and he's also, he took on the captaincy last year before the World Cup qualifiers, and as is usual with once someone takes on the captaincy, there's always a little bit of a dip in performance. They've now got a whole bunch of other responsibilities on their shoulders, but it's now been that sort of transition period's over. It's good to see him getting runs on the board and leading the way for his team here with the bat. And that's out. Rifak opens the
Another
face of the
catch.
bat, but it's just an edge to gully, and it's well caught. And another wicket falls. Aslan goes down to stretch out.
Another batter
hamstring.
gone. So some quite a few single scores here is contributing to the current state of 107 for 6. Arslan, the only one with a feasible, sustainable score of 50 at this moment in time. And looks slightly injured, a groin strain potentially, or a thigh.
Yeah,
It's like the back of the thigh maybe.
Extra's his second highest scorer for Estonia. At
With
14.
14.
And then it's Zishan with 12.
Ben got 10 or something, but
11.
6. Okay, 6, 5s, 4s, not contributing. Still a sizable number of overs left. 6 overs to go is quite a lot of overs in T20 format. So, but only 4 wickets in hand. Again, the projected score of 163 is very reasonable. But can they survive to see this out? And Lakmal will continue, and the new man is Saeed.
Thanks. Yeah, and he is informing he much prefers to be from his middle name Eftekar, is what he prefers to be called.
Ah, okay. So Lakmal in, bowls on the legs. No, a slight appeal there from two fielders. Not, I would say, in line.
Any position that they should be. Yes. That's, I do think Iceland taking the pace off the ball, I think it's really worked for them. And I mean, I'm still going to say Dushan really stood out the fastest bowler. But
so is it going to come back for 2? Yeah, comfortable in the end.
Lakmal's now picked up 2 wickets. Mohammed picked up 2 wickets.
Cook definitely.
He didn't pick up any wickets.
He didn't get a wicket, but he bowled well with that slower pace opening up. Yeah. That's gone down the leg side. So a wide is called. So if you take away the extras that Iceland are giving Estonia at the minute, that's an even stronger position.
Indeed. There's more appealing going on. I think it's just really excitement. There's hands on heads. They're thinking they could have had something there. You get the feeling now from Iceland that they think they feel like there's wickets coming.
Yeah, they're definitely up for it.
They feel like they could bowl Estonia out here. This is what's cut away. There's a chance. Oh, it's David Cook there with the left hand flying out, attempting to grab it.
Real good effort. Dive. He had to take a dive, but he didn't look like he was too far away. And at the minute it looks like there could be a wickets at any time. So anyway, it's the
end of the 14th.
End of the 14th. 112 for 6. Saeed Eftekar 4 off 5. Arslan still there. 50 off 29, and you would think from here he's going to have to hopefully play the bigger part to get up to a respectable score. And we think, I don't know, as we were saying earlier, maybe a 140, 150 would be a good score. But the rain's getting a little heavier from this cloud behind.
Indeed, and you could also say that Estonia's bowling attack is a little weaker. There's no Pranay and no Habib.
But in comes Kala.
In comes Kala.
Parko.
Yeah, it's different. But Pranay,
it's different, yeah.
Pranay and Habib were two of the standout bowlers in the first game.
Yeah, true. So, change of bowling, I feel, from the... it's Dushan continuing. From the Stockholm end. Arslan just looks a little tentative in a minute.
Dushan just looks like he's shortened his run up a little. Might be because of the wetter field. Arslan smashed that. That's a lovely shot. I think it's landed just inside.
Yeah, I think that's 4 from what I can see.
Umpire's giving that as 4.
I'm just going to open the window. Sorry if you hear a breeze, but I just want to see this cloud behind.
Absolutely gorgeous shot there from Arslan Amjad. Oof. And whatever pain he's feeling from that leg, he's not letting it stop him from scoring boundaries. He may not be running the ones and twos as quick as he was earlier in the innings, but there's a full toss and he's left it alone and it's called wide. It was tempting, but I think with the way it swung away, he was right to leave that. That was very much a ball that if he got bat on it, there was a good chance it would just be an edge. And the fielder lurking at gully probably would have been hungry for it. Dushan comes in again.
Off his hip. Oh, he's taken off all right there. Looks okay, but will they come back for 2? No. Sensible decision. So 1 more to the total. So Neil Rushton says, all cricket washed out in England today, so thank you for the live stream and the commentary. Sorry the Baltic Cup was cancelled, but please the Iceland chaps get to play some international cricket.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Dushan in again, pushed away by Eftikar, straight to the gully fielder. There's a chance. Both batters were out of their crease. Both were looking to try to get a single, but he had guided it straight to the gully fielder who chose to go to the bowler's end. Here comes Dushan, short in the air.
It's gone straight up. This is a catch chance. And taken.
It's gone.
It's taken.
Looks like David Cook coming in to take the catch from in the ring. And I'd also say one of the other differences between this match and the first match is the chances that Iceland have taken.
Yeah.
They didn't get many in the first, but they weren't able to hold on to all of them.
Yeah. But much tighter performance in the field by Iceland in the second game, and it's showing at 119 for 7. Yeah. Saeed Eftikar goes. Dushan gets his second wicket.
And David Cook getting his second catch. So now we're starting to get into the tail. Richard Parkin is the new batter. He's primarily a bowler. Often comes in 7-8 for his club side, the Talon Hippos. Has shown he can hit some runs this season in particular. He's been part of some late innings partnerships that have done his side quite well. But he's only scored 68 runs from 5 innings with a high of 24. And it's that 24-run innings is the one I was talking about, where he's demonstrated that he can be there and get his team over the line. And that's what his country needs right now.
It is. So into the 15th over. What I have noticed with Richard is if he can stay in and get going, he's all right, but he just seems a little edgy at the very beginning, as many do, but which I think is what counts for the low runs. And then that one, the 24, is that he got going, but he's just got to relax and see what comes. No, dead ball.
But really, all he's got to be looking at doing in these early balls is pick out a spot on the offside and a spot on the onside. Where can I push it to get Arslan on strike for a single?
So he just wants to dot here, really, but that's a wide. That'll be a run. It's effectively the last ball of the over. So unless they can get a 2, then keep Arslan on strike going into the final 5 overs of the innings.
Yeah, they've already got 8 runs off the over, so he doesn't need to try to score here unless, like you said, you can get 2. But they're going to take 1.
Okay, and Arslan's chance have been run out, but he gets in. Not the greatest throw. So one more to the total. The end of the 15th over brings the score on to 121 for 7. And as you say, only two others with Arslan got into double figures, and second highest score is now extras on 18. So on paper, as we said earlier, you can have all this talent in the world. We said they got a good batting lineup and they bat deep, but they've got to perform. You don't win matches with names on pieces of paper. So Iceland done very well indeed. And with 5 overs to go, projected score of 167, but only 3 wickets in hand.
Iceland mixed things up. They've taken the pace off the ball. They've also fielded well. They've been quite significantly tighter in this match compared to the first. Again, in the first, although we've just had a bit of drizzle, it was definitely slipperier out there in the first match than it has been for the majority of this first innings of the second game. But it's been the bowling. We've now got Senthill coming on to bowl. I was expecting to see Prabha or Mohammad Nawaz Khan come on for one at this end. They've each got one over left.
So Senthill in, bowls. Richard Parkin just pushes that back.
Senthill did bowl in the first match, none for 20 from his 2 overs. So on the one hand, could be a guy for Estonia to go after. The other, they've only got 3 wickets in hand.
That's the problem. So in bowls, straight drive by Richard. Fielded. One more to the total. But importantly, brings Arslan back on strike.
Yeah, who I think he will go after him. I think he needs to. It doesn't have to be risky, but again, you have a look around, see where is there a gap, where can I go for a boundary?
Nice and straight would be good.
Where there's not much of a risk. And
there's 2 men back deep.
if he can cut it through either side of the point fielder, you'll get runs. But it's straight on.
It's too high from here. Nobody else appealed, just the bowler.
Yeah.
Tells you a story.
Yeah, it did hit him very high on the thigh.
So they're just putting another man back out. He has scored a good percentage of his runs with that shot, so that's probably a sensible decision by the Iceland captain to push the man back out there in the cow corner area.
Indeed.
But that's wide down the leg side.
Appeal. He's signalling dead ball.
Dead ball. Why? Don't know. Okay.
Sure.
Unless Arslan stood up just before he was about to bowl. I don't know. Something took his eye.
Yeah, I'm not. Just had a little look at a replay of it, and I cannot see
why that would be given a dead ball.
No.
So he's launched that. That's 6 runs. Doesn't matter if you've put a man back or not when it goes out of the ground. So 6 more to Arslan.
Yep.
Moves the score on to 128 for 7.
Yeah, and that's exactly the type of shot I was talking about, where that's what he's got to do. Got to try to get a boundary or 2 each over to get this score up to a really, really defendable total.
So again, in.
Fielded there, he's taken it on the boundary, he's fallen backwards.
No, has he taken it?
I don't know, you think he's trying to indicate, he may have landed on the rope. He seems to be indicating possibly he's landed on the rope.
No.
There seems to be confusion, now he's holding the ball up. The umpire is asking him. I think he's claiming the catch. And yep. Arslan's
catch
gone.
Is complete. Arslan has gone for 61.
We're just trying to read the body language. He didn't sort of get up with exuberance,
Nope.
so it was a little difficult to tell of what he was doing, what he was indicating. The umpires had a look. The third umpire would have also been in a good position to see whether he landed on the rope or not. But again, because he fell backwards, if he had have been right on the boundary,
It would have been 6 runs.
he would have definitely landed on the rope.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
he came in, and in the end, a well-held catch, and that has ended a very good innings from Aslan Amjad, 61 from 35. And it was dangerous Derek Dionarian who took the catch. Sentil, who was the bowler, getting a wicket added to his column. He'll be very happy with that after he went wicketless in the first game. And Estonia, 128 for the loss of 8 wickets, and there's still 4 overs to go. And Iceland will really be looking to bowl the hosts out here to prevent them from getting to a score of above 150. David Cook back on from the Stockholm end. Richard Parkin drives that one, and David Cook does his own fielding. So a dot ball. Marco will regularly be looking to go to the mid-on region. He'll get the single for that one. New batter is Ram Krishnan. Is more known as a bowler. It's not that he can't bat. It's just often both in his squad, his club team, and his national team, he's low down and doesn't get many opportunities because all of the guys who are just batters or some who a bit more of a batters are above him.
Good weight, well weighted, because good flight again from David, which is clearly a good option.
Yeah, and I like what both batters did there. You know, both of them would have seen his first 2 overs from the dugout, but that's not the same as seeing it from the crease. And so all they looked to do was just push one, and they need to get used to the flight, the pace, the bounce before they can try anything more aggressive.
A little flatter there from David Cook, not quite the flight, but bringing a man up into whatever position that is.
Parker's
Pulled
whipped
that.
this one away.
The midfielder should come round. He does. Stops it just inside the boundary, so 2 more to Richard Parkin. Moves the score on to 132 for 8.
Yeah, and this is all right. I mean, they've had 1 dot ball, but they've got 4 runs so far. The minimum they really need is 6 runs from the over. Because if they just get 24 of these last 4, that puts them into the really defendable position, or into a good, strong position of being about 155, 156.
Well, that is the end of the 17th, so 3 more overs to go, 18 balls. He predicted score at the minute is 157 based on the current run rate of 7.7, and I think, as you say, Terry, if they can get to that 150, 160 mark would represent a good score, in the fact that it'd be a good score to try and achieve, and the fact that they've been losing wickets consistently, and if they can still get to that minimum par score, you'd think that's quite a success for Estonia, really.
Yeah, I think they've got to get over 150. They've got to get 150, 55 to put any pressure on Iceland. I think Iceland will feel like they can chase down 150, 100 in the low 150s. Because, like I said, they got 136 last time, and I felt like they lost about 15 runs due to
the dampness or the wet outfield or whatever. Yeah.
Of the wicket. So I do think Iceland can get 150.
Good line, good length. Pushed out for a dot ball.
Sentil comes in again. He's bowling really good balls here. He's looking very much improved from the first innings, but he was in the first inning. He was bowling against top order batters who were in, and he's beaten Ram there. Ram's stepped across to try to push it through the very tight cover field. You can see the mid-off and the short cover and the gully fielder on the screen, but there are two guys just outside of your screen at point and extra cover. He dances down, and he has beaten that infield.
He's got it through this time, so they'll definitely come back for 2. It definitely won't go to the boundary. Are they going to push for a 3rd?
No, it should just stick with the 2.
Good. So first runs in this over, 4 balls gone. So ideally still looking for the boundary in this over, but Senthil's bowling a good tight over here. Only 2 from the first 4 balls of the 18th over. That's on the legs. It's tipped away. There'll be 1. Should just be the 1, which there is.
Yeah. Ram came a bit forward to that. I think if he had just stayed in his position, he would have been able to flick it
to the leg side,
put more onto it, and pick up 2 rather than just the single.
So let's see what Richard can do here with the last ball of the 18th over. Currently 135 for 8. Projected score is dropping as we predicted.
Sentil coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Just as he started to run in, it looked like a fielder started speaking, so the umpire stopped him. Well, it's a slower ball, full toss. It's in the air. Fielder coming around underneath it, and he takes the catch.
No ball. He's given a no ball.
It's a no ball.
Are Iceland up against time here because Senthil's running to get back to his mark?
I would say they would be. It's 9 minutes to 5. So, yeah, they might be behind. They might be getting cost here. It's, Estonia got penalised.
It's free hit, so nothing to lose. Ram goes over the top, and it's gone for 4. So it just shows you what an expensive over that ended up being. 4, 5, 6, 8 from it, but the first 4 balls were only 2 from it. So it just shows you can still get the required runs, even if in the early stages of the over you didn't. So 12 balls to go, 2 more overs, 141 for 8. The projected score still around that mid 150s, which we think is a par defendable score, which will make for a good game. So let's see.
Yeah, Estonia, I think you're really wanting 15 runs from these next 2 overs for Iceland. If you can keep it under 12 for these next 2, I think you'll be happy. So David Cook is on to bowl. Richard Parkin pulls this one away straight to the field.
Oh, he's dropped it.
It's gone straight through his hands. I think it just came on him a bit too quick, and they'll get back for 2. Was not able to get through to the boundary due to...
the boundary rider was there, but first fielding error, I think, in this game by Iceland. But it did come on him, but he did seem to be in position. He went through him in the end somehow, but...
Loops the sus one.
Well done, David. Good flight.
Yeah. Richard Park can just be able to push it for 1, but that's okay. For Estonia, they just want to try to score off every ball. And if that's 2s and 1s and means they get 7 or 8, that's good, because then they do the exact same the next over, and they'll get to the score they need. So Ram on strike to David Cook. And a swing and a miss. And that's what Iceland want. Dot balls.
Yeah, absolutely. Dot balls or wickets, but at this stage of the game, dot balls are vitally important. A bit straighter, a bit fuller. Well fielded.
Yeah, fielder getting down, getting his body behind it, and he wore it on the chest, but he gets a clap from his bowler. He's
saved
very
at
happy.
least 1. Yeah, definitely, if not 2 there. They get 1, but definitely saved runs. So Well done, Mr. Fielder.
Parko with a big swing. He ends up down on both knees as though he's praying for contact, praying for a boundary. But it is a dot ball for Iceland. David Cook winning the battle in that part.
Oh,
and he's bowled him. David Cook absolutely wins the battle between him and Parko.
Well bowled, David Cook. That was a quality over. And
indeed. And I think he should still have one ball left.
He does, I think. Yeah.
He does.
Calla will be the last batsman. I think the opening bowler. You never know, but would think this would be the opening bowler. And Calla only knows one way, I think, to play.
Yeah. If you think Richard Parkin's been flailing the bat at the ball,
Calla
will show you what it's really like. And so currently, Calla is the only native Estonian in the men's national team. And for all of our viewers who are not Estonian, Calla means fish. So Calla's nickname is Fishy.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to be confused, though, if you don't get the pronunciation right with Calla, which is ugly. So Calla and Colla are very similar, but one is fish and one is ugly. Just thought I'd share that with you, Terry.
Okay.
That is fact. That is fact.
A Colla is an ugly fish.
It's an ugly fish, yeah, exactly. And that's how I know. I often get called it. But, but yeah.
So what can David Cook do here to Calla? Outside of off,
what's
Calla
this
goes,
flaying his bat about? You're all.
He's just had a look and gone, I'm not interested.
But sensible. Look, last ball of the innings of the over.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The job is to make sure Iceland bowl their 20.
Correct.
And Iceland haven't started the last over. It's 16:56. I think we may have started a couple of minutes late. But they've also picked up 9 wickets, and so for every wicket from the 6th on, Iceland would get a minute added to the time they bowl, and that may have saved them from giving away penalty runs.
So Prabhath, the last
in the air.
This guy's already taken a catch, but he's not going to get to this one. They come back for 2 more to Ram. Takes the score on to 148 for 9. 5 balls remaining. Ram moves on to 11. And I think Calla's job here will be just to run and run hard, ideally. They'll be looking for 2s, you would think. But Prabhath now in bowls. Ram goes for the big swing, but doesn't connect. So dot ball. So 148 for 9. 4 balls remaining in the innings. In a bit quicker, and he stumped him, and that was a bit quicker from Prabhath, and it was visible from here, but clearly not visible to Ram, and he's gone out. So Estonia finish on 148 with would have been 4 balls remaining. So I think well done Iceland on that basis, but a little bit of credit, as I say, to Estonia, who consistently were losing wickets but have still posted a competitive score.
Yeah, it is competitive. I think Estonia will feel that they can defend it, and Iceland will feel they can chase it down. But Iceland, I think, will also get a massive motivational boost coming into the second innings by bowling Estonia out. That's going to really get them on a high. They're going to come together now before they leave the field. And they're going to feel very good about what they've achieved here. Lots of catches, a few bowls, 2 stumpings. Shumley, he's got 2 stumpings and a catch and involved in a run out. And fantastic position. And we saw him open the batting. So he's going to walk off on cloud 9.
Yeah, he's going to be happy.
I've been involved in 5 wickets.
Yeah, he's done very well.
Now I've got a bat in my hand. Now I'm going to go out and score runs.
And Iceland should be, as I say, take away from that a really good effort, a good stick together, a good team effort. He's involved in 5 of the dismissals, but that looked a good performance from Iceland, and I think we'll go into the break thinking we've got a chance of winning this. Yeah. So
they're going to be in a really good mental state. Every single bowler got a wicket, and we've run-outs and catches. You've got most of the Icelandic players have made a contribution to their side. So they're going to be feeling very good about this chase, and they're going to be putting up a very tough challenge to Estonia, and Estonia have got to step up here. They've got to show that what they can do to defend this score.
So, join us back in about 10 minutes. We'll see if Iceland can knock off the 149 to win, or Estonia can wrap up the series and make it 2-0. Join us in about 10 minutes. Thank you. So, welcome back. Opening the bowling for Estonia from the Stockholm end will be Kala Visapalu. And opening the ball batting for Iceland will be Chamley and Derrick. Dangerous Derrick, as Trevor refers to him. So Kala is in, first ball, and he's gone. He's gone very first ball with what can only be described as a loosener from the bowler. Kala, so took a wicket of Chamley, who did very well, as we referred to earlier, behind the stumps. But has gone first ball of the innings. Remarkable, really. As I say, can only be described as a loosener from Kala that was full toss, wide outside the off stump, and well, he's basically just put it into the hands of the fielder. So Chamley, who did so well behind the stumps, Terry, has departed first ball of the innings.
That's it. I was just chatting with Estonian head coach Richard Cox, and we're saying, like, if these two bat out the power play, we'll be in a really, really tough position. We've got to get rid of one of them early. First ball. Can't
get much earlier than that, Terry. Was you running back to the commentary box, by the way?
I was. I wasn't running until that catch, and I was like, no, I need to get back in there now.
Yeah.
It's all on.
So, Nick Hill joins Dangerous Derrick at the crease. And see what Kala can produce this time. It just shows you that any ball can get a wicket, because that, as I say, was full, wide. You could say it wasn't a good shot, but it was the shot to play. He just didn't keep it down, and effectively went straight to the man at point. But done. Yeah. Bit of a surprise. So 149 needed still. Only 9 wickets left, but still 119 balls to go.
Estonia going on the attack further after that first ball dismissal. Ben Jones coming into the slip.
Kala is in. That's potentially a wide. It is.
Yep.
Again, you could see the shape, but started wide and just continued getting wider. So first runs on the board for Iceland via the extras channel.
The word is Arslan's okay. He's pretty much just sort of walked it off, run it off a bit. And,
okay.
Little push there from Nicol, showing respect to Kala. And former Estonian men's national team captain Marko Vaik is over watching. He's with his young son Erasmus.
Oh, nice. If you're listening, hello, Marko.
He's not listening.
Well, he might be. He does sometimes. I've seen him walking around with.
He doesn't have the phone out. 'Cause he's got Erasmus with him.
That's true. Yeah, okay. That's better. Ooh. That's a better line and length. Maybe you stood a bit too deep, Stu.
But his partner, former captain of the Estonian women's national team, Anna Marie, might be listening.
That's true.
Yeah.
Hi, Anna Marie. Hope you're well. Due another baby also on the way. Bless them. So good luck with that.
So here comes Kala again from the Stockholm end. That's a nice ball.
Good lines, good length.
Yeah.
Have we had a wicket maiden? We haven't yet, have we?
Well, it can't be a wicket maiden because of the wide.
The wide, of course.
Yeah, such a shame. But the Estonian team, they absolutely feel like they can defend this, but they also know like they've got to do a job. Oh,
no, I think that's going down leg side.
little late appeal from Kala. Well, the thing is that the shape we saw was going, but it pitched and it came back in.
Yeah.
So I think where it pitched is what nullified it completely.
From being any chance of a...
Yeah, but I think it definitely came in, was probably going onto the stumps, but it's pitched outside leg, so... Hence the very half-hearted, cheeky little how's that from Kala. In the air.
There's another catching chance, but it's going to go over the head. But it will only be runs, no boundaries, sorry. Is that Arslan out there?
Yeah, that is Arslan.
Yeah. He still doesn't look like he's moving too comfortably. But a good opening over. So 3 from the over, but importantly, the wicket. to Calla. So 3 for 1 off the first over. And opening the bowling from the Kiev end will be easygoing Robson. Or Robbo, as he loves to be called.
There was, when we were over in Sweden, they started calling him the hairy biker.
Ah, okay.
After those the
2 hairy
show
bikers,
guys.
yeah.
And because I know how much he dislikes being called Robbo, I thought perhaps he might prefer that. Of like, okay, he's going to shift over. He's like, no, it's worse.
It's not like Dave.
Then I came up with another option of what could become a nickname for him to avoid the Robbo, because he revealed that his parents thought they were going to have twin girls.
Girls, yes.
He is a twin, and that's part of the reason why he doesn't like the Robbo, because him and his brother both got called Robbo all the time. And he revealed, I believe, that he would have been Beth. I said, well, there you go. I'll start calling you Beth.
Start calling him Beth, then, but he wouldn't have been keen with that. But anyway, here he is, his first ball. Tickled away, but straight to the fielder. So no run.
Richard Parkin at square leg doing the fielding there. And similar to what Iceland had for a significant part of the innings, there's a tight ring on the onside.
Again, that's I found the outer part of the bat, but it'll run away. It won't go for 4. Well fielded and returned for just the 2 runs.
Dave won't be unhappy with seeing that. It managed to pierce the gully in the point fielder, but a little bit either side, and he's picking up a wicket.
So,
Now,
do you think that's anything to do with the first game?
Yeah, Dave Robson was unhappy with Derek pulling out late on him a few times in the first match. He felt like it was being done deliberately to frustrate him and break up his rhythm. He's been on a big appeal here. The umpire's not interested at all. Derek is on the ground. He's writhing around. It has
must have hit his foot then, I would think.
Yeah, which is also part of the reason why Dave Robson was so adamant that he must have had him, because it was on the foot. So he's definitely in some trouble here.
Yeah,
They're calling on for some first aid.
Yeah, if that's hit him full on the top of the foot, which is what it looked like, that obviously no protection whatsoever other than your footwear, but yeah, there might be a small delay while one-legged, deadly, dangerous Derek gets his attention.
I hope he'll be okay. Would not like his trip to Estonia to also include a visit to the hospital. That's one destination that shouldn't be on your bucket list when you come to Tallinn.
Well, we've already had one gone there today, the Estonian. So maybe they're just balancing it out. Maybe 1-1. But I wouldn't have thought he's looking too favourable at the minute. He hasn't moved much. He's not standing as far as I can see. It's
very difficult for us to see through the ring of Estonians, who really should be giving him some space and moving away and letting get
Which
on.
They are doing now.
There's
a little bit.
3 people having to help him get to his feet. That's not a good sign. I'm predicting here that
he'll do well to carry on from this. What we can see at the minute, Terry.
I would expect from this juncture that a couple of people are going to get under each arm and they're going to help him off.
Yeah,
they're now getting the other pad off. They did. Yeah. He's not going to be able to continue. He's limping quite badly, and there's 2 guys carrying him off here. Nolan, the coach, and one of the players carrying him off.
Yeah, Jed says toe crunching Yorker.
Yeah.
Hope he's all right.
Sandshoe crusher, we used to call him back in Australia. We're in the 70s and 80s.
A what?
A sandshoe crusher.
A sandshoe crusher.
Yeah, sandshoe was basically just a
sandal or something.
No. A term for a sneaker.
Okay, trainers.
Trainers things. Yeah.
Okay.
That is a real shame that Derek's innings and trip has come to an end in such a fashion. Going to be taken off.
But yeah, as you say, GB, let's hope he's all right. So the new man coming into the crease, although obviously Derek's not out. He's just retired injured at this stage. If all is well, he can return. But let's see, it's Dushan. Yep. Dushan is the new batsman in.
As Marco and Erasmus Vike wander past our commentary booth, Erasmus gives us a nice little wave and a smile. The future of Estonian cricket.
How old is he?
3.
Never too young to start. Never too young to start.
Oh, I've seen him throwing balls.
Hey, and they're having another one. You never know. There might be 9 more. Produce a team in one themselves. Hey, anything's possible, Terry, this day and age. Could have a little Marco Vike commune. I hope now Anna-Marie isn't listening, by the way. The thought of 9 more.
Anna-Marie, I don't wish that on you. I'd actually like to see you play for the Estonian team.
Yeah, good point. Estonian national team ladies player, former captain, current captain.
No,
but
current manager.
Yeah, because she's carrying.
Yeah, currently not playing, so she's the current manager.
Yeah. So Robbo continuing, obviously, 4 balls, into the over.
So Dushan is the new batter for the retired Hurt, also known as retired not out. Dangerous Derek, who this one's got up a bit, struck the batter, and it looks a bit like Dave Robson's channeling the embodiment of some Australian fast bowlers of his youth, of Jeff Thompson, Dennis Lilly.
Just in the replay, it wasn't quite that high. It wasn't as high. It looked like it was just over the pad top.
Got him in the stomach, I think.
Yeah.
But
2 overs gone, 7 for 1. And Calla will continue from the Stockholm end. Left arm spinner. I like it, Kato. A good shape there from Calla. GB says Robbo's more of a Merv Hughes.
Yeah, definitely in appearance.
I don't know. I thought Merv Hughes looked tidier. His moustache was much better.
Oh, his moustache was certainly far more groomed and
elegant, stylish.
Indeed.
Calla in, a full toss.
It's a catch! Stefan Gooch just snatches that out of the air. He had to leap up, and it was above his head. That's a very good catch.
I think it was just out your camera view, but as Terry described, yeah.
Kalle Vislapu picks up his second wicket of the game. And there's a few of the Estonian team who are doing reenactments of Stefan's catch. Just leaping up, indicating that he only got off 1 foot.
So that was a great snaffle there by Stefan at mid-wicket. And
so woes continue for Iceland. 2 down, possibly
3 down.
If Derek's not able to come back, it could be 3 down. It does look like he's still getting quite a fair bit of attention over there. I don't know if anyone's phoned an ambulance.
Got him on speed dial today. So Sebastian, no longer a debutant, now into his 2nd game for his country.
Yep.
Was shaped pretty well in the first game.
He showed a lot of promise, some good shots, and he's a powerful young man. He's chosen not to partake in the puff and burgers, so instead just get beefed up. Visslapoo in, big swing and a miss. Goal for catch, he's
gone. For
gone.
an inside edge and he's gone.
He's out. What a catch from Stu Hook.
That's an inside edge. That has to have been an come between bat and stump. So the wheels are coming off the Icelandic response here. Sebastian goes first ball again on a hat trick. So the second hat trick possibility. Calla takes another wicket. Greg Mann says yes, fishy. But that was for the one by Stefan Gooch catch. Let's see what he comes back with and says here.
Calla Visslapoo's currently got figures of 3 for 3 off 1.3.
He likes threes, clearly. Cato Harris says, I think the Icelanders need to learn that a full toss can't just be hit hard. It has to be hit somewhere a fielder isn't. It's a valid point, Cato.
Very true.
But
well,
I think everybody's eyes light up when a full toss comes and automatically you think you're just going to dispatch it, but it's not always the case. So
I was convinced that Iceland would come into this second innings on a high with confidence after bowling Estonia out. Number of bowlers putting in fantastic efforts, lots of fielders putting fantastic efforts. I'm now wondering, has it resulted in overconfidence?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, let's be realistic. I think a couple of very well taken catches. You know, they've not sort of been bowled or nicked behind. There's some good catches, but yeah, potentially could be the case. But Lee Nelson to the crease, trying to defend a hat trick.
So Visslapoo into Lee Nelson. Drives this one straight to the close fielder on the offside, and Calla does not pick up a hat trick.
Well seen, well done, Lee, just to see that that ball out. See the hat trick. Iceland has got to settle a bit little now, just regroup themselves, get their composure.
Here comes Calla.
Oh,
cuts this
nice.
one.
Straight
Fielder comes around. It's well stopped by Zishan.
Okay, yeah. Good fielding, though. Good fielding. Definitely saved runs there. Just one more to the total. One to Lee Nelson.
Lachlan in the chat saying Dave Robson, the Estonian Mitchell Stark. And then I can't quite make it's Kit Harris, more like the Estonian Xavier Doherty. Xavier Doherty. Yeah, I remember him, but I'd much prefer to be compared to Mitch Stark than Xavier Doherty.
I don't know Xavier, so...
That should tell you something.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't remember a former international.
No. So he swapped round the wicket, Calla, to finish off the third over of the innings, his second over. So concluded, 8 for 3, and Derek is potentially retired, not out, injured. So we'll see.
Looks like he is on his feet, like they're moving him a bit. Not sure. That could be taking him over to a car.
Followed by a chair, I think, though. Is that right? They take it in case he needs to sit down.
For some reason they decided that he didn't want to. No one wants to sit under the tent. Because everybody sat over
That's
there.
the Guest Technology tent as well. Unbelievable, Terry.
Yeah? Why don't they want to be under that?
He needs fresh air, clearly. Don't know. Maybe there's a wasp flying around underneath or something.
Could be. We've had a lot of insects around the nets. They're attracted by sweat.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so Robson to continue from the Kiev end.
Everything happening here at Tiskre. Non-stop.
Action.
Drama, excitement, action. It's... There's more happening here than in a Tom Cruise movie. And Lee
and so he's backed away. So I'm not quite sure. I think it has
he's
to
asking
be
something, but
it has to be.
the umpire has not signalled a dead ball.
He has now.
He has.
Yeah.
This is definitely looking as though it's a definite thing. They're trying to rile Robson up by pulling away, and but the thing is that there is no point where a batter is not allowed to pull away. So
Dave Bowles are wide there, so we.
You get people sort of going like, oh, but after he's delivered it, you can't. No, batter's allowed to pull away if they're like, oh, I'm not ready, I'm distracted by something. It's up to the umpire to then judge whether it was.
So they're pushing for one. No, they won't make it. So another dot to the scorebook.
And what I think it may have been of why Lee Nelson pulled away is that the Estonian head coach, Richie Cox, is stood right on the boundary, right behind Dave Robson. Don't know why he's standing there.
It's a bit of a crazy place to stand there. You think he'd understand the idea
He's
of cricket.
extraordinarily still. He's not moving at all. But it's literally he couldn't be in a worse spot.
Okay. And then Lee has every right to pull away. He's played that out. They've come through for the single. One more to the total. Lee Nelson moves on to 2. The score moves on to 10 for 3. We're into the 4th over. Currently very much the Estonians' power play. But let's see what happens. Robson in again. In at the feet.
Flicks that one
Yorker
away
length
to
is,
the man just backward a square.
Bowled a Yorker length, but majority of these of this innings so far, and been difficult to get away. Difficult to get away. You know, Yorker length if you get it right, but if you don't get it right, it gets punished. And there's a nice guided shot through the gully region. They should comfortably take 2, which they do. So 2 more to Dushan. The end of the 4th over, 12 for 3. Dushan on 3 off 5, Lee 2 from 6. Robson's 2 overs so far, none for 8. So will he continue with Kalla or will he change the bowling? He's changing the bowling. Stefan Gooch will be coming in having his first bowl of the day from the Stockholm end.
And he'd absolutely love to replicate those figures he got for the Budapest Blinders of 6 for 2.
So in, bowls, flicked. They'll definitely get 1.
Richard
That
Parkin
could go
is-
for 4, and it's just pulled up short, so just the 2.
Richard Parkin was doing an impersonation of Tom Cruise running there as he was sprinting off after the ball.
I don't know the connection.
Have you ever seen Tom Cruise run in a movie?
I don't
He
watch
has-
movies. I've never seen a Tom Cruise movie in my life. I've never watched a movie. I've got better things to do in my life than watch that rubbish. Anyway, in is Stefan.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Dot ball.
Got
Nothing to say.
I'm speechless.
Yeah. No, it often becomes a bone of contention with many people I speak to when they mention something from a movie and I just have not got a clue. Oh!
And that's a wicket.
He's got him. Great shape from Stefan. Wow. There's a statistic waiting to happen, just gone past.
Yep.
Lee's gone. Lee's
and
gone. Caught behind. Caught by Stuart Hook off the bowling of Stefan Gooch.
And the statistic here is Stefan Gooch picks up his first wicket for Estonia.
For 2 runs so far. So he needs 5 more wickets.
Without conceding any more runs.
Yeah, to match
To equal that.
Yeah.
Yep. Equal that statistic.
That would be interesting. So, Iceland in a bit of a disarray at the minute, 14 for 4. As we know, Derek is currently off injured. He may return, let's see. But it's Senthil who was coming in. And if he is, if it is quite a bad injury, he may be still be able to stand and walk. But at this moment in time, there's probably no point him coming back either because the game's going to have been gone. But there's no point making that injury worse. So
No, he definitely doesn't want to do that. Doesn't want to aggravate it in any way, shape or form.
And
but
echo the commentary box thought here that hope he's okay and recovers pretty well. But
yeah.
let's see.
At least to be able to enjoy a night out with his teammates tonight.
Yeah, well, the alcohol might ease the pain. That would be my view on that front.
That's that's how I usually treated all of my playing injuries, which was mostly just a sore back after playing every single game.
So I've just been actually proven wrong, Terry. So I said I don't watch movies.
The batter's pulled out again. The umpire's having a word with him of why you've got no reason to pull out this time. There's nothing behind you. There's no distraction.
Oh,
squared
that's got
up,
to be close.
his big appeal.
That's got to be close.
He says no.
Oof. Again, please, just let me reiterate, we are not in line. Yeah. We cannot get, but so you can just get a feel sometimes.
Oh, I've seen it myself. So you're saying you never watch movies, but the only movie you've seen is Pitch Perfect.
I've got 3 children who are actors, singers and performance theatre thespians. So I did watch that, yes, and that's come from Daniel Patton of music, as you can see. So
I know. Your eldest,
yes.
who the one I know the least, I have met.
Yes.
But I've coached the other ones.
Yes, and you've coached very well. Henry now playing in the men's league, and Amy in the development squad for the women's national team. So thank you for that, and long may that continue. So yes, Daniel has just proven me wrong. I have watched Pitch Perfect.
Jesus
but they're not really
Christ.
films, are they? They're not really films. They're just musical things.
Daniel coming back, he must have thought it was about bowling.
as he could do with some tips. That's, thank you. Proud of you, son. Proud of you. It passed his mock driving test yesterday, Terry. Did Daniel? So
let's hope he also does it with the real one.
Yeah, exactly.
So another change in bowling from the Kiev end, and it's going to be Zishan Ali coming on to bowl. No, it's Eftekar.
So they're all having a go now, by the way, Terry.
Yeah.
So Big Al, which is my brother, says, I was thinking Kevin Pattenden and Pitch Perfect have never been in the same sentence. It is very fair to sing. I know all the notes, just not necessarily in the right order.
So Eftekar bowling from the Kiev end now.
I'm glad you've all woken up on the chat, because Greg Mann is now saying, is there a film about fielding as well, Dan? So thank you. I'm glad I am the butt of your jokes. Anyway, back to the cricket. So Saeed Eftekar in, bowls outside the off stump. Senthil plays but misses, but Stewart doesn't take cleanly, but I don't think it was a chance anyway. So 15 for 4 off 5 overs, full toss outside off stump.
Ben Jones does the fielding
straight
there.
to the fielder.
The Estonians have really brought the field in. Ram Krishnan is in no man's land at the moment, but everybody else is inside the ring. Ram is basically at a deep, squarish mid-wicket, straightish square leg. He's sort of in between the two. Other than that, we've got Arslan in front of us at mid-off. We've got a short cover, extra cover, point, gully, and he's hit this straight to the square leg fielder. They've gone up for an appeal. The throw there from Colour. But the batter had made his crease. You've got me trying to think of cricketing movies. Lots of sports have got a plethora of films connected to them. Football, baseball in particular. Lots of American football as well, and then basketball things. We haven't really had lots of cricket movies. There was a movie, a fictional movie about the Bodyline series.
Yes, there was. Yeah. But fictional based on the events, though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks. But and there has been a lot of Bollywood movies about that involved cricket and And
maybe
there was one. It was an Indian movie. Came out just a few years ago, which was basically a fictional film about India winning the World Cup in England against the West Indies.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've not seen that either. Was that true, or was that a dramatisation thing, or a
dramatisation thing?
okay,
not a documentary.
Yeah.
Pushes this one. Dave Robson comes in from mid-wicket to stop it. The tight field has resulted in Eftikar bowling a maiden.
I did say.
To finish out the power play. Last over the power play, a maiden from a spin bowler.
Yeah, well bowled. But look, I think Iceland have just got to recoup at the minute. 15 for 4 off the 6 overs. Strange circumstances. If they can just not lose any wickets over the next 3 or 4 overs, get to the break with the drinks break with no more wickets down, then see what they can do. But well bowled, bowling a maiden in any form of cricket at any stage is not as easy as you would think, especially at this level when the wides are so tight. So well done, Saeed. Gooch to continue from the end. He's got some swing on that. That's gone up in the air, but it is handbagged just for the 1. So move on. So Cato Harris says, booked for descent in game 1, endlessly bickering with umpires and batters, broke a guy's foot and never even went to see how he was. Who was he talking about?
Dave Robson. He did go to see how he was.
Yeah, he did. So
pushed
that's
away.
Off the hip. Gone, pushed away.
Richard Parkin doing the fielding backward of square leg.
So Greg Mann comes back. Very true, Terry. Not quite movies, but the Test documentary was good, as well as the Ben Stokes film. But you want to watch them, would you? Because they're English.
No,
the Test was Australian. Yeah, it was.
I haven't. I wasn't aware of the Ben Stokes one.
But yeah,
I would watch.
They've even made one about rugby league, when that's probably one of the lowest sports out there. But there was a film about rugby league in the UK, Wakefield of all places. Anyway, that's
it
up
should
in
be
the
a
air,
catch,
and it's taken. So
Stefan Gooch picks up his second wicket with a catch from the captain Aslan Amjad.
Senthil's gone 1 off 11. Found it tough out there. 1 off 11, but 16 for 5.
Actually, be 1 off 12.
1 off 12 now. Sorry, including the ball. Yeah. So. So Samir Sharma.
Yeah, I was using the term fictional, not as saying that it wasn't true. As I was talking about the movie about the 1983 Indian World Cup win in Kapil Dev. I was meaning the term to say it was a fictional movie rather than being a documentary. Not using fictional, saying it's not true. So, like, if in book terms we'd say it's non-fiction. But this was a film telling a dramatised story about the wonder of Kapil Dev and the Indian team, to differentiate it from a documentary. Normally, you'd talk about sports films as documentaries.
So Cato says, can anyone in world cricket swing the white ball more than Stefan Gooch? He does get some huge swing, that is fair to say. It's easily now understandable why he got 6 for 2.
Indeed.
Because nobody's moved it as prodigiously as he has at the moment. And he's good lines with it as well. They were looking for a single.
Mohammed wanted to get off the mark, but it had gone straight to the fielder, so it was no possibility.
So Samir says, gotcha, Terry. Explanation of your Kapil Dev Indian World Cup story. Got a question here from Al, Big Al, in the UK, in a very wet UK. That's gone past the outside edge, but
not by much.
Through to the keeper. So the end of the 7th over, 16 for 5. So 133 runs needed in 78 balls. Mohammed, the new man, only on 2 balls, and Dushan's not been there much longer on 4 off 6. 16 for 5. Run rate now required of 10.23. So Big Al says, wonder if Kev remembers a player from his hometown club who, when helmets first came out, was the first person in the club to get one, and with the first ball he faced, had his toe broken by a Yorker.
Protection at the wrong end.
Now, I'm going to guess the initials are CJ. I probably do not need to go any further, but I would say that sounds very much like CJ. So we'll see if I've got that right. No doubt Al will come back and tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Got another question coming in. Sorry, I can't make out the name because the font on YouTube. I need my reading glasses. But he's asking what is going wrong with the batting. Disastrous. I think a lot of it is more about the bowling. With probably the exception of the first wicket, I'd say like if he'd actually really hit the ball properly, the opener wouldn't have got out first ball. But for the rest of the dismissals, there's been some very good bowling, making life very difficult for the batters. I couldn't criticise any of the other Icelandic batters saying that they've done anything particularly wrong.
So edge down, guided down, sorry, for one. No, I mean, it's a good question here.
When, getting caught behind on an inside edge, okay, yeah, he's probably a little early on it, just not quite got the line, but...
Snaffle from Gucci was, full stretch, the one that went straight to... So what's happened is, those ones are the catches you take that make all the difference. And I don't know if there's been many ridiculous shots that's ended up being lost a wicket, but there's a good point here. Lackland says, Cato, any wise words for Iceland? And Cato says, yes, practice running between the wickets and placing the ball into gaps for a single. So there's maybe the answer. But yeah, I think it would be harsh to say they've thrown 5 wickets away. I wouldn't say that was the case. They've just been a little unlucky in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, things could have been massively different if suddenly the opener had have placed the ball wider of the fielder rather than hitting it straight to him. First ball gets 2 runs. And then they start building an opening partnership, and maybe Derek doesn't cop one on the foot and have to be carried off. Things could be going very different for Iceland, but this is what we have got. As Dushan gets that one straight to colour at point.
Saeed finished his second over, none for 4, so 4 in that over, 4 singles, well bowled yet again. 20 for 5 off 8, so 129 needed from 72 balls. Current run rate is only 2.5, but the required run rate is 10.7, and wickets in hand or not, it comes very difficult when it starts getting into double figures, and even harder with half the team, potentially slightly more out back in the shed. Cato says Iceland's dot pull percentage must be 50 to 60%.
Well,
approach
I'll tell you
seems
what
to
it actually
be
is.
Clear the field or dot ball.
I'll tell you exactly what it is. We've had 8 overs now. So if you've got 6 8s being 48, there have been 34 dot balls. So that is...
proves Cato's point then.
Yeah, extraordinarily problematic. As Richard Parkin has come on to bowl from the Stockholm end. He's straight down the leg side for a wide there. He's really got to fix
the
up
amount of
his
times
line there.
And a spell starts with a wide.
Well, it's actually his second ball. He actually started with a dot the first one this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I knew what you were going to say because it was normally absolutely right. But for once, he got the good one.
I missed
and
that.
then he went, hang on, I forgot. That's what I was supposed to do. I've got to bowl wide.
I got that the wrong way round.
So, Richard Parkin into Mohammed. Pushes this one. There's a little half-hearted appeal, but it definitely came off the bat. Another dot ball. And one of the things that really shows of how much it's been more about the good bowling, there's only been 3 wides.
Oh, he gave up there. I think that was, if it had hit, that would have been well and truly run out. But he didn't, so he's not. Sorry, Terry.
No, you're right. 3 wides in 8.5 overs when Estonia bowled 16, had 16 wides in the first innings. It's a very good improvement. So Richard Parker will now be bowling to Dushan, left-hander. He hits this nicely. That's a good shot.
That sounded beautiful off the bat. That sounded like that whip crack that you can get when you...
The umpire's just checking it,
when you
asking the third umpire, and he's given it a 6.
6. Good shot there.
Out the window, it was difficult to see. I thought perhaps it might have bounced inside the rope, but the third umpire is very well positioned, and he's told his colleague out in the middle, stick both your arms up in the air like you don't care. It's a 6.
And the good thing is, some of you will be pleased to know that's gone all the way onto the rugby field, and it's Dave who's having to go and fetch it. So Hugh Clark says, Lachlan says, I'm new to cricket. Or does either team have a chance for the World Cup?
Yes, Estonia does. So Estonia is in the pathway of the World Cup.
But they're not going to win the World Cup.
No, but
and as Kato says, not even remotely at the minute, because Estonia are 86 in the world.
Yeah,
but we are on the pathway.
Yeah, whereas Iceland are out of it, and that's only the T20 World Cup. So next summer, Estonian men will play in the European sub-regional qualifier, and the winner of the group that they play in will go to a European qualifier, and at that, the top 2 teams go to the World Cup. So if Estonia win their group and then finish in the top 2 at the European finals, they go to it. But
they're not going to win the World Cup is the point. But they have a chance?
They're in the pathway.
Yeah.
They have a qualification pathway to go through to it. Unfortunately, the Estonian women don't at this point in time. The ICC, despite all of their talk about growing the women's game, have a very small number of teams who can go to the Women's World Cup, and a very small number of teams who are even allowed to go into the qualifying process. And most European countries, their women's teams are blocked out of the World Cup qualifiers at this point in time, and hopefully that will change in the near future, as Ram Krishnan coming on from the Kia Vent.
Oh, good line. But edge angled out for 1. So 1 to Mohammed.
Nicely pushed away by Mohammed there.
Yeah. Who I would suggest use this now as good batting practice. Use this. It's probably fair to say the game has gone. But I could be proven wrong, and would be happily proven wrong, because that would make for a great game. But Iceland should use this now as practice. See out, still the aim of bowl out, bat out, your 20 overs.
There's a nice shot over the head of Dave Robson.
That's going to go for 4.
Oh, it's stopped by the foot, it rolls and it's still 4. He really only had, the only chance Rifak had was to stick the foot out. I'm not going to criticise him for trying to field with the foot there.
No, never criticise.
It kept moving away from him. So if he had to get the foot did the job, but then its momentum still followed over into the rope. Ram strays wide down the leg side, and this is beaten Stu Hook.
It's 2 definitely, yeah.
So it'll be a wide. It'll be three wides. 1
for the wide, 2 for the running. So Ram's just his first ball was on the money, but he seems to be a little loose now.
Yeah, the second one wasn't too bad. It was a good attacking shot.
But that's offside now. He's chucked one down the leg side, is what I mean.
Yeah.
So he's got to get... And that was his problem in the first game, if I recall. Just a little bit of inconsistency. That's straight.
A bit better. Straight. Fielder's coming around.
Oh, great fielding.
Excellent stop by Arslan on the boundary. Flicks it to Rifak, who does the throw. Good bit of teamwork. Rifak gives his captain a little clap for the effort he put in there. He did the Michael Jordan pose to flick it back in.
Yeah, he did. That was
to
good
prevent
fielding.
it going over the rope.
Good fielding. Good teamwork fielding as well, which is vitally important these days. But, so Ram continuing from the Kiev end. That's a better line and length, but it's still pushed out for 1.
It's a well-run one.
Dave has a shy at the stumps. Good job there was Stefan backing up.
Here comes Ram once more into Dushan.
It's
a
line.
much better line. Pushes it to colour at point. Has a little fumble, but they were always safely through for a single.
So 1 ball left of the 10th over. If timings are right, there'll be a drinks break after this. Iceland currently 39 for 5. Need a further 110 from 61 balls. Let's see what this last ball of the 10th over brings.
Slower ball,
wide.
looping. It's going to be a wide. So Ram's going to have to re-bowl that one. Gets back to his mark. Comes steaming into Mohammed. That's a nice
better
ball.
line. Or ball,
Yeah.
dot ball to finish.
That's his stock ball, and that's what you like to see. You bowl wide, go back to your mark, go, okay, back to the stock ball, put that in the right position, and you can finish off your over, and he's done that. 10 down, Iceland 40 for 5. As the players take drinks, we'll take a short break.
So here we are back. Richard Parkin will continue from the Stockholm end. So he's in, bowls, good line, good length first ball. This is what he did in his first over, then bowled a wide the second ball. Let's see what happens. 40 for 5. Dushan on 18, Mohammed on 5. Dushan is on strike. And he's bowled a wide, second ball. It's not predictable at all. And don't let it be said that it is.
Right. Dushan and Mohammed really build a partnership here. That's what Iceland. Short from Richard Parkin. He hasn't got hold of it completely, but he's got enough of on it to just get it over the infield. If he found the middle, I do think it probably would have actually been catchable from Dave Robson, who was on the boundary, which is a bit strange. I thought there's Rifak, who is at Gully now, would have been on the boundary.
That could be a wide also.
It is.
It is. So is it coming round? It's over and round.
Pranay's on the field. Pranay was 12th man, so someone must be off the field. Much better ball.
In. Just angled down, but no run.
Yep, just guided to the gully fielder there, which is Rifak. And then Pranay's to his right at point, and then Dave Robson at extra cover, Ram at cover.
Full toss, pushed for 1. They get through. So 1 more to Mohammed, 1 more to the total. 44 for 5 with 2 balls left of the 11th over. Bishal says Estonia has totally outclassed Estonia. And then he corrects it by saying Iceland. Okay. So Estonia has totally outclassed. This has gone high. And it is taken.
Yeah, Arslan
with another catch taken down. Deep mid off. On, sorry.
So Dushan departs. That's a real shame. He was putting up a nice little rear guard battle there for Iceland. And I think it would have been really good if these two had stayed around a bit longer, build a partnership, give Iceland something.
It's funny how drinks, or not every time obviously, but a high percentage of time when you've stopped and you go for a drink and you come back and it creates a wicket, doesn't it? Drinks seems to bring a wicket, and then wickets tend to come in clumps, and it's difficult.
My old clubmates in Prague would tell you that when I was in my 40s and playing, and once I'd been out there for 4 or 5 overs, because when I run between the wickets, didn't matter how old I was, I still ran as hard as I could. I'd ask for someone to get me a drink, and I would inevitably get out within 3 balls of the drink. And so there was...
if I was them, I would have refused to bring you one.
Well, they started doing that. And for most of my time playing cricket, I was always lower middle order batter to come out and just smack a couple of boundaries and get out.
But you were a bowler. You were a bowler, weren't you?
No.
You were a batter?
Yeah.
How do you call yourself a batter? Come in and get a couple of
I was really a fielder. Fielding was my specialty.
Was that your forte? The John T. Rhodes of your era?
But I'll come back to this when Parko bowls here. He's beaten the batter. But then I got reinvented as an opening batter.
Okay.
And what happened was that I injured my foot in the first innings fielding, and it was like, if I take the shoe off, it's just going to swell up, like you saw. And if I sit down, it's just going to swell up and it's going to swell. So I was like, I was the captain, and I was like, yeah, okay, I'm going to open the batting innings. And my mate Al said to me, he said, I don't care how many times you indicate you want a drink brought out to you. You're not getting
It's
one
not happening.
until the drinks break. And if you bat through the drinks break, then we don't care if you get out.
And then, because you'll have done the job by then.
Yeah, and it was a 40-over match, and I did bat through to the drinks break. And I did set up a match-winning foundation for the team, so it worked well.
So it worked well. Ram in from the Kiev end, continuing. Big Al says, a well-taken catch. Yes, it was a well-taken catch. It's not easy here at Tiskre. There's a very little wind now, which does help, but because we are so open, it's very swirly. But so you are a non-batting or bowling captain?
No,
sound like
I
Mike
said
Brearley.
lower middle order. I'm talking about 6 or 7.
Sound like Mike Brearley.
In teams where there was other guys who were more technical. I mean, I could smash boundaries. Like, I wasn't useless. It's just that it was normally my job to go out and just hit 2 boundaries to get us to a score or to win the game.
Big bash or come home.
And I was also
Go
quick,
big or go home.
quick between the wickets, so I'd get the single.
It's fair to say that's never been my forte, being quick between the wickets. Talking about reinventing yourself, I used to play with a guy who ended up being one of the best batsmen I've ever played with at an amateur level. He did have trials. I'll come back to it. Ram coming in.
Lucknow swings and misses.
Swings and misses outside gump.
Well, here we go. When I was a kid, I was a bowler.
Okay.
Until I injured my shoulder.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, I was a bowler as a kid. I'm 6'4".
Yeah, exactly.
I was 6'4" when I was 13. So even when I was 7, 8, 9, I towered over every other kid, and they would get scared when I run into bowl.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought you were a bowler.
I tore all the ligaments in the back of my shoulder when I was 13.
Oh, that's a good line, good length, but it's been dug out by Lackmull. It should just be the one. Fielded here. So, talk about reinventing yourself. And he ended up being one of the best amateur opening batsmen I've ever played with. And I think there might be, if there's a couple of the Retford lads on here, which I think there is, they might agree. But he was an opening bowler, fast opening bowler. And he had trials with Northants. I'll come back to it. Ram in. That's his loopy, slower one. He got that one right. That was nice.
Yep.
And he had trials at Northants, which is a county, a professional team in the UK. And he didn't make it. And there was talk about his action being suspicious. Throwing, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so he thought, forget this then. I'm going to reinvent myself as a batter. Mm-hmm. So he was a genuine...
that one's
wide.
not worked.
He was a genuine number 11 and an opening bowler, and pretty quick. Not rapid, but pretty quick. And a genuine opening bowler and a genuine number 11. And when this happened with his bowling action, and you're going to have to change, and it's potential throwing, he converted himself to an opening batter, and broke. It was an unbelievable turnaround, really. How he, good bowl, Ram. Or bowl just outside the off stump. How he went from a non-batting opening bowler to a non-bowling open batter. It was amazing. And as I say, there's a few out there who'll know what I'm talking about. In fact, the brother of the guy who bought the helmet, then the very first ball got his toe broke. It was his better cricketing brother.
Symmetry.
So
well brought back. At
the end of the 12th over, 47 for 6. 102 from 48. And what Iceland are doing here is trying to use this as practice, I would think, looking to see out these overs, which is exactly the right thing to do.
Absolutely. And it was working reasonably well when Dushan and Mohammad Nawaz Khan were together. Dushan, unfortunately, has departed. And Lakmal Bandara is now out there with Mohammed. For Lakmal and Mohammed now, this is some batting practice. There's still 8 overs to go. They can get themselves a good knock here and get the score up somewhere a little bit more respectable.
Always loop that up, but it's going to be safe.
Well filtered by colour.
Richard Parkin continuing from the Stockholm end.
For Estonia, we've seen some good bowling.
Tight bowling.
Yeah.
That's
there
wide.
are three Estonian bowlers who currently have an economy rate of 2. Richard Parkin's not one of them. Kalavistalpu with his 3 for 4 from 2 overs. Stefan Gooch with his 2 for 4 from 2 overs. And Syed Eftekar with his none for 4 from also from 2 overs. 3 bowlers who have bowled 2 overs and only gone for 4 runs. And the only difference is one of them's taken 3 wickets, one's taken 2, and one unfortunately hasn't got any to his name.
Oh, there's going to be a single. I don't know. Well-run single in the end.
As we said, with there'll be 7 overs remaining after this one. You would think that those 3 would come back to
they've got 6 left between them.
Yeah. That they would complete that. So there'll be someone else will bowl from this end next, and then you probably assume that those 3 will go through.
And I think, it's gone down the other side now. That's so wide.
Yeah.
So, again, inconsistent.
The umpire had to think about it. Hang on. It was close to the leg stump.
But the angle was continuing down the leg. So you can see that when he left his arm, it was
just that how close it was.
Yes,
You're sort of thinking, like, hang on, did that go over the leg stump?
Yeah, no, that's the straighter.
That's a much better ball. And he's given him...
Well, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I say I made a career out of chucking all sorts down and get that straight one in. And the batsman's got no chance if you don't know where it's coming. It does make it very difficult. 2 outside off stump wide, 1 down leg stump wide, and then an absolute line and length straight gun delivery for LBW. So that's the 7th wicket down.
Richard Parkin picks up his 2nd wicket for the match, having previously dismissed Dushan caught by Arslan. So,
Prabhath, the new batsman.
Yep. And remembering that is in all likelihood Derek won't come back out, so it could be a situation that 9 wickets will be all out for Iceland. I would think that they should err on the side of caution and not risk aggravating with a foot injury. That's a problem. Like you're going to have weight on it just by standing, let alone trying to play a cricket shot.
These aren't professional cricketers. These are potentially at work on Monday morning. So
exactly.
I'm sure common sense will prevail. That's another straight one from Richard. Well done. It's amazing the difference makes when you bowl it on the stumps, make the batsman play. So 1 ball remaining of the 13th over, 53 for 7. 96 required. That's a full toss. I don't know if it's been dispatched to the boundary. It's right on my blind spot in that corner. Okay.
Throw in. The throw's gone through 3. Went through Richard Parkin, then it went through Ram backing up, then it went through Dave Robson backing up, but thankfully Eftekar was also backing up, and he stops it. See, that one went over the stumps, didn't it? Oh, apparently not. Stu Hook thinks it did. Stu Hook is very unhappy with that. Again, Kev said it a few times, we're not straight, but it did look to me as though it went over the stumps.
We're not straight, but that's never a wide in a month of Sundays. That's gone over middle and leg. But anyway... And
this is also... we're playing to T20I playing conditions, and if a batter moves to evade a ball or in attempting to hit a ball, and it would have hit them, it's not a wide. Mm-hmm. Whether it's leg side or offside, does not matter. There is no such thing in T20I cricket of everything down leg as a wide. There is that is played in the domestic competition here in Estonia.
So, a little stat here from Kato. Iceland's lowest ever total is 59 against Ovingdean CC in Reykjavik in 2003. They must, as a minimum, need to be looking to beat that.
Yeah, you don't want to set a new record.
No, not that record anyway.
Here comes Ram.
Oh, that's a wide. We'll help you. We'll help you. Don't worry. Estonia will help you get past 59.
Yeah.
In fact, how many extras, Terry, have we bowled? Because...
earlier on, I was talking about how low the extras had been in this. You might recall I said that there'd only been 3 wides and no balls. There have now been 15 wides and 1 no ball. That's 15 runs from wides. You'll remember there was the...
not the run scored off the extra ball.
So, in actual fact, it's 13 wide deliveries and 1 no ball.
Okay.
So it's a massive turnaround when earlier in the piece, it only had... from the first 4 bowlers, there had only been 2 wides.
So Ram in and... I don't know how that's missed a stump. Well done, Stu Hook behind the stumps, because that's gone in between the batter and the leg stumps. That's always difficult for a keeper to claim, but no catch, no nick, but he did well to stop the runs there. So 59 is still to be beaten, but currently 57 for 7, so 59 the lowest score Iceland have scored in their history in 2003. This is going to take it to 58.
I was once playing for my club back in the Czech Republic, Prague Barbarians, in Germany against Dresden Cricket Club, and we had 2 teams in the league, and they were both fairly balanced. And the other team was playing back in Prague, and they got bowled out for a ridiculously low score of like 64. And Dresden were the best team in the league. The German side playing in the Czech league. The Czech league was very small at that time, and I think we were 7 for like 1 short of what the other team had got. And when we went past what the other team had got bowled out for in Prague, we all cheered and celebrated. And all the Dresden team were standing there going, what the hell are they cheering for? They've got to 65. What the...
Yeah, they didn't know the significance of the 65.
It was like, yes, we're not the worst team in our club this weekend.
We can move on. We haven't got that record. So that record of the lowest score is now equalled. You would think that they will, you never know, but extras at worst will give you that. But 59 for 7.
And there we are. Nope.
No, he's not given that one.
Nope, he's gotten away with that one. It looked like that might have been an Estonian gift to ensure that Iceland did not beat the previous lowest score. But, go again. Ram, this should be the last delivery unless he does gift a wide.
It's hasn't.
A good ball.
Yeah, just hit him on the thigh pad. So, end of the 14th over. 59 for 7. Remembering Derek is off from injury, so retired injured at the very beginning, the opener. He got hit full on the foot. We're not sure if he'll be back or not, but let's see. So
I can see David Cook padded up, standing on the boundary. You'll see him in your screen, the 3 gentlemen.
David to the right.
To the right of the pitch, to the left of the rest of the Icelandic group. You've got David Cook there, the next batter in, and Bilal, the chairman of Iceland Cricket, next to him.
So Gooch back on, Stefan Gooch back on at the... there's the no fear for the record. The record has gone of the lowest total. That's now 6. Oh, they're going for a 2, which they will get.
And the umpire is calling that wide. That one again looked like it may have... To me, I thought it was possibly going over the stumps, but it was most certainly going to hit the batter if he hadn't have moved. So I don't. That to me, that one should have been buys.
So 62 for 7. 64 for 7. No, 62 for 7. That's not a wide because he's moved out the way. No. That's not a wide, straight or not straight. The batter's just dipped his hips forward. If he'd have stood still, would have hit him. Anyway, Stefford is in. Oh, outside the off stump.
So we've got a new total to look at because Kit Harris has come back.
Okay.
Reminding of an innings I do recall in which Iceland got 72 for 7 in 20 over match versus the Czech Republic in Malta back in 2019. And that's the series. That's the series when Stefan and Lee met each other on the field.
Okay.
Yeah. Because Hungary was also there. Malta, Hungary, it was the Valletta Cup, Malta, Hungary, Czech Republic and Iceland.
So this is the lowest international total then?
72.
Okay.
So we do hope that Iceland can get past that.
Oh, they're going to push for one misfield, so they should come through.
Well, I don't know what Lakmal was doing there because he hit the ball down and he set off and then he realised it was going close to the fielder and he just stopped running. I was like, well, you've already committed, mate.
You've got to go.
You've got to go.
You've got to go from there. You've got to continue.
Don't run yourself out here.
So Stefan in. That's in the air. Is that safe? It is. So it takes the total to 66 for 7. Prabath moves on to 4. Lakmal also on 4. Stefan Gooch 2 for 11.
It should be more than that because they haven't got any of the runs from this over added in, and there was the single. It should be up to 12 now. Just out past the outstretched arm of Richard Parkin. He's got a finger to it though. He's shaking it profusely. So and it was his left hand as well, his bowling hand.
He's bowled 3. He won't bowl anymore.
Oh,
for the very reasons you mentioned earlier. 6 left, 2 from Gooch, 2 from Kala and 2 from Saeed, was it?
Yeah, Eftikar.
Yeah, Eftikar, sorry, yeah. So, end of the 15th over, 5 overs to go, 82 needed, 67 for 7. And the run rate now is up at 16s, so it will take some getting, so highly unlikely. You would think Calla would want the bottom at the Stockholm end, so is this Eftikar coming on?
Yep. So Eftikar bowling to Lakmal. And Iceland needing 6 runs to surpass their previous lowest international score. That now would really be the target for them as opposed to the Estonian score. In the air, this one's going to land safe. Ram comes running in from the boundary.
So 2 challenges now, one to go past 72 and one still to bat the 20 overs out.
Yeah.
In, bowls. Pushed out. They've gone for a quick single. If it hits, he could be out.
He's gone.
Yeah, great bit of work by Stuart Hook.
There was never one there.
Great piece of work by Stuart Hook.
It was hit straight to Richard Parkin. He just picked it up, threw it straight to Stu Hook, who took the stumps.
I don't think was Lakmal was keen with the decision, but there's absolutely no chance in this world I can tell you if that was in or out. But it's the umpire's decision, and he's said he didn't make his ground, and he's out. But whatever the case, it was not the greatest throw, so good bit of work by Stuart Hook in collecting and then removing the bails. So, David Cook now in.
I've just watched the replay and I could clearly see he was very clearly out. and he wouldn't have been out if he had have run straight. For some reason, he got 3/4 of the way down the pitch and then veered off to the right, whereas and basically added half a foot.
Yeah, to his running.
To his run, he would have been safe if he just ran straight. Someone earlier said Iceland need to work on their running between the wickets, and that's an example of it, of where some improvement could be done. So
lefty car in. That's pushed out. They will take one. So 69.
David Cook gets off the mark.
100% strike rate.
No, he faced a dot before that.
No.
Yep.
Did he?
Yep. Wicket, dot, single.
Bowled him.
He's bowled him, and that's most likely going to be it. Yeah, cannot see Derek, and they are celebrating. And Eftekar picks up a much-deserved wicket. He of those bowlers we were talking about before, with all the really, really low, tight economy rates, he was the only one who didn't have a wicket to his name. And he finishes with 3 overs, 1 for 6. The scorers have put up of Derek Dionarian coming into bat, and the reason they have to do that is they now have to switch. Well, no, they can't. They've switched him to not out. They now have to switch him to retired out, because unfortunately the way the rules work is that while he was able to come back, if he doesn't come back, he's then retired out.
Yeah, so he's gone from retired not out to retired out, basically.
Yeah, I think so. He only would have stayed retired not out if Iceland hadn't have lost.
So unfortunately, new low international score set. But look, I think overall the 2 games, nobody can deny that's been a very pleasurable experience. The weather held out. In the second game, we had those few spots, and there was a big cloud appeared, but that seemed to pass without any real delay. So congratulations to Iceland and to Estonia. 2 excellent games. I hope you've enjoyed the stream and the commentary. But look, I think both teams have done credit, and slightly unfair, I think, the last game result will look like a big margin of 79 runs, which it is. But that opening salvo was probably the bit that did Iceland the damage. Losing those early wickets.
Yeah, particularly when you lose your opening batter off the first ball of the innings, and Chumley had looked in the first game. He showed that he could do something, and we had the Icelandics in the chat talking about how quick a scorer he can be, and the efforts he's done domestically. So I think we've sort of been robbed a little bit of seeing what could have happened there, and then it gets even worse after Nicol gets out, and then Derek having to retire due to copping a ball on the foot. And so things could have been very, very different in the second game. I really hope that Iceland focus more on the fantastic effort they did in the first innings of this second game. There was some really good bowling, and there was some very good fielding. They took their catches very well, executed run-outs, 2 stumpings. That's the thing. Like Chumley, the first innings, he was having a blinder.
Yeah,
he was involved in 5 wickets.
Five of the dismissals. Yeah, he was.
And he's probably now going to be looking going, I got a golden duck. Bloody hell, what an awful game. It's like, well.
I think, as you say, when you look at it, Chumley faced 1 ball, Derek was injured after 3 balls, Nicol only faced 8 balls, Sebastian, he got a golden duck, but that was an inside edge, and the damage was done. So, 79 runs is the victory, but I think Iceland and Estonia have carried themselves both pretty well. And
I can see in the background over there, Dave Robson's over talking to Derek at the moment. Seeing how he is having a chat. He's probably pulling up his pants leg and showing the injury
saying what he got.
He picked up from a couple of weeks ago, because he's got a very significant scar and swelling on his leg still from what he got in Sweden, and that's was early July.
Generally played in the right spirit. Iceland have come here. The weather has stopped the Baltic Cup. There is no cricket tomorrow, obviously, now because of that, but Well done, Iceland. Thank you very much indeed. I've thoroughly enjoyed every minute of that, and your guys, when I've intermingled with them earlier and in the lunch break, were nothing more than a credit to themselves. So thank you very much indeed for providing that entertainment. A couple of last comments, sorry.
Right.
GB says, great result for Estonia and hope to see more cricket this weekend. Thanks, Kev. There's no more cricket at Tiskre, I'm afraid, this weekend, but I hope you do somewhere see more cricket, because, you know, you can never see enough cricket. And Samir Sharma says, loved watching this live stream. Thoroughly enjoyed listening to the commentary, gentlemen. Keep up the good work and looking forward to another game. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, we'll be back with the opening match of the men's T10 competition on Friday, 6:30 p.m. the game starts, and then on Saturday we'll have the men's Pro 40 match, and on Sunday we will have 4 men's T10 matches, and they start at 10 a.m. Is the first game, and we'll be going through the whole day. And the Pro 40 matches on the Saturday, the match will be live streaming, starts at 11 a.m. So lots and lots more cricket from Estonia, from here at Tiskre. And we'll be having live stream matches Friday, Saturday, Sunday from next week till the middle of September. So I hope you join us for some of those. And thank you for watching. And it was really good that we were able to get some games in here.
Definitely, 100%. One last comment. Cheers. Palio Onna from London. I thought Palio Onna was happy birthday or good day. Good day?
Good day?
Good day, maybe. And that's probably a good way to finish.
Indeed.
Good day. Thank you very much. Thanks, Sama. Cool. And we hope to see you soon. Bye now.